Well, we are back, huh? We're back at the 9 Club, everybody. Today, we have a very special guest. Mr. Clyde Singleton is with us. Dude, how are you, dude?
I'm good, man. Thank you for having me. Thank you guys for finally getting me on.
We've been waiting a long time for this.
Long time.
We're very happy to have you.
We go, and all the comments come in. Get Clyde Singleton on. Get Clyde on. Man, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, thank you, man. It's a pleasure to be here, man. Thank you, guys.
Of course, dude.
This is awesome, dude. Yeah, I'm glad I found Wes Kramer's buddy on the way here.
I know. You went to the wrong house.
Yes.
And these people in the backyard, you introduced you thought they were our crew.
Yeah, I thought they were your crew. I got out. I was gonna film myself. It was gonna be this dramatic thing, right? I'm like filming myself. Like, yeah, I'm getting out of this like nice luxury Uber thing. I walk through the fence and I see some dude. I'm like, oh. Clearly, he works for 9 Club. You know what I mean?
Like we have a whole production here.
Because some lady was carrying something. I'm like, oh, she's carrying something for the 9 Club.
Cables.
And I'm like, oh, what's up, man? Like, what's up? I'm here to shoot the 9 Club. Dude looks at me like, what? I'm like, yeah, man. And his wife's like, huh? And so I start walking towards the door, and he's like, oh, like he's looking at me like I'm crazy. He's looking at me like I'm crazy.
Wait, like you're about to go inside.
I was about to go inside. Like I was serious about to go inside. He's like, the 9 Club with Chris Roberts? And I was like, yeah. He's like, man, it's right over here. So then we start walking out and we become friends. Okay. We become friends. First I looked like a burglar, and then we became then we became very good friends. And so he's walking out and he's like, yeah, man, my old neighbor was Wes Kramer. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So he starts talking about a little redheaded kid. I thought he was talking about Knox Godoy. He's talking about Tristan Funkhauser. Yeah. He's like, I know Dan Connolly, all these guys. So I took a picture with him. Yeah,
great. He showed us a picture. They're embraced.
Yeah, we're buddies.
Yeah. Already.
We're best of friends. We are best of friends right
But
now.
You don't know his name.
Yeah, I don't. It's it's Dan something. Yeah, it's probably Tom or something like that. Something color redacted.
But it was funny because we were reminiscing before the show because I was sitting here, getting ready before you showed up, and I'm like, bro, me and Clyde skated for Force Footwear together.
Yes.
Me, you, Mike York. I mean, this is a star-studded team right here.
John Egay.
Oh, wow.
Who else was on there? I'm trying to think.
It was small,
man.
though. I don't know if it was that many.
It wasn't that many people. They started the company and they asked me who I wanted to put on, and then I put York on, and York's like, I want to get Chris Roberts. I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, thank you for doing my job. You know what I mean? I was like, so he got him on, I got Ige on. Were you there when we shot the photos on the yacht thing, or was that afterwards?
I was after.
Yeah, we were on like some boat, and I did the ad where it looked like I was like dealing drugs, but it was a shoe. Yeah. That.
So
no wonder it didn't last. So.
How long did that last?
That's what I was about to say.
A year?
A little over a year, and I guess one of the investors was in something with money laundering, or he owed Vans a bunch of money. I don't know, but I got out of there quick.
The ship went down.
Yeah, and I got out quick. I wasn't going down with it.
Who presented that deal to you?
I forgot, man. I think maybe it was Rodney Johnson.
Wow.
At the time, this was around 99.
Okay.
If I remember when the deal was presented to me, because they came to me when I lived on campus, where I was telling you that.
Yeah.
Where, like everyone lived on I lived on Cloverdale, and I mean, I guess obviously I can say it now because no one lives there, but everybody lived on this street. And I remember those guys coming over and showing me the shoes, and I was like I had a shoe deal. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Let me think about it. Like, before they even got back to Orange County, I was like, hell yeah. You know what I mean? So they let me put the team together. They had a backpack company called Militia. It was dope, man. They did a lot of really cool stuff, They
had a lot of money, too. That was a good thing.
Yeah.
The checks were good back. But not only the checks, but they had potential. The shoes were good. It was kind of like different footwear than you would normally see in skateboarding.
Absolutely. They had a lot of like fashion, not fashion. I'm sorry, but they had a lot of like leisure wear shoes, and they had a bunch of really cool stuff. You know what I mean? Like they had crepe bottoms. They had crepe bottoms and cool stuff that we would like. You know what I mean? And I had like a skate shoe, a runner, and a casual. I was balling.
Wow.
Yeah, I was balling.
That's so crazy, bro. For the time, you know what I mean? Especially because shoe companies are very rare in that moment, you know what I mean, of being recognized. But definitely, I remember that shit for a hot second. But yeah,
they made some cool stuff, man. I was really, that was really cool. Shout out to my buddy Brandon and his buddy John. I'm sorry, his brother John. I keep saying Brandon and John. So I'm sorry. Shout out to Brandon and and Josh Brubaker. Josh used to do Super. Josh used to do Superman, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was
now they do clear weather, right?
Now they do clear weather. These are what I got on right now.
Damn.
Dude.
We have the ad right here, by the way. This is the Force ad. Noticeable and slide.
Wow, I remember.
Look at that,
bro.
Yeah, dude.
Feet up on the table.
Okay.
Now those shoes
Feet
are
up on the
really
table.
good, bro.
Wow.
I've definitely been liking. I mean, I follow
nice,
Josh,
right?
so I like a lot of the stuff he's been posting.
I can get you some.
Hey,
I got some. What size are you?
10.
Is that what those are? The ones you're rocking right now? Those are dope, dude.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Yeah, they're really nice. They gave me some school clothes to wear to the non-club.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Back to school.
Yeah, I went to Sal. I had my clothes laid out last night, like back to school.
I'm wearing this. I'm wearing this.
I'm not even joking. I took a photo of it. It's on my story last night. I was like, I'm wearing this, and this, and I slept next to it. I was dead serious. Yeah,
That's like first day of school.
yeah, I was. I was hyped. I was like, I'm not getting this shirt dirty.
No, but you were just on Tony Hawk's podcast. It's Tony Hawk.
So I got dressed in the car on the way to Tony Hawk's.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
For us, you laid out your shit.
No. I was here like 24 hours for a Tony Hawk, and then that day, like I had to do it. I think it was noon, so we were kind of late, and not late. I mean, I think I was on time for the first time in my life. Oh, we were supposed to.
This is your laid out.
Yeah, that's what I'm in. Yeah, that's it right there. Look at me. That's me right there.
I don't see you actually. You planned no pants, but
Thank
God you got shorts.
I got on my sexy shorts today.
But wait, do you know how cool it is to see you with that T-shirt on? Like,
thank you.
Can you tell us? Is that a new Aesthetics T-shirt?
Absolutely, it's new. Yeah. I had Sal bring it straight from. I was like, hey, dog, you meet me. Like I was like, you got something for me to wear? He's like, absolutely. He sent a photo of it. I was like, meet me tomorrow. So we met up, and I got the shirt from him, and we're gonna do Aesthetics again, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Super stoked.
Does this mean we could a skate park tours? What's going on?
I already got some footage. I'm ahead of the game. You don't got to ask me for nothing. I already got some footage I'm sitting on. I'm like, I go out and act like I skated one day and be like, here's some footage, man. Like, so it's going to be fun, man. I think we're going to do some team stuff, and he's having some, not issues with the boards, but he was getting them done one place, and now they got to go through Schmidt, and Schmidt's obviously a very busy guy.
Sure. Yeah.
So, he only wants the best stuff, and that's what's up.
I love it, bro.
Yeah, man.
Have that revamped. It was such a great. Well, it is such a great company that it's great that it's coming back.
Yeah, I'm super hyped on it. I liked a lot of the cut and sew stuff. That was no one was really doing stuff
Not
like
at that time. You guys were ahead of the game at that time.
Yeah, man. I mean, because Sal was actually into making clothes.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? He wasn't like, oh, I like clothes and I'm gonna take these guys' stuff, and he was going and getting these crazy patterns, and he was really, he was nerding out on it. Totally. I remember back when he asked me to start, when he asked me to ride for it, and I was like, I ain't wearing that cowboy shit. You know what I'm saying?
With the logo and everything.
Yeah. I mean, the reason I said it too, because the funny thing is like, I didn't like the pants. You know what I mean? Like, they looked funny to me because at the time I was wearing swishy pants and shit. I was probably just that was probably just like a Missy video and shit. You know what I'm saying? So those were really fly. Like, those look really good. And I was like, man, I ain't wearing that old cowboy shit. And like, here we were 2 years later. I'm like, give me that cowboy shit. Give me that cowboy.
Well, you got your ride or die part here.
Yeah, man, that was
iconic, bro.
That was, you know what, man? I really wish I could have worked more on that. Not that I don't like the finished product, but I fell on my head.
You fell on your head.
That was right after that day. As a matter of fact, where I did the half cab board.
The half cab front board. Wow.
Right. Hold on, it's coming up. I think
coming up.
Right here. That was in Prague. That was one of the last things I filmed, and I cracked my head. Actually,
I fell off a bridge.
I fell off a bridge. Actually, I cracked my head twice in the same weekend.
What?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
So wait, let's get this straight. You're in Prague for Aesthetics.
The World Cup.
The World Cup.
Yes. And was this the same trip where Welsh had the machine guns put on us?
Okay.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. No, it was like the German police. Like, it makes it any better. You know what I mean? But I think it was the same trip. We were out there, we were touring and whatever, and there was a couple of contests too, and we went to Prague, and I'd never been to Prague. And you ever been to Prague?
Yeah, it's racist.
Thank you. Because check it out, dude. I'm glad you said that, because when we got there, I remember our chaperone, whatever, was taking us around, and I had a big fro at the time, and some lady comes out of a hair salon, and she's like saying something to the dude, and she's pointing to me, and I'm like, I didn't know nothing about Prague. You know what I mean? I thought I'd walk around the corner and see some black people. Like, that's not what's going on in Prague. So she walks out, she's saying something, she's pointing to me, and the dude's like, turns around, he's looking at me, he's like, I hate to ask, but she wants to know if she can touch her hair. She'd never seen a black person. And this, I'm not joking, she was like late 50s, I guess. You know, so she came over like, touch my hair like I was a fucking museum exhibit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, seriously, like she was like touching my hair and like she was enamored with me. You know what I mean? She'd never seen a black person in person.
Psycho. Yeah. What year is this? This
was 2001.
Oh wow.
Yes. Wow. So we get there, and the first day everything's going great. We go film, get some photos, walk around, see the city, and so we go to the practice of wherever the thing's going on, and they have this huge BMX pyramid. This thing's like 8 foot tall. You know what I mean? It's got a huge box on the top, and I'm like, I'm here. I'm salad grind that thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm like, I'm Sal paid my way. I got to do one trick. You know what I mean? At least. So I go to try to do a salad grind, and I clip my heels on the box, and I try to run out backwards. Mind you, I'm like 14 feet in the air, and I missed the other side of the pyramid and cracked my head on the ground. And I remember waking up and being like, dude, where's my watch? Like, I was more concerned where my watch was, and everyone was like, stay down, stay down. Like, I guess I'd been knocked out for a minute. So they took me to the hospital, had a concussion, had a big bandage over my head. So that night we get to the hotel, and Welsh and I decide we're going to go gamble. And I won probably like 9-10 grand.
What?
So the next, dude, this is crazy. And the next day,
what were you playing, by the way?
I think we were playing blackjack, and then we switched over to poker, and then they kicked us out because Rob kept singing "Living in America" really loud. Yeah, dude, this is a very true story.
Wow. Yeah, I think they just wanted you out of there because you're taking all their money.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons. You know what I mean? The other reason is because of my dumb, drunk American friend. You know what I'm saying? So they kick us out, and the next day we go to the contest. I'm sorry, and I'm like, drinks are on me. You know what I mean? I'm balling. You know what I mean? And I think the drinks were like $2 for $1 or something, and I got tens of thousands of those things. You know what I'm saying? So we're all getting drunk all day, and I remember specifically someone came in and like everything got quiet, and they announced that Keenan passed. Yeah, dude. So everyone got up and left. Everyone was leaving. Like it stopped like that. Like bam, like the contest just. They were like, hey, we got like. They're like, contest is shutting down. We just lost a fallen skateboard. Like everyone just got up and left. So within that time, somehow, Rob Welsh and I decided we were gonna get in a fist fight. Like we always do this. Okay. You know what I mean? We're always like, that's my brother. Yeah, it's my brother. Yeah. So as we're doing this, everyone's like, get in the caravan that takes you back to the hotel, and we're like, no, we're gonna fight. You know what I'm saying? Stupid. So the caravan leaves us. It's pouring raining. So we decide we're gonna walk back to the hotel. And there was a ledge, now that I see it and I'm alive, the ledge, we walk across the canal, and the ledge on the bridge was maybe as high as a table. And my drunk ass, I guess, decided I don't know, but I fell, and Welsh fell on top of me.
Wow. How far?
I think it was about 29 feet.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I fell.
Oh, wow. Both you fell off.
We both fell, but he fell on top of me.
So he was fine.
Yeah. Wow. He fell on top of me with a bandage on my head from a concussion from the night before. Jeez. So I wake up in ICU 2-3 days later, Joey Pepper's holding my hand. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, I'm like, dude, why's this guy holding my hand? I was freaking out. Like, what? And so the doctor comes in, and it was the same doctor I saw that put the bandages on my head. And he was just, he looked at me like you looked at me. He's just
like you're back?
Yeah, he's just like,
you again.
Yeah, he's just like, he was like, you were the luckiest person I ever met. And so I didn't know this was a couple days later, you know. So when I fell, Welsh, obviously, he was under this bridge, so no one could see us. And it was pouring rain. And so Welsh is like holding me in the rain, blood coming out of my ear, just gushing out of my ear, and like bawling, crying. And there's no one around. You know, it's pouring rain, and he's in Prague, and he's holding his friend like dead, like I'm lifeless. Wow. And so some car happened to come, saw us, called an ambulance. They told Welsh she couldn't get an ambulance, so Welsh, and just in complete state of shock, goes back, and everyone's mourning Keenan passing. And so Welsh goes back, and he's like Clyde just died too.
Oh.
Yeah. So everybody flew back, right? I didn't know what was going on, and so by the time I'd kind of gathered myself, I guess my mom had gotten the news that I died.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude. So.
What Welsh just left you there?
No. So Barrett Barrett Luce,
okay.
Joey Pepper, Barrett Luce and Joey Pepper stayed. Welsh completely just lost his shit and flew home. You know what I'm saying? Like he just lost his shit and flew home.
So this is, you were already gone to the hospital at this point.
I was in ICU at this point. Like you know what I mean? Like they had taken me and so Barrett was at the hotel. So he went back. When he went back and told them that I passed, I guess Barrett and Joey made it to the hospital, and I was clearly still ticking. And yeah, I remember it. Like I remember, it was so weird, man. Like I remember being asleep and like it was like really white, and I slant. Because I used to always joke with Sal that I could dunk, and like I can dunk, but we never played basketball. And so I'm like, yeah, man, I can dunk. And so I remember dunking on a rim and looking at Sal and being like, yo, look, and like he couldn't see me. I remember this, dude. Like after I woke up, you know, I was just like, clearly I was creeping to the other side. You know what I'm saying? Like I was I remember it vividly. But but so I woke up and then I called my mom and she was freaking out, dude. She was just like, I thought you were dead, and boy, I don't know where no Prague is, and like,
oh shit, like,
yeah. My mom's not like Christopher Columbus. She had traveled the world. She don't know where Prague is. You know, she ain't made it that far yet. So she's tripping. She's like, boy, talk to your dad. And like, I'm just like, dude, I'm alive. Like, she said, man, your mom's gonna kill you when you get home. I was like, I know. So this is what's crazy. So the doctor told me I couldn't leave. He had me sign this paperwork. Told me I couldn't leave, and I was like, dude, I got to go home. Like, my mom's freaking out. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to sign this paperwork that let them, they weren't liable if I died. And he was like, you are going to die. He was, because I had cracked my skull from the top of my skull to my ear, and I'd lost 3.5 pints of blood out of my ear. So yeah, dude, I looked like death.
And you wanted to leave?
And I wanted to leave because I couldn't be there. Like the hospital looked insane. It looked like the computers had like, they looked like old Tandy computers from fucking Radio Shack and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it looked like old diagnostic computers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
how is that working?
Yeah, like an old Jiffy Lube computer. Like I'm like, I don't want to be hooked up to that thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be hooked up to no shit like that.
Changing my oil over here.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So so I was like, you know, Barrett was, you know, he was reluctant, and Joey had flown home, I guess, after he knew I was okay, and Barrett, you know, I'm thankful for him to this day, man. He stayed there with me, and he was reluctant for me to leave, and I was like, dude, I gotta go home. So I had to sign some paperwork that, like, basically, if I died, they weren't liable, you know, for my death. And I remember we went back to the hotel. The worst part about it, I had a huge afro, and so they had shaved the part of my head. And they kind of like cut did I look like Igor?
Little patches.
You know what I mean? I had like little patches. I had a big bandage on my head. I look insane. Yeah, I literally looked like an insane person. And so we get on a train and we go to Germany. They're like, Germany's got good hospitals if you make it. That's what the dude said. The doctor said, if you make it. And I'm like, I was like, I remember looking at Barrett and being like, I hope we make it. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't.
Looking back at it now, were you in the right frame of mind to make those decisions?
Absolutely not. I'd just fallen off a bridge. Yeah. You know what I mean? They should have strapped my ass down to a table. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't in the right frame of mind to just really think. But I remember we rode the train to Germany, and just everything, like it was like, you know, you ride the train, dude, it felt like a sledgehammer on the side. I was like, dude, I'm gonna fucking die. Like, and so we got to Germany, and I was feeling weaker and weaker. And you can ask Barrett this. There was one day, like, I was like, hey, man, like, I wanted to go do a bunch of shit I'd never done in my life. And I was like, I want to go to the zoo. And, like, I just started doing shit. Like, I was
in Germany.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I'm going to die. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, and then
How about going to the hospital?
Yeah, I went to the hospital, and they I don't think they really
told you to go to the zoo.
I don't know. I'm not going to say they don't like black people in Germany, but I don't know how many black people they like in Germany, because they did not like me. You know what I mean? Like they just were not. I didn't receive any medical help. You know, I'd go in and like they stare at me like I was some crazy dude that had blood gushing out of his head, and they were like, "Yeah," like they didn't think much of it. You know what I mean? And also, I'm from the United States. You know what I mean? Like I'm the least of their worries. You know what I'm saying? So we went back to the hotel, and I think I ate like veal. Like I was doing all this shit. I was preparing myself to die. It was like almost, dude. It's seriously almost like going on like you're on death row. Like, you know what I mean? I was just like,
your last meal.
Like my last meal. I was just like, fuck it. You know what I mean? I was like, we would have veal. I remember going to the zoo, and like it looked like it was like one of them soft movies where you're like looking at the panda through the glass.
Are you like, is he wheeling you around in a wheelchair?
Yeah, dude, like literally, like I was like hobbling around, like I'd wake up and like he'd have something under me to make sure I was breathing and shit.
A mirror?
Yeah, dude. And then so at this time too, somehow Kevin Taylor had taken off in the middle of the tour, and he was going to some reggae fest off some island in London. I never knew there was an island off London's coast. Okay. I didn't even know London had a coast. So he's at some. It's
an island.
Yeah. He's like some weird island somewhere, like it's some reggae fest or some weird person he'd met on tour. And so we meet him at the airport, and he looked at me and started crying. Like he was like clearly I was disfigured at this point. You know what I mean? Like
I hate to laugh. But
I mean, it's funny in hindsight. Like I was clearly disfigured, and he just started crying, and I was just like, "Hey man, like I hope we make it home." And so we get on the plane, and this is
that's the worst thing you could probably do is get on a plane.
Yeah. This is because the dude told me the pressure was going to crack my head like an egg. So this is where the story gets even better. Unfortunately, this is where it gets better. I get on the plane, right? And I'm like, dude, I just want to go home. And I'm trying to go to sleep, and I can't close my eye. And not only can I not close my eye, there's a baby next to me crying the whole time. So even if and it's like right here next to my ear. So I flew home. We got to D.C. and I remember Kevin was going to go to Keenan's funeral, and I was like, dude, I'm going. You know, he was like, nah, dude. He's like, you got to go home. And I was like, you think I'll make it? He's like, you just got to try to go home. And so I flew back to LA, but before I got on the plane, I tried to eat a burger, and I didn't see I wasn't really like, checking myself in the mirror. I knew I looked fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So I remember trying to eat a Whopper, and it fell out of my mouth. And I was like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Like I was like, what the hell? And I remember I went to the bathroom, looked at my face, and you ever seen the Family Guy with Peter Griffin where he has
droop?
Yeah, that literally is what I looked like. The pressure from the plane, dude, check this out. Pressure from the plane had busted the muscle in the back of my eardrum, which controls all the muscles in your face. So my face was slowly paralyzing. Like literally slowly but surely paralyzing. So I get home, and this is when I lived off Cloverdale, and I put all my bags up, and I was like, dude, I got to go to the hospital. And so I started walking I don't even know where I was at, but I do remember, I kind of don't remember. I remember seeing Chris Casey and Jason Searcy, and we were walking on the same sidewalk. They walked right past me. I think number one, they thought I was dead, and number two, they didn't notice me. And I've known both these guys for half my life.
They saw this guy.
Yeah, they saw that guy. Yeah, they saw that guy. They saw meatball face. You know what I mean? So, and I had a shave. I think I shaved most of my head by then. So they were just like, they walked by me, and they got about 50 feet past me, and like, I guess they called my name, and I heard them, and they put me in the back of a truck or a station wagon or something, and took me to Cedars-Sinai. And I remember waking up in a CAT scan. And they were like, yeah, dude, if you would have went home and went to sleep, you wouldn't have woke up.
Wow. Oh, my
God.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, and so for the first month, I had to tape my eyes shut to go to sleep. Like, literally tape it shut. And then I had to learn how to blink again. I had to go to, like, rehab. You know what I mean? Learn how to blink again, learn how to chew again. And
jeez.
Yeah, man.
Did they repair the muscle back there, or did it just finally...
I still get like balls palsy sometimes. Okay. Like it'll be like, but it's and it's still, I clearly feel like I've never had speech slur like that bad, and it's a thing. I try not to
little reoccurrence sometimes.
Yeah, it's a thing, but I'm more thankful to be alive than it's like I would take a little speech slur than not being here
and be alive.
Yeah, or it could be worse. I could be breathing out of a tube and shit. You know what I mean? Like, sure. So I was very lucky, and that was right around when we were filming for Aesthetics. That was right in the middle. So I just remember being really bummed I couldn't. I wasn't more thankful for being alive than it's like I want to film. You know what I mean? Like a complete skate nerd.
Of course.
You're like, yeah. So looking back, you know, I am very happy with that part. You know, I'm happy with everything I put out. I wouldn't put it out. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like I've sat on a bunch of footage and a bunch of things I just didn't feel comfortable with, and I like that. I like the song, and I just wish it was a little longer. You know?
Yeah, but I think really quick, but I think all your parts really have been like short and sweet. You know what I mean? Like I loved them, man. They've made such an impact on myself. The trilogy part, you know,
Thank you.
The
4-in-1 part was awesome.
4-in-1s, you know.
I'm a 4-in-1 guy,
Dude.
so that was a big thing for me growing up.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that was you know, filming a lot of that stuff was really cool, and a lot of people don't know is a lot like my 4-in-1 part. That was leftover footage from 20 Shot.
20 Shot, okay.
You know, like and not leftover, but you know what I mean. It was just
not used.
20 Shot. Yeah, 20 Shot was put together a particular way. You know, back then it was. We didn't put our parts together like that. You know what I mean? Like we had the right guys in the right place. You know, so they would ask us. You know what I mean? Like, of course they would ask us, but you know, Natas and those guys would take the direction, and Socrates, obviously. You know, so those guys, you got to trust the best dudes, and they've already made the best stuff. You know, so what I look like going up in there like, no, Sock, let me tell you what my video parts look like.
Especially at that time.
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? I'm cool. Like, I'm cool. Yeah, I'm staying with Natas. I'm cool. Like,
you're in a good position over here.
Yeah, I'm real good right now.
Pause podcast.
Okay.
I need to tell you guys that this episode is brought to us by Athletic Greens.
Ooh, we love Athletic Greens.
We do.
This is gold in a box, right? Love this stuff. With one delicious scoop of Athletic Greens, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and Kelly's favorite thing in the whole world, adaptogens.
I love adaptogens.
This special blend of ingredients supports your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging.
Well, not only that.
Ooh, tell me, Drone.
Contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything, while still tasting good.
Nothing budget, only buttery, right?
Nothing budget, please.
Yeah.
But it also supports better sleep quality and recovery as well.
Tons of people take multivitamins, but it's important that you choose one with high quality ingredients that your body will actually absorb.
And it's also better when you not to have a full medicine cabinet full of, supplements.
Oh, man.
Wait, so I can get rid of all my supplements?
Yeah, I was just over at Kelly's house the other day, opened the cap, I was hit with supplements.
Get the trash can. Throw them in there.
To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is just visit athleticgreens.com/9club. That's NINECLUB. Again, athleticgreens.com/9club. Take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance today, which is Athletic Greens.
Take over your health now.
What do your aesthetics?
No. Do we have the 20 shot sequence part? I gotta play it. So good. It's so good.
Man, you know what's really crazy about 101 is I was pro for Acme before, and
I'm sure pros though.
They did. They just didn't pay us.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know who they paid, but I didn't get paid. You know what I mean? I remember one time. This is funny. When I did my first Acme turned me pro, and I had an ad, like there was this big thing. They're like, they had Acme, they had standard trucks and Formula One wheels, right? So it was like 3 companies out of one thing, and I didn't know much, I was just happy to be out and skate, and you know what I'm saying? Like to me, it was. I mean, realistically, I was trading half the shit for world boards. You know what I mean? I paint the hell out of a board and skate it, when it's time to do an ad or something. But most of them I couldn't really ride. You know what I mean? It was just, but I would, we get the job done. And I remember once we shot the 3 ads, and one was for Acme, one was for Standard, one was for Formula One, and they were all in the same magazine. And he was like, "You're gonna be the first pro ever in the magazine." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, all right, cool. Yeah, I'm stoked. Yeah, I'm like, damn, dude, this is dope. I'm setting some milestone in my head. And so, like a month later, I remember going in there and like trying to get some pants, and I had to fucking buy them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No discount code or nothing.
With the money I didn't have. Wait,
but they're not putting out. Are they putting out boards with your name on it and stuff?
No,
I don't remember them having.
That's where they were smart at. That's where they were.
But they're turning you pro, but there's nothing to show for that.
I mean, we were young and dumb. Yeah, you know what I mean? We were like, we were young and dumb, you know? So like,
you're a pro, you don't have a pro model board, and they don't pay you.
Yeah, like at 48, that's stupid as shit. Yeah. At 19, that shit was a dream come true. You know what I mean? Like, hell yeah. Yeah, that shit was everything in the world, you know? And all my friends were on there. You know, Matt Reason was a good buddy of mine, rest in peace. And, Paul Urick and, Jeff Reeves, man, all those guys. Like, I grew up skating with all those guys, so it was good. Like, I didn't really think about much else. Like, we came out to Cali, and I hung out with Brad Hayes a lot. He was a real good friend of mine. A lot of people don't know that, man. Brad Hayes was like my boy back in the day. I first got on Acme. That dude, I used to stay at his place, and we go skate all the time, and it's crazy. 2 different types of skaters, but we were really good friends for a very long time. And I think it was more or less the bonding. At that time, the money didn't really matter, but thinking back, like, damn, dude, we're sleeping like 8 in an apartment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you're living the dream, though, back then.
Yeah.
When you're a kid, that's all that matters.
It's all that matters, man. That's all that matters. It was, I was reading a comment today, and some kid was like, it's like, if you were younger, you were a good skater, you were getting all the girls, and it was like, dude, no one was worried about that kind of shit back then. You know what I mean? Like, of course, that was not a problem before you skated. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were a nerd, you probably had to do some tricks and get a girl. You know what I'm saying? Like that works out for you. But other than that, you were just, you're so focused on skating, and I was determined. I was very determined, man. I knew when I came out here that was my shot.
So when you came out here, you were already on Acme, or you got on Acme when you were out here?
I got on Acme before. Do you want me to start from the beginning? In
Jacksonville, Florida?
You want me to start from the beginning? I can start from the beginning.
I was just going to ask a question.
Please,
go
ahead.
Just because basically where you grew up was being black, first and foremost, how were you introduced to a skateboard? In a sense of like...
That's a great question.
That made you want to be like, hey, I want to fuck with that.
Okay, this is a great question. I was hanging out with my black friends, and we used to, this is in 7th grade, and the wooden, the wave brushes you're talking about? So we used to like pop these kids in the back of the head with them. It was a fun thing for us to do. So it was a skateboard kids. We just walk about, yeah. Excuse me. So I guess the kid was reading a magazine, and I popped him in the back of the head, and it's like, oh man, what you looking at? And he had a magazine, and started kind of looking through it, and I was like, oh man, what's this? This looks sweet. And it was a picture of Tony Hawk.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, dude. And I know which picture it is to this day, man. Like, I talked to Grant Britton about it. He was doing the crossbone, had a pink board. I vividly remember it. I was like, man, that looks sweet. And the next day, my neighbor, by proxy, we moved out of, my parents got split up when I was 8 years old. My mother moved to a completely different side of town. It was like Presbyterian, mostly white. I don't remember meeting any other black kids until I went to school, and they were bussed in. Right. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So my mom kind of had us. She did write for us. But it was weird growing up there. You know what I mean? I didn't see myself skateboarding or nothing like that. I was sports guy. I was playing football and baseball. Baseball was my thing.
Traditional.
So I was into BMX and all that shit, but I didn't see myself skating. I just, I didn't think it was like a white boy sport, but I was just like, I don't see myself tap dancing on one of them things. You know what I mean? But I saw Tony Hawk in a magazine, and I didn't know who it was, man. I was like, man, that looks sweet. And my neighbor, who, we were best friends, named Ricky Ward, he had a skateboard, and he had a Nash Executioner. And I remember just always being like, man, that skateboard looks dope. They always look cool to me. But and he was taking it to school, and my bus stop was like 3 blocks away. And I was like, man, let me try it. And he's like showing me how to tic-tac, and I picked it up really quick. So I started tic-tacking. I got to the end of the sidewalk, and I didn't know what to do. And I dropped off, and I stopped because obviously Nash bearings suck. You know what I mean? I literally just stopped. I just stopped, and I remember looking back at him, and I remember that feeling, and that's literally when I started skateboarding. There was nothing else. Nothing else you could tell me. I remember looking at him and being like, "I'm skating to the next bus stop." The next bus stop was like 1/4 mile up. I tic-tac the whole fucking way. Yeah. Then I thought I was gleaming a cube like a motherfucker. Yeah.
That's like an instant love in a sense. Now.
Yeah, man. I instantly fell in love with skateboarding. 100%.
This is the executioner right
here. Yeah, man. That thing was like. That thing was a Camaro. The power boards would be the Ferraris. That was a Camaro. You know what I'm saying?
Where did you grow up?
Jacksonville, Florida, man.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, man. I grew up in Jacksonville, and it was cool. You know, it was weird. You know, the kid that taught me how to skate, there were a bunch of rednecks. You know what I'm saying? Like redneck kid. One kid had a rat tail. He was the coolest dude in school. You know what I mean? Yeah, rat tail's name was Joe Sneed. A redhead dude with rat tail. I don't know. He looked weird as shit thinking back, but I knew he was the best dude at school, so I was like, I'm gonna get down with Joe Sneed. You know what I mean? So Joe used to smoke cigarettes and shit. You know what I mean? I just like I thought he was a badass. I'm like, damn, he was my age. He was like a grown ass man.
How old are we right now?
I'm like 12 years old. He was smoking cigarettes. Yeah, he'd be in a bus stop with a pack of cigarettes, not just one. You know, he's like, damn, dude. So
he have it in his sleeve and shit.
No one said anything. It was Joe Sneed. You know what I mean? He had a rat tail, so he was cool. Even the bus driver would be like, hey, that's Joe Sneed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all pick up Joe Sneed's cigarette. You know
Where is Joe Sneed today? That's
I don't know where Joe Sneed is, but Joe Sneed, he taught me how to skate. But the best part about Joe Sneed teaching me how to skate was his father did not like black people. So we had this thing where I would go to his house like when his parents went to sleep. Parents went to sleep like 9:30, 10. So I go over there, we skate in his garage. This is like some Huckleberry Finn shit. You know what I mean? Like dead serious, we skate in his garage. And I didn't know how to skate. So I would watch Joe do tricks. I knew how to tic-tac over there. You know what I mean? Like I knew tic-tac. I was tic-tacking and I had the birdie. I could ride up the curb. So I was cool. You know what I mean? I could drop in a little street ramp like a month or two in. I was like, I thought I was a man until I met Joe Sneed. Joe Sneed was doing all the inverts and shit. I'm like, damn. Whoa. So I would watch Joe Sneed skate, and he skated goofy footed, and he'd do like an invert, and I'm like, I think I can stand on one hand. You know what I mean? Like, so at first I would like try like, you know, he used to break dance and shit. I could do that, but I couldn't figure out how he could get off the board, and I only could watch him skate. Right, so this is embarrassing, but I don't give a shit. I would watch him. I would watch him skate. He'd be like, "All right, you try it." So I'd ride regular and then jump into the other way. Yeah. So I learned how to skate that way for like 6 months. Like I didn't know how to skate
because you had to replicate what he was doing, and the only way that it made sense in your brain was to skate switch.
Yes, but I didn't know anything. You know what I mean? So like I learned everything the other way at first. Like I didn't know. I couldn't ollie and shit, and I was like, "What the fuck?" You know what I mean? That like because I would watch him skate, but I could invert. I invert with the wrong hand. But I couldn't do much else. You know what I mean? I could do like a really shitty pop, but I didn't figure out until like 5-6 months in. I was like, oh, this is why I can't do this. You know, and it just took off from there, man. You know, there's this guy that lived on the water. We lived near St. John's River, and this rich guy, like all the rich dudes had ramps. You know, if not, it was like some redneck dude with milk crates and shit, and that was just as good.
Sure,
you know what I mean? That shit was like the chin ramp.
It doesn't take much to make a skater happy.
It does. Back then, man, shit. You have no idea. Like, so this guy had a good ramp. Yeah, his parents had money. So we would sneak into his yard and I would slowly pump up. And then once I got my tail near the top and, you know, about not even a year in the skating, I dropped into a vert ramp. Yeah, man, but I didn't know what the hell to do on the other side, you know, because I was just pumping all the time. I was pumping. I dropped in. I was like, oh, shit, I'm going real fast. You know, so I learned that and I skated vert for a little bit. I started learning airs and stuff. Wow. And yeah, man, I skated vert for a bit, and I mean, there's not much more to skate back then, you know. And then street came around, and it was on, you know. Like I was already kind of.
What year are we talking? Really quick.
1986.
86.
I started the summer of '86.
So vert was basically on its way out.
Kind of, but not really. You know, kind of not really. There was still like.
It was still thriving.
It was still thriving.
It was still thriving. You know, I didn't even know this till I was older. I didn't know Kevin Staub was like a really good skater. I was just like, man, that dude's got a sweet skateboard. You know what I mean? You didn't know because vert was there. That transition between vert and pool wasn't that wide. You know what I mean? If you really think about it, it's like vert had a very short window. Vert was probably like early, 83, 84 to like 89,
late 80s.
That's a short window if you think about it.
Sure,
you know what I'm saying? So like in that window, it was a lot of the pool guys who weren't really getting adjusted to vert, you know. And like to me, I didn't really know. I didn't give a shit. You know what I mean? I just wanted to go to the skate shop, and you walk in that, man, I remember I love skating. You know, you walk in, you see all the boards. That shit look like a museum, dude. You know,
colorful,
what I mean? Dude. It was, and like it was. You can't say it wasn't like it is now, you know, because people do make good stuff, you know, but it was just different back then. You know, you walked in, like you smelled it, you know, like you're like like you could smell the wheels. You know what I'm saying? Like, and them shits they looked like the way it was set up and stuff. And you know, then I started entering contests. I think I entered my first contest about 13, skating against Neil Mims.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Me and Neil Mims skated, and this, I was talking to Neil about this. Neil was really good. You know, like when you're young, this is very funny. You're young and you know, you start learning stuff, you get pretty good, and you think you're real good until you see who's on the other side of town. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Like, all right, like I remember seeing Kane and Neil and all them dudes. I'm like, damn, I gotta go back to work now.
That's the first time you're seeing them now.
Yeah, you know, like it was a skate and ski contest. It was in Orange Park, and there was a bunch, you know, I went with my friend Marty, and his mom had taken us, and they're, you know, kind of shady, but you know, Marty was a thing back there. You can get a ride. It's like, you could be my friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, your mom's got a meth problem? Cool. You know what I mean? You should take us to a skate park. You know what I'm saying? Like, anybody was your friend. You're like, because you didn't really meet people like that. You didn't know a lot of people that skated. Right. People didn't like skating. You know, like, so that was two whole things you were going against. And I don't know if anyone notices this, I'm black. So that was three things. You know what I mean? Like that was three things I kind of had against me, but I kind of found my niche and started, you know, I had different groups of people I would meet, and I met some guys out in the west side of Jacksonville, and then they introduced me to skate contest. We went to skate and ski. That's where I met Neil, and we didn't really meet, but I skated against him in the contest, and he skated really good, and you know, I guess I skated really good, and the judges, I'd gotten first place, and then I forgot who was with Neil, but someone was like, hold on, what? Like, he fell or something. And I was like, and like my friend's mom heard them talking, and she was like, get in the car right now. Hey, I took Neil's trophy. I got the fuck out of there. I was like, hell no, this shit is mine. I was like, oh no, you ain't taking this from me. Yeah, I straight up took that shit.
They gave it to you though, but then they started deliberating, and you were like, let's get the fuck out of here.
I was like, no, I ain't giving you a chance to think about this shit. You know what I mean? I took that shit home. And then what's funny is I was just talking to someone about this the other day. It was a Walker Nightmare board, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen those boards.
I don't know. I'm not familiar.
It's very phallic shaped. How about that? Yes, it literally looks like a penis. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not joking. It looks like a penis and like a stingray. Okay. And so it does, dude. So
I don't think I've ever seen one of these boards.
Yeah, we got it right.
Yeah, you got to pull it up, dude. So look at that thing. Look at that thing.
It really does.
It does, dude. So look, that thing was painted all black, and it had a sticker on it, like first place something. And I was so proud of this thing, right? I take it home to my mom, and like, I'm like, look, Mom, I won a skateboard contest, and she just like, she looked at me like you did. She shook her head, and she's like, and she would have our mantle with all our sports trophies, and she like kind of stuffed it behind.
Like, I'm not putting this thing front and center.
I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, what's up with that? And I didn't know until years later that thing was shaped like that. You know what I mean? I basically handed my mom a wooden dildo. You know what I'm saying? Like,
painted black.
Yeah, painted black. You know what I mean? She was not happy with that. So
she put it in the back.
Yeah. She put it like literally behind like a big vase, and I was like, dude, what the hell?
She's like, oh, that's nice, sweetheart. We're gonna put it.
You know what I mean? I'm like, that shit says first place.
She can't even tell you, honey, that looks like a dick.
Yeah, I was too young to probably even say that word around. You know what I mean? I'm just like, this thing, they were selling them things to kids. You know what I mean?
God, dude.
Chuck Dinkins was telling me, he chimed in when I was mentioning that, and he was like, I used to grip tape those things and like make the grip tapes look like veins, and they would get so pissed. He's like, because he skated for Walker, Chuck Dinkins did, so he would literally make it look like one, and like them dudes would be like, don't fucking do that.
Wow.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, man. So that was that was kind of my foray. I got into, I saw Stedham. I think that really helped me out a lot.
I can say that as well. For me, like having my little journey as far as like I started skating because I see my cousins. But then once I just got into it, I was just like, well, all right, there's nobody around here that looks like me.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
yes.
So it was like waiting to see that. Like Steve Stedham would probably be one of the first I would see, and then it would be like Ray Barbie, Ron Allen. You know what I mean? So
yes, yeah. And Stedham, man, I just remember seeing the graphic and being like, thank you, because I was hyped because I was a Living Colour fan as a kid. Living Colour is like all black punk rock band. So I was like, woohoo! I was like, there's somebody cool like that. You know what I mean? Because Ray Barbie talked about this on Ray Barbie talked about this on my podcast, and this is a huge thing that I'm sure you can kind of relate to as well. back then there wasn't a huge divide. There was a huge divide in cultures. There was American pop culture and there was black culture, so we were kind of lost. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't know where to fit in, so a lot of us we couldn't find, for the first year and a half, I couldn't find my friends. I didn't know who my friends were, because I'd hang out with some people, all of a sudden they'd say some racist shit, and I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Or like, you couldn't find your friends because a lot of people weren't used to hanging out with each other like that. Skateboarding was one of the first things that started really accepting two cultures like that, because you weren't really hearing about like black surfers and shit like that growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like you weren't really hearing about that kind of stuff. You weren't hearing about like black BMX pros and shit like that. If you were, I didn't know about them. They were few and far between. And so being a skateboarder, I would see, I remember seeing a black skateboarder in Jacksonville as a kid and being like, it's probably like seeing another fucking caveman. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, holy shit. Like, you want to start clicking, like, click, click, click. You want to start talking to him crazy. And like, because you don't see that. You know what I mean? It's just like, you see skateboarders, but you never see anyone that looks like yourself. So when I saw, but the other black skaters I'd met, they had already kind of made their way in, per se, so once they made their way in, there wasn't no room for me. You know what I mean? Like, oh, hey, you know what I mean? It was like it was sort of like the butler in Django. You know what I mean? Like, you pull up, they're like, what you doing up here? You're like, bitch, I'm here to skate. What you mean? What am I doing here? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like straight up, dude. It'd be weird, So because we weren't used to seeing each other in that dynamic, first and foremost. So it was very awkward to adjust to that, like to the music, to the fashion, to everything. It was like you were completely going to a whole nother thing.
And you're so young at the time,
I'm
too.
12, 13, so
you still even don't know who you are at that.
Dude, the first week I started skating, and this would probably be some poser shit anyways. Like, I remember all the kids with it, when you fold your pants over and roll them up. And I was like, man, I'm about to do this shit. I was like, okay, them dudes look cool. I was a skater. Them dudes look cool as shit. Watch me. And like, at this time, I was still hanging out with a lot of my black friends. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, I'm still cool. You know what I mean? Like, I could do this. I remember going to school and them dudes looked at me and was like, look at his pants. I would never forget that shit in my life. I was like, I rolled them shits down. I was so sad. I was like, damn, I can't even dress like a skater, because it wasn't a thing then. You know what I mean? Like, if you dress like a skater, you were a skater. You weren't just like a dude that rode a skateboard. They
labeled you.
You know what I mean? They labeled you. You know what I'm saying? So, and no one was accepting it, especially like, and I started that 7th, 8th grade, you know what I mean? And like, kids are mean as fuck. I was mean as fuck at that time. Sure. You know what I mean? Like, so that's where a lot of bullying and shit goes. But, I had pretty tough skin, and, you gotta just take it like it is. A lot of those guys, they were my friends, and they ended up coming along because I got good really quick. You know what I mean? And they saw the skaters, and so I was kind of the representative of them. At first, they were laughing at me, like, "Oh yeah, Clyde's bad." I'm like, "Yeah, now I'm your friend, right?" But it would be weird because, I always say that, as a kid, you build the ramp, you skate the ramp, you eat around the ramp, and then you all go home, and that's all fine and dandy. But I got to go home too. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I got a whole nother route of shit I got to go through on the way home, and because after I started skating. Luckily for me, my mother moved back to the hood. You know what I'm saying? Because she was working over there and shit. So I was going to an all-black high school, trying to dress like Tony Hawk. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these dudes were like, look at this boy's shoes. They say Airwalk. And I'm like, dude.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, and you would just get it, and like, you just had to take it. It's like, because nothing was going to stop me from skateboarding. You know what I mean? Like,
was there any skateboarders there at that school?
Absolutely not. There was.
You were the only skater.
Absolutely. Like, I took my skateboard to school one day. And that was the one and only day I took that shit. They was like, look at this boy got pink wheels and some Airwalks. I'm like,
no.
You know what I mean? And so it was crazy because 2 years before that, I was like, we were cool. You know what I mean? I was wearing the polos and all that shit. And then right when I started doing something, I was, I liked it. I was passionate about it. And what's funny is I would try to wear, like my mom would go get me like an MCM sweatsuit. And so I would go like MCM's like, like a hood brand, like really good.
For days.
Yeah, very good hood brand. And so I'd show up with like MCM hat with a gold buckle and shit. And like my skate friends like, what the fuck is this guy wearing? You know what I mean? Then I get in my skate shit. I go back to the other side. Everyone's like, what the fuck is this guy wearing? Yeah. Like, so it was like you were trying to balance the two. You couldn't balance because there was no balance there. You know, it was like there was two different cultures and they were not colliding yet. You know what I'm saying? Like there would have been no Miley Cyrus singing the Migos back then. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit was not happening like that back then.
Wait a second. When you were, for what I've known you as a pro skateboarder, like seeing the magazines and videos, like you're very good, like witty, like shit talker, I guess you could say, in a way of like, you know, being an MC and like doing all that stuff on the mic. Were you like that as a kid?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I would not advise any of you to come to my family gatherings. I'm probably the nicest one in my family. You know what I mean? Like I go home and I get roasted, so I come and take it out on y'all. Right. Like somebody's gonna get this heat. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
I get it enough. I'm gonna get it to y'all now.
My whole family is like, man, it's seriously like it's seriously like a Clumps movie. You know what I mean? It's yeah. I'm the uncle with the bow tie and like, you know what I'm saying, and the weird outfit. Like that's me. And my whole family is just comedians, man. Like they're just all. It's good. You know, they're always in very good spirits too, though. You know what I mean? Like they're not like. There's never any arguing or like. No one's mad. You know what I mean? My mom's always like, what you mad about, stupid? And like, I can't even be mad when somebody says that to you.
Yeah. You know it's all in like love, right?
Yeah, and then you know you got to kind of realize too, if like they're older and what they've been through, you know, and if they still got the power to laugh and joke and shit like that, that says a lot. You know what I mean? Like they could be grumpy ass old people and like ain't shit funny. You know what I mean? So it's really good, and I think it's kept all the family, you know, out of trouble, and you know, teaches us how to cope with shit, and you know, humor is a good way to
100%.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it can get a little too much. There's some people that get mad at me, like Mike Vallely got.
He got mad at you.
Yeah, he got mad at me twice. Like, he got mad. More recently, I posted him rapping. I didn't even say nothing. Actually, I might have said something. I might have said something. I forgot. It wasn't that bad though. I forgot what it was, but it was pretty entertaining. Rapping.
Well, not only have you been the MC, but you've also had your blogs on Trans World, and you had another one, Huxtable. What was it?
Yeah, I was doing Piff Huxtable for that was around the time I was doing. I remember
Chronicles of Piff Huxtable.
Yes, that's what it was. It's the Chronicles of Piff Huxtable. I have a great story. Before we go further, I want to tell you a great story.
We got to come back around though to the family and. Growing up.
So the Chronicles of Piff Huxtable, I just want to before I forget. So I'd written something about, and I heard Jamie talking about this on the show. And Jamie, you know, and I want to say this now. I'd spoken to Jamie over Christmas of last year.
I think I know what the story.
And so yeah, and you probably do know the story.
I'm so happy you're talking about it.
And so I recently hit Jamie up. I was like, hey man, you know, I probably. You know,
because you guys were friends.
We were very good friends, and I definitely want to tell you, like, very good. He helped me out so much, man, and I'm forever grateful for that dude. You know, he was someone easy for me to kind of, because he wouldn't poke back. You know what I mean? I'm just like, damn it, you say something. I'm just like say something. So one day, one day I'd written something. It was I'd heard this rumor that Jamie dressed all the guys to skate for the Zero videos. Like he would go buy them clothes and like lay out their outfits. So I'm like, sweet content. You know what I mean? So like, so I posted on the Chronicles of Piff Huxtable. And so I'm out enjoying my night. Literally, I'm on the dance floor at this bar at Jack's Beach, and my phone's going crazy. I'm like, what is this? It's my notifications in Piff Huxtable. And it's Jamie had jumped in my DMs, was like, dude, what is this shit? And I'm just like, I was like, dude, what the fuck is this guy? I'm like, this guy really messaging me at like, it was like 2 a.m. my time. It's probably like 11 here.
How long ago was this, by the way?
This was probably,
Chronicles of Piff Huxtable. I'm trying to think of like, you have DMs?
07? This is on Google. What was the Google thing called? They had like a writing thing. You could
Tumblr
do blogs.
Or some weird shit?
Google had this whole thing where like, you could have a blog under Google.
Okay.
And like they did the engine and everything for it. You could literally just, it was a template, you put it up, and they did a whole blog management. They put it out to people. And so I would just go on there and post music and stupid news and stuff like that. So that's where that came from. And so yeah, he was not happy about that.
So you're on the dance floor and you're just getting
I'm on the dance floor. And I look down at this fucking Jamie Thomas. I'm like, dude, what the? And so clearly he was right to hit me up. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just like, I'm drunk. I'm like, what the fuck is Jamie Thomas hitting me up for? So I just let it go forever. You know, I'm just like, and I should have apologized to him at the time, but and I've said, I remember at one point I was writing for Skateboard Mag, and I'd written something. I was like, it was something about the chief, and I was like, he's a chief. I was like, is he Native American? And they were like, we can't put that in there. I'm like, what the? I was so bummed. But I forgot that Jamie spent a lot of money there. You know what I mean? And I was just like, I was like,
they
whoa.
didn't wanna...
Yeah, like, hey, you need to chill out. And so I never, I always like joking with people. And I hit him up recently, obviously after I had gotten sober. And I was like, you know what, man? Like, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done for me. And, I'm sorry if I ever offended you. I don't want to have that shit on me. You know what I mean? I don't want to have that. I want to have that poison in my body, be walking around with it, see him and like, man, I'm fucking glad I never said that about a Google thing like 15 years ago. You know what I mean? I don't want to have that stupid shit on my back. And it's cool, man. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for everything he's done.
in a good place too.
Yeah, man. It's. I saw a picture of him in Musca the other day, and I was so hyped, man. You know what I mean? That seeing that kind of shit is really cool.
I thought you were going to talk about the story where you had written something about Jamie Thomas for the trans world, but they made you take it down, but it was about them going on tour in the Insane Clown Posse.
Oh yeah, that one too. Oh yeah. I forgot about that one. Thank you for bringing that up. This is amazing. So I compared the Zero tours to the Insane Clown Posse tours. Oh no, the Juggalo Fest. Yeah, that's what it was. I said the Zero tour is like a Juggalo Fest, and like because people come out and they dress like those dudes for a day, then they go back to their regular jobs like a plumber or something. Like it was like a well-written thing. It's very funny, and they did not think it was funny. I was like, God damn it! I was so pissed. I was seriously so pissed. I was like, this is one of the greatest things I ever wrote. And they were pissed. I was like, damn it! And I couldn't do it with no one else. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be.
It wouldn't be fitting.
But it's like Zero comes to town, and it's like the Insane Clown Posse has come to town, and like all these juggalos come around. And you've never seen them before in your town, and all of a sudden, then Zero leaves, and everybody's gone.
Yeah, you all these like Zero Juggalo Jews, like you know what I mean? Like they all got like the gloves and shit. Remember how Chris Cole used to dress when he dressed like Freddy Krueger? They all look like that. You know what I'm saying? They all look like that. I swear to God, they would just go back to like their regular thing. So I thought that was very interesting back then. They had a little cult following. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Yeah, they did, man. They were. It was weird. It was like I liked watching it from afar because it was like the Baker type kids against the Zero type kids, and I was cool with it. I'm like, sweet,
right?
Little white kids fighting, great. Like,
so you. But it was great though. I think skateboarding needed your voice. You know what I mean?
Thank you, man.
No, for sure. But looking back at it, like you wanting to contact Jamie Thomas and making sure everything was good.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck. What was he receptive to?
He was very receptive. We've talked a lot since then. He's actually we're supposed to do a podcast, but obviously things get really busy. But he's slated to come in, and I actually hit him up. I'm going to see him probably Thursday, as a matter of fact, because I'm going down to San Diego doing a pop up down there, and a bunch of people are coming out. So it'd be great to see him. I've known him for a very long time.
He helped you out in San Francisco, right?
Yes, but I knew him before San Francisco. Okay. He spoke about. I saw it on 9 Club. Mm-hmm. I was like, oh man, he mentioned me. That's great. You know what I mean? He skipped some parts, but he mentioned me. Yeah, he skipped a few parts, but it's cool. But he skipped. It's probably hard to get all that stuff into.
Totally.
You know what I mean? Like it's. But I liked his interview. He did a good job. Mm-hmm. He did a good job of answering questions that would have probably been like, you're just like, yo, and he's just like, he's a very good speaker.
He is.
Yeah, he is. I was like, here we go. And I was like, God.
No, he's come a long way. He's come a long way, bro.
Yeah, he has, man.
Because we've done the show. He's been on a couple times, but the most recent one was him and Chris Cole.
Okay, I didn't see that one yet.
Oh,
that's good.
You gotta watch it.
Oh, you know what? I think I did see that one where like Chris is like talking about quitting the team, and it was like, I saw it. I was like, it looked a little uncomfortable for a minute. You know what I mean? I was like, yo.
I loved it because Jamie would start answering, and you'd see Chris Cole like, oh, I can't wait for this answer.
Yeah. I was just like, oh shit, here we go. You know what I mean? I was like, here we go. I was like, yeah, that was a wrong question to ask, but the right for the viewers. You know what I mean? I was like, everyone wanted to know that question.
But here's the thing, though, is like you could tell Jamie Thomas, and we've talked about it. He's in such a better place than he was before. He's let go of a lot of things.
Yes.
And he's such an open book, and he's willing to talk about stuff that's, right in front of Chris Cole, who they've had friction.
Yes.
And now it's healed. But
that says a lot, man.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I think that's there's always, I think it's very important to always leave the door open.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like don't ever don't ever leave anything on a bad foot. And you know, if you know, your intuition tells you, like, you know, like, I felt bad about the Jamie thing. I don't know where it came from. Like, I didn't think I was getting a Christmas gift from him or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I was the second year in a row I haven't gotten a Christmas card.
Yeah, like, damn it, I didn't get a 0 Christmas card again. Like, it wasn't nothing like that. It was just like, man, you know, it was just kind of, it was one of those things. And I've been learning to let a lot of that shit go the last couple years. But you know what I mean? It's very important to let things go. My mother told me something really important. A lot of things and a lot of people are not worth your time. You know, and that's you know, and that's, it can eat away at you. You know, a lot of things can eat you, and a lot of, it's just not worth it. Yeah. You know, we're getting older, man. I don't want to be, I ain't got that 20-year-old energy. You know what I mean? Where I can go smoke it off and go do a fucking lip slide or something like that. No. You know what I mean? You got to process things regularly now, and, you know, and being mindful. You know, when you're younger, you're not so mindful.
For sure.
You know, I think that's pretty fair to say.
So you think you've tamed it down? Oh, I mean, you still have your podcast.
Absolutely. Yeah, because I found some old Big Brothers, and I'm like, woo, woo, wee. I'm like, look what I was doing. I'm like, yo, I mean, but I'm like, you know what? I'm not. At least I'm not in that category of. I hope they don't find this. You know what I mean? I'm like, woo. All I said was a couple naughty words. I'm like, you motherfuckers got some shit you got to deal with. You know what I mean? Like, y'all got some shit y'all got to explain to y'all's kids and shit. Like, I am okay. Yeah, I just wrote some gibberish and ebonics, and I'm okay.
The cancel culture is real, bro.
Oh, it is. I'm like, y'all ain't gonna cancel me because y'all can't even decipher what I'm saying right there.
It's all in code.
Yeah, dude, it literally looks like, I'm like, dude, what is that? I'm trying to read it. I'm like, who wrote that? I'm like, oh, I did.
Hieroglyphics in
dude.
Clyde's corner.
Chicken scratch?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, seriously. I'm like, didn't they pay me for this? Like, yeah, man. So, you know, back to, I go back into my story. So,
well, I want to talk about, because you went from, I mean, this was a young age back then. You were 12 to 13.
Yes.
But then when did you come out to California and get hooked up by Acme? Oh, man,
that was well after. I got hooked up by Acme. The Acme thing actually started with Vision. And yeah, dude, really crazy. Vision was my first, not sponsor, you know, Sal's always told me this, and this is the truest thing ever. You aren't on the team unless your name's in the ad.
Okay.
That is, you know, so, right that's, you know what I'm saying?
So your name was never in the ad?
My name was not in the ad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was not in the ad. I was getting boxes. Right. But to me, I was on the team. You know what I mean? Like, I was balling with Jordan as far as I was concerned. You know what I mean? Like, I was on the team. So I got my Vision box, and check this out, man. The first day, let's back up a little bit. The Kona Pro contest came in town, so all the pros came in, and all the New Deal guys. I was friends with John Montesi. He's the first guy to put me in a skateboard video. Yeah, I'm in his first video part. Like, yeah, dude, I'm like, rad. Yeah, dude, I'm like dancing and shit, and so like all those guys. I had met John when I was around 16. I went to Tampa, skated at Tampa Pro, and I had won the contest, and John was not having it. I didn't know who he was. You know what I mean? I was just like, because me and Kane, we were just on contest tears back then. You know, we were just like, oh, there's a contest.
You won a Tampa Pro when you were
No, this wasn't Tampa Pro. It was right near Tampa Pro. It was at the Tampa Fairgrounds, like almost on the other side of the 4. And so we all drove down for this contest. They had a high alley contest. Scott Conklin won that. Wow. And I'd become friends with John Montesi. Not long after, he introduced me to Lance Conklin, all those guys, and you know, so those guys are the guys that kind of got the ball going for me. And Montesi puts me in the video. Those guys come out for the Kona Pro. I'm sorry, this is 90.
Here's you right here.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, here we go.
This is your debut.
This is my debut. Look at that. That's me right there.
That's all you had was that?
Yeah, that's it. That was a clip. That's amazing, right? That's amazing. Look at that. That's me doing the Ed Lover right there. Hey, that's me right there.
It's like you should be on MTV Beach.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Look at that. I got the shirt around my neck. I was killing it right there.
Yeah, let's unmo it. Let's
yeah, that's right, amazing, right? I look like a Big Daddy Kane dancer. Look at that. Wow. I'm in great shape right there too, dude. It's amazing. I got the cape, super thugging it right there. But Montesi put me in that video, and so the Kona Pro came around, and so he brought all the New Deal guys came in town. And I took all these guys around skating. As a matter of fact, a lot of that footage is in that part. And I remember Don Fisher or someone came down, and Montesi at the time skated for Vision Streetwear. And this is great. I don't know if Montesi knows his story, so this is absolutely amazing. So Montesi and all those guys are staying at my house. And first and foremost, Montesi meets my mother, and I'm in the shower, and and my mom comes banging on the shower door, and she's like, what are all these white boys doing in my house? And I'm freaking out, dude. I'm like, oh shit, because I didn't tell her. I don't know if you know this. Yeah, I'm sure he knows this. Black mothers do not let people in their house.
I don't, because my mom's not white.
Yeah.
My mom is white.
Okay. Black mothers do not let you in their house. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if it's the president. That's her exact words. You don't let nobody in my house. I let these people in my house because they were pro skaters. I was like, shit, come on in. You know what I mean? Like, my mom ain't going to be on anyway. She put up 5 minutes later. And I was in the shower, and she was banging on my door. And I didn't know her and John later became friends.
Okay.
She's banging on my door. She's like, get out. She's like, all these white boys in my house. Like, I run out of the shower with a towel. I'm like, her and John just sitting there laughing at me, and everyone's laughing. I'm like, I fucking hate you guys. So
they played a joke on you.
They played a joke on me. So when John and them left, I was like, I'm gonna fucking get him back one day. So the contest went on, and Don Fisher was the team manager with Vision, and I was like, so I called Vision, and I was like, hey, this is John Montesi. Like, did his voice completely perfect, dude, and got like 6 pair of Vision streetwear. So then I finessed that to being like, yeah, you should check out my friend Clyde. Got a Vision.
Right.
Swear to God.
You got yourself on Vision.
I got myself on being John Montesi.
That is amazing.
He was getting Vision streetwear, and I just played like him, and so I was getting all these shoes, and then so when I got my first Vision box, and so he started talking to me, Don Fisher, and I was like,
as Clyde or as John?
Yeah, as Clyde. You know what I mean? Because I gave him Clyde's number. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a matter of fact, yeah.
I gave him Clyde's number.
Dude, the balls, man.
Yeah. Fuck that shit. I was getting on. So he sends me all these shoes at first, and then he starts talking to me. He's sending John shoes. I'm sorry. Then he starts talking to me, and so I get my first Vision box, and I'm like, I remember getting it, and dude, it had the Vision Gator street scene. You put all the stickers on it, and this board at the time was like no one was doing it. It was immaculate, and I was like, dog, I had a couple of them, couple pair of shoes, all these stickers, dude. I was in heaven. You know what I mean? And I remember getting the box and laying it all out on my bed and just being like, wow. You know, I was all maybe 15, 16 at this time, you know, and only been skating a couple years. Actually, no, this is probably around 90, 91, I want to say. Around 90, 91. So it's probably 5 years, I want to say. And so get all this stuff. I lay it on the bed and looking at it and look on the news, and the TV comes on, and it's a current affair. And what's the guy's name from TMZ? Was that him or was someone else? Someone used to be the host of, like, the main dude.
Like
who was
John
it?
something.
Yeah, I want to say it's a guy from TMZ. It might have been back in the day, but it was a show called The Current Affair. I'm almost positive it's the guy that owns TMZ. He was the host, and I remember like it was yesterday.
No,
it was like breaking news, and mind you, I had all these boards and shit laying out, and it was like breaking news, like professional skateboarder Gator in jail for like something, and I was looking at these boards, and I'm just like, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, which is wrong of me to think at the time. You know what I mean? It's just like stupid of me to think at the time. I'm young, you know what I mean? And it's nothing against the family. God bless the girl and her family. Like, that's terrible. But just me at the time, like, my first gut reaction is like, shit. You know, like
that deflated everything.
Yeah, you know, like I didn't really. That's all I could really think. I was just like, man,
You have these boards.
Yeah, and I'm just like, everything's just. You know, I was like, damn, I guess there goes like Vision, you know, like that's just the first thing I thought, like, well, and I just got, you know what I mean? I'm just like, up, down, happened that quick. And, you know, I remember being really bummed about it. And I took the boards out to Sunrise Surf Shop. It was a shop we rode for. Ended up getting some other stuff, but Jim Gray had always stayed in touch with me. And he was doing GNS, and GNS and Vision were the same type thing back then.
Same roof.
And he was doing, he was like, I'm starting this wheel company, Formula One, blah, blah, blah. So I believe myself, I want to say Mike Rusick. Me and Mike Rusick were the first two on Formula One wheels. This is before Omar and everyone. Because he sent us the wheels, and like they had like a little cord, and like I'm pretty sure he was working with Paul Schmidt.
Okay.
Like they were doing some crazy wheels, and like I didn't know anything about it. You know, I'm just like, well, these things suck. You know what I mean? Like, they had all kinds of like hardware, and I'm like, dude, what the? Just send me a wheel. You know what I mean? So he had then he eventually started Acme because he was waiting for Omar and Remy to get off of GNS. So that's when we all went over there and did Acme.
Gotcha.
And so that was around 91, so that's where the vision to Acme, that's where that whole thing started. And, I came out to California around 92. And it was awesome, man. Like at the time, everyone was doing the dollar trick. Do you remember the dollar trick? This is crazy. The statute of limitations up, so I can talk about this. You would take $1
vending machine
and put clear tape on the end of it, like you couldn't touch the coloring on the tape. You put clear tape on it. There's two kinds you could do. You could do it with flat tape, and then you could do it with the flat tape, and you cut 2 strips. The 2 strips would do car washes and the big ones. So, and then the other ones do snack machines and shit. Between 91 and 93, that paid for my trip to California, dude. Like we drove out to California with an entire car full of snacks. First and foremost.
Oh my God.
Like hundreds of dollars in dimes, nickels, and quarters and socks. Yeah, straight up. I drove a car out. I drove a car out the first time, and it was Impala my mom had bought me. And I drove it all the way out, and I remember getting the Impala. I think I was 16 at the time. She bought me an Impala. I remember getting it and like it was smoking, and someone was like, put oil in it. And I was like, yeah, dude. And I'm just like,
oh no. So
I go get oil, right? And I pull the dipstick out. I'm like, okay, oil's low. You know what I mean? So my dumb ass is like, why don't they make a funnel for this? You know what I mean? Like where the dipstick went in. Because I'm like, this is where the oil goes, clearly. You know what I'm saying? I tried to pour a bunch of oil into where the dipstick goes. And then drove it to California, got it all the way to California. It literally made it to California. I don't know how. Didn't put any oil in. Don't know how. It made it to California. Me and my friends, we had a bunch of pornos and snacks in the back seat. Like that was it. And so we drove to California. Somehow made it to California. We picked up James Riff on the way. Wow. Because he used to live in Jacksonville. He used to live in Jacksonville, Florida. And so we picked up James Riff at the Houston skate park. He was staying in that dirty ass shed. And I remember he got in the car, he smelled like wet socks. And so we dropped him off in San Diego, and then we started driving north, and the car broke down, and when we left Skate Zone and Powell.
Wow.
And then that's when we ended up, I don't know if we took a bus, but we went to San Jose and ended up staying with a bunch of guys, and Dave Duran came out, and Bear Hughes. Bear was always a guy I grew up with, and we were all, we stuck together when we came out. Bear started dating some girl that worked at Soup Plantation. Yeah, remember that place?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I can't believe I remember this name right now. This is 30 years ago. So he's dating some girl who works at Soup Plantation. She figured out that she could get credit cards. And so she gets these credit cards for us, right? And mind you, like, we're living off snacks, pornos, and snacks, pornos, and socks full of hundreds of dollars and coins. We had we wouldn't take it to the bank. Like, we were stupid. You know what I mean? We're just like dumb little criminals that skateboarded. Right. So we ended up, he ends up getting, I guess, a couple bank cards. And so instead of going to get food like smart people, I was like, dude, we went to Warehouse and I bought a rap tape for every letter in the alphabet. Yeah, we had access to as much money as we want to, and I bought a rap tape for every letter in the alphabet and starved for a couple months and stayed in San Jose. Met a couple of guys out there. I remember meeting Sean Mandoli as a kid. Yes. And then we went to SF, and that's when I linked up with Jamie. Okay. And so when I got up to SF, I was already on Acme, and so was Matt Reeves and all those guys. But from the NSA contest and stuff growing up, Matt Pales and Dandra Hobo and all those guys, we knew this because they were East Coast guys. So we knew. So Jamie Thomas lived at one house, and then down the street it was Matt Pales and Dandra Hobo. At Pales and Jehobo, it was like all the East Coast guys, Ricky Oyola, Matt Reason. Freddie was still a kid. I remember doing the dollar trick with Freddie.
Oh, wow.
Freddie was like 12, dude. I was like, yeah, dude, it was bad. So, yeah. So
you're going to need this, Freddie.
Yeah, really bad. Yeah. And that worked out for him. You know what I'm saying? So I ended up staying with Jamie. Jamie had Drake Jones, and Drake took a liking to me as well. And so I ended up staying with Jamie. And Jamie was a hardcore filmer guy, like he was Jamie was always all into skating, but we were just kind of like, we're doing cool shit, like ripping off vending machines and federal buildings and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he was like skating, getting a career together. We're like, no, dude, we got to go rip off the hospital. So we get out there and Jamie's serious, man. So we all go skating and we ended up getting a bunch of footage. He filmed the inward heel flip down EMB. Jamie filmed that. He filmed, I had a nose slide 360 shove it way back on Hubba. He filmed
Was this the Acme part?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he filmed most of that stuff. Like he filmed a good bit of that stuff from up north, and a guy Daryl Grogan filmed the other half of that stuff. Okay. So when I got up there, Jamie he put together. This is one of the coolest things ever. He filmed a bunch of stuff on me. He had brought a bunch of footage with me. He put a reel together for me and got me on Indy when I was like, what I mean. That was like my first like. I didn't have a truck spot. Maybe I was getting standards or something weird, but he hooked it up. Like I was on Indy. I was like, like, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't something I ever expected to ride for, but I was like, hey man, I'm getting Indy shit. You know what I mean? Indy was a big deal. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I was like hooked up, man. So I'm always very grateful for Jamie for that, and that footage and all that stuff, like all the Miley stuff and all that. Jamie filmed all that, dude. So sick. Yeah.
By the way, this trick right here on 4 Miley, listen, this one right here, no, wow.
So you front side flip?
Amazing.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! I did a front side flip.
Damn,
that inward heel flip is gnarly,
dude. I think I did like second or third try, dude. Wow. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Did Stephen Callis do that too?
Did he? I'm not. See, I didn't know.
I think you might have did it before him, but I think he might have did it as well.
See, I didn't know much too, and like we just went out there and like it was for me, man. It was a little different, I knew back then it was really, people were vibe checking people and shit like that, but I wasn't with all that shit. You know what I mean? I wasn't a dude you were gonna be riding up on and checking and shit. So not saying I was walking around starting shit with everybody, but I never had problems when I went to SF or any, like Love and DC and shit like that. It was everyone was always really cool. And I met Mike York. I actually met Mike York the day I did the nose slide 360 shove it out. Nice. Yeah, so we were all kids, and then that was when
Mike was entrenched in like obviously EMB fully. So if someone like Mike said, "Oh, that dude over there is dope," like then nobody would be. Like,
he was cool. He was real. Like at first, I remember he was trying to like and then we talked about it on my podcast at first, and then he was like, I saw, man, you was cool, and I was like, all right, yeah, I was like, because I don't usually pay attention to that kind of shit, because I come from those kind of environments. I moved away and then went back. I was safely tucked away for a little bit. Then my mom moved back. And I'm like, shit. Now I got to be that dude again. Oh no. Yeah. So it was, it was really cool, man. Like coming to SF and hooking up with all those guys, and then I went back home. My mom ended up having an accident. Someone came in and robbed her. Oh, wow. When she was working. My mom worked at Popeyes growing up, and everyone knew that. You come in town, like she'd hook you up. Montesi. I remember she would load the van up. We'd go up to NSA contest, dude, and like guys from Tampa come up, and we would just load the van with chicken, dude. I mean, seriously, we drive like 10 hours just. Tons of chicken, like socks full of quarters, like it was a life, dude. I mean, it was like a lifestyle, man. Yeah. It was really cool. Everyone was cool. Everyone looked out for each other, and it was a lot different. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it wasn't a one for all. It wasn't like it's just me thing. You know what I mean? It was like, and it wasn't like we're all gonna make it. It was. No one really cared who made it. We were just all out here trying to like help each other out and shit like that, and that was a very special time in skateboarding, man.
Definitely.
Especially for us East Coasters, there wasn't, and I was from down south, man, so I was completely, a lot of the guys from down south, they were going down, Kane and those guys, they were in Southern California. So,
right.
I was kind of moving around and stuff, and being up there, it was really cool, man. It taught me a lot, and all those guys were really cool. Drake was, me and Drake ended up being teammates on 23 years later.
Yeah.
And, so it was a short time, but a lot of stuff went on. Lance Dawes, Lance Dawes came, put me in slap, and like gave me a checkout, and I remember one day Lance,
he didn't give you an Ambergler?
No.
Or was it the checkout at that time?
Yeah.
He was pro, but he didn't have any boards or nothing.
Yeah, so like this is this is when I was.
He went right to the
this is when I was still
am.
This is before my fake pro career. You know what I mean? This is where like you're pro, psych. Like, so yeah, he that was really cool, man. You know, that was just a good time, dude. Thinking back on it, and now that I can think.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's really cool to think back on those times and those people and
special, man.
Yeah, it's really special. Man. You know what I mean? It's like there's a reason that era is really special. You know, there wasn't much except for us. You know what I mean? Like you go to contests and you remember this, you go to contests, man, and it wasn't like, you know, like no one was too cool to clap for somebody. You know what I mean? And like the street guys stayed and watched the vert guys, and the vert guys would stay and watch the street guys, and it was a thing, you know, like no one was staying at the good hotels, and you know what I'm saying? Right, we were everyone was even keel.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's the cool thing about skateboarding, bro. It's always been like everybody big each other up in that sense. And don't get me wrong, there's going to be some little turmoil between certain individuals, but for the most part, it's like everybody's bigging everybody up and, you know, praising what they're doing.
Yep. I mean? Yeah, man. And it was, and that was, man, just thinking back that time. I got a great Jamie Thomas story from that time. This is fucking hilarious.
Okay.
So we go skating with Gons, and just one day, just Gabe Morford calls, like, hey, we're going skating with Gons, and Jamie just walks in the living room like, hey guys, we're going skating with Gons in like an hour, get ready. And I'm just like, did he just say we're going to skate with Gons? Like he just said it like we were just going to get some cereal or something. Hey, man, just going to skate with Gons, and I'm like, cool. So we all go skate with Gons, and back then I could do hard flips back then, and Gons was kind of like, what? Like, what is that? You know, and clearly he learned it in 2 or 3 tries. You know what I'm saying? And we went skating the big Chinatown wall. You know that big ledge, and I clearly didn't have much clothes. I was moving around a lot, and Jamie let me borrow some Planet Earth pants. Yes, and we went and skated that wall, and I was like, Gons is here, man. I'm trying some shit. That thing was clearly out of my league. Okay. You know what I mean? And Gons is like, shit you not. Gons was getting into nose blunt slides on that wall. This is 92, 90.
That's great.
Yeah, dude, he was getting
was that again? Which
the
one
Chinatown ledge. It's like a double set ledge.
Oh, both sides?
Yes.
Oh, that's gnarly.
He was getting into nose blunt slides and fucking like we were like, yo, but then I was like, this fucking Marcus Gonzalez. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it was crazy even watching him get into that, you know, on that huge thing. And so I think I tried a 50-50. I don't even know why I tried to jump on. I'm like, this Gons is here. You know what I'm saying? And so I tried to do a 50-50 or something and just eat shit. And I ripped a hole in the knee of Jamie's Planet Earth pants. And I didn't replace them for a very long time. So we had like a weird thing, like, and I don't like it wasn't intentional, but he was really pissed at me about them pants. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what it was about them pants, but he was pissed about them Planet Earth pants. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think they were like purple or something terrible too.
There was a little uncomfortableness between you guys.
Yeah, I mean, if it was 99, he could have threw a patch on them joints from the Zero video. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It was a day that Gons kicked up the Gons too.
Damn.
Oh wow!
Yeah, man. That was the day. Like, hey, we're going skating with Gons, and next thing you know, Gons just kick flips the Gons.
Damn.
Yeah, man. There's in the background of that photo, it's me sitting on the wall, Jamie, and I think Drake. I think Sean Young was with us too. And yeah, man, literally sat.
I didn't realize you were in the background.
I sat literally probably from me to your refrigerator.
It wasn't called the Gons then, but it was after that.
Yeah, and it was, dude. It looked so crazy. Like I swear, like. I've never seen a kickflip like this in my entire life.
Like almost a vert flip.
I think this might be it. Is this it? Because someone has I posted it not long ago because I think Jake Phelps happened to catch it. Oh, here it is.
Well, this is like.
Was that Jeremy Ray?
Someone caught it.
Is it? Well, how long?
Is that Mike V?
Nollie back 180.
Was that Mike V? Is that Mike V doing a switch ollie? Dude, it is. Oh, that's Jamie.
That's Jamie. Yeah. Right? Well, how long did it take him to kickflip it? You think?
3-4 tries.
Oh, it was quick.
It was very. It did. It was. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
So they were trying to kick
at
the same time.
He So
switch ollie.
Yeah. Oh my! It was like So
this is like one of those sessions where everybody's just trying it. Gons did it first,
and after this, that's when the real good stuff started.
Oh yeah.
Wait, did he heel flip? He tried to heel flip right there.
I don't know what he was trying at first, dude. We were sitting back there. I think we were smoking weed or something. I was like, what the hell is Gonz trying? Like, we saw him ollie it, and then like, I don't know. I don't even. It didn't even look like he could do it. You know what I mean? Which sounds crazy. It didn't. I swear, it didn't even look like. It was just like, dude, what's he trying?
Was that Jeremy?
No, that's Jamie.
It's Jamie Thomas.
Look at that.
Wow.
That was
Dude.
insane, dude.
Look at.
And that's you up there.
That's me with the tan pants.
Wow.
Not Planet Earth pants.
Those didn't have holes in them.
Yeah, they have a hole in them. Yeah, that's some pants.
That's
yeah.
amazing you were there that day.
Yeah,
That's
was
iconic.
That's absolutely. Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. And then 5 minutes after that, some shit went down. And yeah, that's
What
when
are you talking about?
That's when the whole. You know, I don't want to get back into it, but that's when the whole thing happened with Ricky. And yeah, that was the same day.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was the same day. That was like literally like the same fucking day. Yeah, dude. Yeah, like he was trying to switch ollie, and then some words came out that.
That's
probably,
what I didn't.
He's probably,
that was him trying to switch ollie.
Yeah,
Oh.
and like some words came out. He's probably not very happy with now. And yeah, and he got in. Some things happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, so everyone's okay now.
Everyone's good now.
Yeah, everything's okay now. I don't want to bring that shit back up, and it's like beating a dead horse at this point. You know what I'm saying? It happened, and he's got to deal with it. Like, and I'm not like Captain Black People. I'm not gonna call out every racial incident in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, but those are memorable moments, and unfortunately, he had one of those moments. And,
absolutely.
It's not like you said that you don't beat a dead horse, but not everybody knows the story. So.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And so it kind of worked out for him in his favor. You know what I mean? Like in a very strange way. It's I mean, fuck it. I tell the story. He was Ricky was trying to switch ollie the Gonz, and it wasn't. I'm not sure what was happening. Probably his nerves and shit were getting to him. I think he was getting pretty close, but by the time the Gonz kicked up the Gonz, like everyone kind of dispersed. Like we were standing at the top of the 7, and I just met Carl Watson, and it was me, Carl, Javante. No, it was me, Carl. Can't remember who else.
Legends were out that.
Yeah, man. Everybody was there, dude. It was like one of those moments. You know what I mean? It was just like, and then Gonz kicked up. It was just like, and I just, my country ass just happens to be there. You know what I mean? I was like, this is the greatest thing that ever happened in my life. And
all
so
that skateboard energy, bro.
Yeah, dude, it was absolutely amazing, man. It was just like, I've never experienced another moment like that since then. It's like, I'm sure there has been some, but it was Gonz. He grew up on Gonz, and is it EMP, and yeah, everyone was there, dude. Carol, everyone was there.
I didn't realize that Jamie and Gonz were doing that at the same time.
Yeah. Don't leave my name out. I was skating with Gonz that day too. I just wanted to skate. I just wanted to skate that. Yeah, I was sitting there for moral support. That's what I was. So after that, after Gonz kicked up the Gonz, which was it called the Gonz back then?
No, I don't think so.
It wasn't called the Gonz yet, huh? So after he kicked flip, which would now be the Gonz, everyone's dispersing, and I remember meeting Carl, and like literally I'm walking up, and Carl's walking. He's like, someone introduced. It was Drake introduced me to Carl. That's what it was. And I'm like, hey man, my name's Clyde, and you just hear nigga really loud, and so we're like, and this is EMB, mind you. You know what I mean? Which is like, it's like it's just like the cornucopia of everything human. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like. And so I'm like, I'm used to maybe hearing something like that back home by some crazy homeless dude. I'm just like, so I didn't really think it much mind. I was, someone just yelled something bad. And
was like right around you, someone said it?
Yeah, it was Ricky. He was trying to switch ollie the Gonz, and he fell and he yelled, think really loud.
Damn.
Yeah. And, and so, and he tried it again, and he yelled it again,
wow.
and then it happened one more time, and Gabe Morford was like, he's like, because by then it was like the fucking wolves were coming.
Oh, bro,
you know what I mean? It was just like you saw it coming too. It was just like it was. I mean, it just sucks. It doesn't suck talking about it. I mean, it's part of history. You know what I mean? And it's just part of history, but you could feel the fucking energy shift. Like, you could cut it with a knife. Dude.
Sure.
It was just like, because I don't know. You know, I don't know. I can't put into context why someone would say that.
Yeah,
or
what
you know,
triggered you, bro?
I don't know. You know, I just don't know. And you know, like I'm not saying like, oh, he's super racist guy. I don't know. I just know that happened.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's all I can do is tell the actual truth of what happened. And so you saw everyone slowly coming out the 3-stair, and he was kind of walking to the 3-stair with Gabe, and the Spitfire dog was there. Yeah, which is probably not a good idea. So him and Javante start going at it somewhat, and then you just see, and he somehow got out of it, and you see all these people just fucking, it looked insane. Like they are chasing him. Like what? It was so fucking loud. And it was crazy, dude. Like, and mind you, I'm out of bounds. I'm an East Coast dude. You know what I'm saying? And I knew him. I knew all them guys. So I'm just like, these dudes are coming after me. You know what I mean? Like, and luckily they were able to discern, like, you know, like, I was his, you know, I knew him, but I didn't know that of him. And then also I didn't come to SF for him. You know what I'm saying? So that's not even my problem. You know what I mean? Like if he had a problem that he didn't create, I would absolutely be there for him. You know what I'm saying? But that's a problem you kind of created, and I can't be there for you in some shit you create, and that's not how I get down. So he went back to left his board, all that shit, took a train back to Ron Allen's, and he was on Life at the time. Or maybe it was Fun. I think it was Fun. Yeah, because Keenan and this is when Keenan and Huff just got on. They were both on Fun from the beginning. So Fun would have been banging.
No
dude,
doubt.
Fun would have been. But and Fun. Ricky was like, you know, he was kind of like the star. You know, he was ahead of the thing. He was a big guy back then. You know, he was the next big dude to come out. And he went back to Ron's, and Ron's like, you're out of here, dude. You know, like by the time he even made it back to Ron's, he was, you know, he got the call, and so he went back, and so that happened, and then he went back to the East Coast, and why I said it worked out better for him, and I've said this a million times, it's like he was able to carve his own niche. You know what I mean? Because he couldn't have a career out west like that. You know what I mean? He was kind of, you know.
He tarnished his shit.
Yeah, you know what I mean? People weren't really trying to hear that. Like, you know, it just came out and shit like that. No one was trying to hear that shit at the time.
It'd be one thing if you did it once.
Yeah, and like that kind of shit wasn't, you know, like the last time that happened, fucking Peanut Brown almost choked Jason Jesse off a fucking vert rant. You know what I'm saying? Like people are not cool with that kind of shit. Sure. You know what I mean? And you can't expect people to be okay with things that are not okay. You know what I mean? That's kind of entitled behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
and,
like you get a pass or something.
Yeah, you know, like I don't care how many fucking black people you know. Like that's like you must know some dumbass black people. You know what I'm saying? Like so that in a way he went back and he kind of I think it worked out for him because he was able to carve his own niche. He got a bunch of the East Coast guys, the Dan Wolfs, and you know, they started this East Coast thing, and there was nothing like it. And Ricky was still, you know, like no one back east knew or cared like that. You know what I'm saying? Like they weren't like, they're not fucking fighting racism in Philly in 1992. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't a thing. There wasn't Stevies and shit like that were out there like that could have a voice to speak and be like, yo, this is fucked up, and no one back home was really speaking about it. You know, like he was still good to go. You know, so which kind of says a lot too.
They got swept under the rug. So
yeah. You know, and he just, you know, he kind of went on and did his thing, and you know, he's a good skateboarder, and that's one thing that kind of tarnished his thing for a bit. But I think a lot of people just kind of forgot about it because it got overshadowed by him. He was an East Coast guy. You know, he started that whole thing. You know, if you think about it, if he hadn't started this big East Coast thing, we wouldn't have a Freddie Gall, and you know, you wouldn't have exposure. Yeah, you wouldn't have Eastern Exposure. You wouldn't have like the Josh Kalis skating at Love Park and doing, you know what I mean, like that. Unfortunately, that's the guy that spearheaded it. You know what I'm saying? Like he's the dude. You know what I mean? Like that's just I don't know. I'm not part of that. You know what I mean? So if everyone's okay with that, that's they're okay with. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have those kind of problems with my guys growing up. You know, I didn't have that with Lance Conklins and John Montesis, and those are guys I looked up to, you know, and those are, you know, a lot of guys looked up to Ricky. He was one of the first people to make out there. So, you know, I think it just kind of says a lot for the people that were okay with it. You know what I mean?
At
like,
that time.
You know, at that time too, you know, and I think more people were more focused on the skateboarding aspect. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we'll get to that later. And it's like, okay, you know, so it kind of worked out for him in a way, but, you know, I think everyone else just kind of carried on, and, you know, it was like, there were so many good things going on at the time too. You know, it was like, why feed into that? You know what I mean? Like, it was like, there was so much good things and good skating, and, you know, a lot of East Coast guys were starting to get a lot of love out West and shit. And it was like, why even start some East West bullshit, or like, you know, like, or even like digging. That's not something that wouldn't even had a place in skating back then. You know what I mean? Like, not that racism or saying racist things, I'm sorry, don't have a place in skateboarding, but we didn't have those problems back then. You know what I mean? Everyone was hanging out with the girl team. Girl team was around, you know what I'm saying? World and all that shit. It was a cornucopia of skateboarders. There wasn't that shit going on. Actually, there was with Steve Barra. So that was, you know, like that. There was just instances like that to where
people had their moments, man.
Exactly, you know, and it's like, and it doesn't make them a bad person. You know what I mean? People just have their moments, and it's a long time ago. You know, a lot of people have grown past then, and a lot of people have learned to grow past that. You know, but you can't just scrub history and be like, don't talk about that. That's the part that's not cool. And I'm not telling the story to put him down or put him in a hole or anything like that. You know, I wish the best for any man. You know, and I'm in a better place, and I hope he's in a better place at the end of the day. You know, but that's just a story that happened in skateboard, and I happened to be there. You know, I was front row seat. Right. You know what I mean? To all that shit. Like, that's wild shit to see as a kid. A fucking pack of skateboarders chasing some dude. You ever seen that shit?
Chasing another skateboarder.
Dog, that shit looked wild, dude. That shit looked wild, dude. That shit looked like something out of Warriors. You know what I mean? Like, just a mob of dudes. And like, then when he got like on the outside of EMB, they all turned around and were like, yo, they had his board. Dude, that shit looked crazy. Wow. You know what I mean? Like, I thought I'd seen some crazy shit down south. I was like, yo, these dudes are fucking crazy up here. Damn. You know what I mean? And it was, I mean, what I thought was very special about that is to see everyone get together for one common cause. You know what I mean? It was like, they were like, fuck that shit. Right, you know what I mean? Right. And that was something special to see as me as a kid, because I didn't see a lot of that growing up. You know, it's very divided where I was as far as skateboarding and even people. And like the park I grew up in, the one with all the bricks and stuff, that's famously known for a bunch of white segregation, a bunch of white segregationists, whatever it's called. They came and beat a bunch of black people with bats there. That was like a hub for like a lot of black people in Jacksonville to go down and take the buses, and you know, that was their hub. Like, they didn't. That's where they all go meet, congregate, switch buses, and you know, that was their spot. And they knew. So a bunch of Klansmen and a bunch of, you know, white supremacists all came down there and beat them with bats, and that's what that park was named for. That's why it was always special to me to get footage in that park. It was like, fuck you guys, you know what I mean? Because there was a lot of stuff, and my grandmother as a kid, she wouldn't want me to go downtown and skate there because, you know, a lot of that stuff still rings true, you know. So it was, and she was looking out for me, you know, like she didn't know the world like I knew or I thought I knew the world. You know what I mean? So,
is that the park where there's handrails that you skated?
Yes.
Those tall, like super mellow ones.
Yeah, that's where I grew up skating. You know, I used to take the bus down there as a place. I got caught skipping school there. I went down and shot a photo. It was a photo of me. There was 2 pictures in the magazine. One of them I post all the time. It's like me wearing a whole Canadian tuxedo. I got like a whole jean kit on, like that's like a black Bruce Springsteen. A whole kit on, and like they put it on the cover of the paper. And me and my mom and brother were at SeaWorld for the weekend and came home. The paper's out front. I'm like, and like I open it. It's like the Metro section, which is like the second part, and it's me. I'm like, sweet, and I'm like, and it says the date. My mom's like, oh, you skipped school. I'm like, oh man, shit. But like, I didn't even think. But that was like my spot, man. Like, I would switch because I lived across town. I told you I moved back, and all of my friends lived on the other side of town. Like, I didn't have any black friends that skated back then. So I'd take a bus across town, and that was my meeting point. And most buses had 30, 40-minute wait. And I would just, you know, like, I remember learning board slides on that rail, like, by myself. You know what I'm saying?
Waiting for the bus.
Waiting for the bus, dude. Like by myself, and like I'd board slid another rail like across town. Then we got downtown. I was so psyched, and like I was so scared at first, and then I was just like, dude. And so I just had the confidence to do anything there. You know, like that was like my playground. And when you're down there by yourself, no one's gonna mess with you. Totally. And also, like I was a pretty crazy looking kid. You know, you always like leave that little crazy looking black kid. Like that dude looks like he's been through some stuff. So yeah, it was really cool, man. That was you know, it was different growing up in Jacksonville, but it was cool. You know, skated vert a lot and skated a lot of transition. And, you know, then I met up with Kane and all these guys, and we used to jump off anything. You know, like we were just like, oh, a 12-foot drop. Like Kane's like, I'm a Japan off of it. I'm a backside grab. Like, dude, we were just, you know, we would go to contests a lot. And, you know, Kane helped me out a lot as a kid, you know, and, you know, that was just, it was great growing up skating there. It just never, I was determined to make it, but I didn't know I'd make it. You know what I mean? Like I never seen like any of all this stuff, you know, like I was just like,
it's kind of this like fantasy world.
It's complete fantasy. I'd never even, you know, when I got to California, it was just like, it didn't even make sense to me. You know what I mean? Like I remember calling my mom being like, they got fish in a taco. You know? like honestly, dude, I did not know what a burrito was until I came to California.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. They took me to like a roach coach. I was like 16, 17. I was like, dude, what is this? You know what I mean? I was like, how do you eat it? Like, I didn't know what it was. Right. You know what I mean? Like, and like, I was like, oh, you get chips with it too? Like, I was tripping, dude. Like, I knew nothing. Like, I knew I was fish out of water, man. You know, but I remember getting out here and like, you know, we skated so much and we'd push ourselves so much. And then when we got out here, we were just like, dude, everything's so good to skate. Like, we just would not quit skating. Right. You know what I mean? Right. We were just like, it was everything you want to see in the videos, and we were hyped, dude. We were skating day and night. We didn't have money, we didn't have nothing. We didn't care. You know what I mean? We just wanted to skate. That's it.
What happened to the socks full of money?
The socks full of money was growing very quickly. Okay. Yeah. That's when we also learned that a couple $100 in California is not like a couple $100 in Florida. You know what I'm saying? Like it is a whole. That 100 here is like. It is not 100 there. You know what I'm saying? So we were eating a lot of, that's kind of when I started cooking. Okay. We get a lot of potatoes, and I'd just make all these different potatoes. I thought I was a little chef. You know, I'd be like 18, 19. I'd be like, I'm getting some paprika today. You know what I mean? I get some paprika, and like, I'm cutting them into French fries today. You know what I mean? I thought I was like the man and shit. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna dice these potatoes.
Yeah. Like I remember once, like I got like some oregano, and I was like, man, I got some oregano. Like I mispronounced it, and like everyone's looking at me like, what the fuck? So, you know, that was kind of like, you know, I guess I was a little chef of the house. Like I'd be like potato guy. Right. You know what I mean? So that was around 93, man. We started filming for the Acme video, and
so we had talked about Acme.
Yes.
Fake pro.
Yes. Fake pro. Well,
turning, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There were no boards. There's no product with your name on it, but you
absolutely. There was some ads with my name on it.
Okay. But an AM can get those too.
Yeah, right. 1,000. But my shit said pro. You know what I mean? Let's get that right. My shit said pro. So, it said pro team rider, Clyde Singleton. But my check said 0.
Your check said AM. The dad said pro.
That'd be amazing if you got a check literally with no money.
Yeah, my check said nothing. You know what I mean?
So here's my question though: is Natas calls you to get on 101?
Yes, that was kind of not a process, but riding for Acme, it worked out for me because the first pro contest I skated in was Love Park.
So you're already skating in pro contests. You're already doing your thing.
Yes, actually, no, I did not skate. I'm sorry, I did not skate in. I did not skate at Love Park Pro because it was too cold. I was a little bitch. Okay, it was cold as fuck. It was cold as fuck. I was like. I was from Florida. I was like, dog, I ain't wearing no gloves and shit. Like, what is this? You know what I mean? Like Jamal Williams backflipping off the slide. I'm like, who is this dude? You know, like, who is this Arctic black guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, I had no idea what was going on. Like, I'd never seen. I'm like, what is this dude doing in the snow?
How did he adapt?
Yeah, I was like, how did he do this? And so we went to Love Park. It was myself. This was. Actually, believe it or not, at the time, I was living with Cairo Foster in Jacksonville. Wow. We shared an apartment together. And Paul Urick, was it just Paul Urick? Paul Urick came down and picked me up. And it was when Hard to Earn came out. I remember this because I was listening to the CD, and then he pulled up, and I was like, fuck this, I'm taking the CD with us. And so we took the CD, and we listened to it the whole way up to Philadelphia.
On repeat, huh?
And I remember, dude, I got out of the car on the way, and I was like, I'd never seen snow, dude. And I got out of the car, and like I was like, stop the car. And he was like, for what? He thought I had to piss or something. And I got out, and I was like, yo. Like, it was probably like that lady touching my hair in Prague. Okay. You know what I'm saying? It was just like that. Like, I was just like, oh my God, the beauty of the earth. Like, I was so hyped, man. And
but you didn't have to ask for consent.
Yeah, like literally, I was like, stop the car. Like, and Paul lived in North Carolina, so he was just like, what's wrong with this dude? So we get up there, and I was like, and before the night before the contest, so we stayed at this is back when before we went to California. So Ricky Oyola, Matt Reason, and I believe Serge Trudnowski or whatever. I think that's his name. They all lived in this apartment, and we all stayed there the night before the contest. And I met Stevie Williams that night. Dude, he was a little tiny kid, dude. And they came over me. We were upstairs like smoking weed, like a 12, 13-year-old kid, and like we're all sitting in the basement, and we were in the attic, I'm sorry, and like Stevie was like, yo man, what's California like? And like, dude, he was like a little kid. I remember this like it was yesterday, and I was like, man, I want to go one day. And I was like, man, just keep skating, you know. Never in my life, you know, never thought, you know, not that he wasn't talented, but you know, that's awesome what came of him. Mm-hmm. And so we went to the contest the next day, and I was like, way too cold, you know. And luckily at the weekend after that was Newburgh, that's it. Newburgh, New York. It was right outside of New York City. It's a place called Newburgh. It was an indoor contest. It was in 4-on-1. It was a great contest, man. And that's what I was talking about back then. Like, I remember Willie Santos was there. Willie Santos walked in, like, everybody was like, guess this is over with. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
Willie had that.
Willie was Eric Costa before Eric Costa.
Sure.
Straight the fuck up. Willie was that dude. Like, Willie was that dude, man. And so Willie showed up, everyone was like, I guess we're getting 4th through 7th. You know what I'm saying? So he was killing it, man. And I remember Karma was there, a bunch of people were there, and that was my first pro contest. Okay. And after that, I'd never I think I'd taken the bus to California, ridden out with friends. I'd never been on a plane at that point, and I remember getting a call from Remy Stratton. He was team manager. Actually, it was Mark Oblo. I'm sorry. He was team manager of... No. Mark. I'm sorry. Let me back this up. Mm-hmm. It was Remy Stratton. He was team manager of Acme. And he's like, hey, dude, we're going to Munster Pro. And I was like... Mind you, I'd seen Munster and shit in contests growing. You know, I'm like... I'm like with Ed Templeton and shit. You know what I mean? I'm like...
It's a big contest.
I'm like... I mean, Newburgh contest was a dope pro contest, you know what I mean? But Munster was not Newburgh. You know what I'm saying? Like Munster had like the dudes who were just going pro and shit like that. Munster was like, you want me to skate against Templeton and all them dudes? Like, but they flew us out, man. And luckily on that trip, Mark Oblo introduced me to Kareem, and Kareem remembered me. And so I went back to Florida, and I was just kind of hanging out for a while, and one day I'm sitting in my room, and my cousin comes in, my cousin Amanda. She's like, some man named Rodney on the phone. And I'm like, wow. Answer the phone, it's Rodney Mullen.
Wow.
He's like, swear to God, dude. And I'm like, he's like, hey, man, it's Rodney Mullen. Kareem told me a lot about you. You know, we want to get you out here, and we want to have you out here, you know. We don't know. They didn't know what they were going to do with me. They was just like, we want you to come out here. You know, he wants you to come out here and skate. And
Menace was going on at this time too.
This was
right.
This was 90. This is probably the tail end of 94.
Okay.
Yeah, around the tail end of 94, early 95, because 20 Shot hadn't come out yet.
Right.
So,
because there was talks about you getting on Menace.
That was after.
Right.
That was after.
Okay.
Yeah, that was after 101 went down. So when I'd come out, I was staying in Orange County. Like, I remember coming out, and it was that contest at Venice, and I promise to God, I'm almost positive it was right across the street from this place right here.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Am I right?
That part, parking
Dude,
lot.
I can't believe I remember that.
There's a cop car.
That is insane. It was that car.
We have a photo.
Clyde Sanchez.
We have a photo of Henry doing a switchback tail on the cop car with this place in the background.
That is absolutely amazing. Dude, I fell on my head, but I remember a lot of shit. Like, that is absolutely amazing. Because I was walking up and I was like, dude, I think I've been here before. Because when I flew out, I got off the plane, and obviously they didn't have cell phones. If they did, I was not getting paid, and I didn't have a sock full of quarters, so I didn't have a phone. So I get out here, and they said to meet him at the contest. So I'm like, I get out the plane, get on a bus, go to Venice. I jump off somewhere up there on Venice Boulevard, jump off my bag and just start walking around these neighborhoods. Back then, these neighborhoods were not that nice.
Right.
So I'm just walking around with a bag. You know what I mean? Like, oh, there's a contest. Find the contest. Meet Kareem and those guys. And I didn't leave with them from there. I left with Miguel, who is Angel from TSA and Super and all that.
Oh, wow.
So I'd known all those guys from the Acme days because Miguel's good friends with Mike Judd and all those guys that wrote for Channel 1. So I was always kind of an Orange County dude. I knew all those guys from way back. So Angel's like, man, jump in the van with us, come down there. And I don't even know if he thought I still wrote for Acme at this point. You know, I'm down there hanging out, and then next thing I know, Kareem calls. Somehow he got in touch with Angel. I don't know how. Dude, he always finds me. I don't know how, man, but he gets in touch with Angel, and he's like, come up to LA, and I met them right on Vermont. I can't believe I said that right. I met them right on Vermont at the extra large store, right across from the Vermont school. Yep. You remember where Billy does the line and he does it? Yeah. See, is that no?
The extra
you find the corner spot with the ledge and then the bump over trash can.
Yes. There
was a hospital right there too.
Is that Vermont?
That's right there.
Is that Vermont school? The name of that school is Vermont, right?
No, it's not a school though. It's just on the side of the road. Is that what we're talking about? Or are you talking about
all these places are close to Las Vegas and Lockwood?
Where Keenan does the line, and he does a line, and he's skating a fucking RZA, and he does the tricks over the two benches, and he does a fakey three.
Las Feliz.
No, Las Feliz is
Lockwood.
Actually, you might be right. Lockwood is the one where I'd heel flip the table. You might be right. I think it is Las Feliz. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I'm sorry. So Las Feliz.
Frontside heeled. It's not.
Yeah. That was
let's not gloss over that.
Hey, look, dude, I did both. Okay.
Let's not gloss over that. Exactly. Front heel over table.
Yeah. And I was staying at Natas' house then too. All right. They dropped me off there, and I just remember I just had a bag, man, and I didn't know any of those guys, and
but they had flown you there though.
No, they flew me into LA. And I got out the plane, took a bus to somewhere up the road in Venice, and I walked around this neighborhood, found the contest, met up with Kareem, and he's like, all right, and I don't know if he thought I had somewhere to stay or something. He's like, all right, I'll call you. And I'm like, where? How? Yeah, so I ended up going with Angel and all these guys, and this is when TSA had the warehouse, or Miguel, I'm sorry.
And then he got a hold of me.
And then he got a hold of me when I was in Orange County, and those guys drove me up, and I remember everyone was all psyched. We were like sitting in the TSA van. They're like, fuck yeah, man, you're about to go hook up with Kareem. And I was like, I was so happy, dude. You know, I love Kareem since I was a kid. You know what I mean? And
did you leave Acme already at that point?
I think it was kind of a mutual thing. Okay. You know, like, I don't even know if they were still around, but I was more concerned I wasn't getting paid, so it didn't matter if I was there. You know what I mean? Like, I think that reality hit me. It's like, well, I'm getting boards and shit from World. You know what I mean? So if I'm getting those boards and selling them, there's no sense in doubling up. You know, I could sell the World boards. I can't, you know what I mean? Yeah. The fucking Acme boards, like, it's not they suck, but what would you rather get? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be serious here.
At the time, the World boards were...
The World boards were gold. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Acme boards are good, but them shits were bronze. You know what I'm saying? You want the gold. So, I was getting boards and shit from them, and then he calls, and I meet him up, and we went over to Las Feliz, and I think I filmed the back lip that day on the bump to table and a few more things, and then Kareem's like just took me with him, dude. You know, and I stayed with Kareem for, God, man, it seems like forever. You know, his mom took me in, like his little brother. She would call my mom, and like his girlfriend who became his wife, or his ex-girlfriend. I'm sorry, little Kareem's. Was it little Kareem's mom? No. It was his second child's mother. He would have her braid my hair and shit. Like, dude, like honestly, dude, like he took care of me like a little brother. Like straight up, like he would go buy some shoes, he'd buy me a pair of shoes. You know what I mean? Like he'd go buy some pants, he'd buy me a pair of pants. Like I was like literally his little brother. Like he'd go to concerts, I go to concerts. You know, like he'd be going to hang out with Redman. It's me, him, and Redman. You know what I'm saying? Like
Reem was like that, bro.
Reem was like that, dude. Like he was just, and he knew everybody back then. So like I'm just like thrown into this world of like awesome skaters and all this cool shit that like all the cool shit that I've ever liked. You know what I mean? Like all of it, like the music and the skaters and the spots. It was just like everything was clicking. And so he was really good friends with Deerdick. And so they would, it was like they were like my surrogate parents. Like they would always like send me back and forth. You know what I mean? If I wasn't, seriously, like if I wasn't at Deerdick's, like Deerdick would be like, okay, you got to go back to Kareem. So I'd be at Kareem's, and when I was down at Deerdick's, it'd be like him and Kelly Bird, you know, like all those guys, they would take care of me and shit. And, you know, they'd make sure I'd go out and get footage and film. And, you know, like all those guys, like I wouldn't be here without those dudes. What's 100%? You know, I could say that 1,000% without Kareem, without Deerdick, without Kelly Bird, and you know Alyasha and all those guys that helped me at that time. Like I didn't have a lot going on. You know what I mean? So those guys will always have a place in my heart. You know what I mean? They took care of me. Like they didn't have to. You know what I mean? Like they could have been like, thanks for the tricks and get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they looked out for me like no other, man. And so finally, we were down hanging out. It was like me, Bo Turner, Scott Conklin, Dwayne Petrie, a little bit Deerdick at the time, John Drake. It was all of us hanging out, and this is
Florida bros.
Yeah, man, it was all of us.
It's the Alien Workshop guys.
It was an Alien House, yeah, man. And so it was dope, dude. And Jamie Thomas lived right up the road. He lived like literally 2 buildings up. And I think I'd ripped his Planet Earth pants at this point, so we weren't very cool. You know what I'm saying?
You weren't on speaking terms, right?
Yeah, we weren't on speaking terms. Like he was still mad about the pants. So one day we're sitting there, we're playing Sega Genesis hockey, dude. Remember that shit?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude, we're playing Sega and like we were just drinking room temperature 40s or some shit. And so Deerdick walks in with the phone and he's like, you know, I've told this story a million times, but I would never get old. He walks in with the phone, he's like, hey man, he's like, and you'd have to wait your turn to play the game, you know, he's like, hey, Natas is on the phone, and I'm like, this bastard's trying to take my turn. Like, I think I was like next. He's like, seriously, man, Natas is on the phone. I'm like, Natas Kappas. He's like, yeah. Get on the phone. I was like, dude, who is this? He's like, hey, man, it's Natas. I saw your footage, and I'm like, this ain't fucking Natas Kappas. You know what I mean? Like, completely shitting on Natas. Like, didn't even know him, and it was him on the phone. He's like, I was like, all right, dude, if this is Natas Kappas, meet me tomorrow morning at Pacific Drive.
You're calling him out to go meet, okay.
Yeah, straight up. Because I thought it was somebody fucking with me. And so the next morning, Deerdick wakes me up at 8:30, and we head up there, and we park at the Burger King, like kind of across the street from Pacific Drive, and I guess Deerdick kind of had it set up. He's like, I'm going to go inside and get something to eat. Go ahead over there. And I walk around that wall across the street from Pacific Drive. I walk around the corner, and it's fucking Natas and Gino. And
damn.
Dude, I seriously almost fucking fainted. Like, I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? Like, I'd never seen Natas in my entire life. You know what I'm saying? Like, much less I just cussed him out on the phone the night before. You know what I'm saying? So I was just, and like Gino was Gino, you know, I was just like, holy shit, these dudes really drove down from LA to like.
Was Dill with them?
No, Dill was not with him. I think I've said Dill was in the story before, but Dill was not with him. It was Grant Britton that was with him, and I think we met Dave Swift, and we all went to that Sarah school. And, and I fakey flipped the chain.
Yep.
You know, it was right when I was like, shit, it's showtime.
That thing you
I was like,
so broke on too.
I was like, shit, it was showtime. Like Natas was there. I was like, shit, I didn't even care. I wouldn't care if I broke my neck trying that trick. Like I'd never tried that trick. I'd never even skated that thing.
I love that.
Yeah, man. And I don't even think I ollied it. I was like, let's get right down to business. You know what I mean? I was like, it's showtime, man.
Yeah,
so
put that up, bro. That's
yeah, man. So
trick.
I did the fakey flip over the chain, and then and I think Deerdick was like filming a couple of tricks. I forgot a couple more people. So Deerdick did something. I want to say maybe Deerdick did the front side. That one right there. That's a fakey flip. And then there's
yeah, that spot was dope, man. I mean, it's still there, but yeah.
And then, see, this is crazy right here. All right, so I had no idea I was going to keep going right here.
Yeah, you just...
Yeah, I literally had no idea. And I never tried this, and it worked.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it worked. Absolutely. I was cool with that. So I did the fakey flip and that fakey hard flip.
Okay, yeah.
After I did the fakey hard flip, Natas walks up, and he's like, I have a check for you tomorrow.
Really?
Swear to God. Yes. Swear to God, dude. So I went back to Deerdick's, and I'm not gonna lie, I fucking cried. I was so fucking happy, dude. I had worked my ass off, and like I'd come from Florida, you know what I mean? And like I never saw a payoff, but I didn't expect that payoff. And like dude, it's fucking Natas Coppis, dude.
Were you pro right away on 101?
No, dude, I wasn't pro right away. So, and it wasn't kind of by design, you know, it was kind of like people had to know I was on the team and like, because a lot of people didn't know who I was. You know what I mean? Like I was in 4-on-1 and shit, but it wasn't like, I wasn't like breaking out the scene like Mark Succi or some shit like, yo, like
Acme wasn't pushing you that hard.
You know what I mean? They weren't like, look at this guy. You know what I mean? It was like everything was there, but they just needed to curate it. You know what I mean? And so, and I was cool. I was patient with it, you know?
That at the time, I mean, the World Camp, the 101s, like they had it down.
They had it down, you know? So, you know, it was like, it was one of those things. It was like, you know, you let those guys write the plays. You just run them.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it was easier for me. And I mean, he's going to fucking argue with Natas Coppis. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, hey, you want me to be Am again? Absolutely.
Look at this.
Yeah, man. That was my first ad right there. Super stoked on that, man.
So how are they pushing you, though? Because if this is your first ad, it says model out now. Or are they just hyping that up?
They're just hyping it up.
Okay.
Because if you see, I'm riding a Gino board.
Right.
Yeah.
What were you doing right there?
Yeah.
Fakey back lip or fakey back tail? Or
I was doing a fakey back lip.
Okay.
And I don't even know if I made that, but it looks great anyway.
Looks awesome.
Yeah. That's cool. It's great. No one cares, all right?
It's weird because it doesn't even look. It doesn't. To me, it doesn't even look like a 101 ad.
And it was cool, man. It was I don't know. I was kind of like, I like being like Natas' little guinea pig. Okay. You know what I mean? Like he was doing a lot of cool shit, and you know, and for 20 shot, most of the footage was already there. You know, like I don't think I went out. Like, and maybe the hard flip at Huntington. I think a couple small things like that. But once I got on, you know, the ball was already rolling, already had footage, and you know they were going to put that together the way they wanted to, anyways. And
did you know you're filming for that at that point?
I'd already had a bunch of footage, and this is a good thing. I was also staying with Socrates a lot.
Oh, okay.
You know, so when he went on filming missions, I was like stuck with him. You know, like,
not a bad person to be stuck with. He was like, a filmer for all the companies.
I was always able to film, you know what I mean? And then also my buddy Bear Hughes filmed. So, you know, I wasn't always into filming, but people always wanted to film me. So it worked out for me. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, you want to film this trick? Like, I'd never called filmers, or, you know, those guys knew the spots, they knew all the things, and I would just go and, you know, try to make something happen. If something didn't happen, oh well.
Right.
And a lot of stuff, you know, for back then, you know, a lot of stuff didn't really fit in that style of skating that I was really doing, because I grew up with guys like Julian and Sheffey and all those guys, and I wanted to kind of have that aesthetic to my skating, and World was like, yeah, I mean, you go stick right here. You know what I mean? So it was good, man. They did a good job of molding my professional career. You know, they did a lot better job than Acme.
They also had the power, though. They had the industry.
They had it down. You know, like they really had it down. Like, and it was easy because most people would do the talking for them. You know what I mean? If your biggest hater is your biggest fans. So, you know what I'm saying? So like if people are hating on World and all this shit, they're trying to mock their ads and shit, people know who you're talking about. So that's like, that just made their job easier.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like the mean girls in the cafeteria. You know what I mean? They don't like the new girl. And that's kind of how they were treating. The new girl becomes popular. And that's literally what happened with Rocco, you know, and he also was what I think is very cool, and you know, thinking back, I'm very thankful for, is he opened the door for a lot of us where a lot of people wouldn't. You know what I mean? A lot of pros from that time, and I'm sure you know this too, a lot of guys you grew up on, they walked away from skating. They were like, fuck this shit, we ain't a star no more. Sure. You know what I'm saying? Like it was more important for them to be a star than to keep skateboarding going. You know, and so love or hate Rocco, he kept skateboarding alive, you know, for a lot. And during that time period, there wasn't a lot of big contests. There wasn't a lot of big money. So he was putting out the best videos, you know, and even from New World Order to all that shit. And he was giving everyone those chances that everyone else wasn't. You know what I mean? Like, you couldn't fit a lot of those guys into a lot of the other companies because they didn't fit. And so it was kind of like a wayward home for pro skaters. You know what I'm saying? Like it was, dude.
But it's
was,
like the best pro skaters in the world.
Exactly. Right? But you got to think like who was telling me? I think it was Steve Stedham. You know, like he was like, or he thought he had Daywan on the team, but like just think of like a lot of guys like Daywan was like on Z-Roller and stuff like that. Like those guys don't know what to do with the guys like that. You know what I mean? They start getting really good. They're just like, well, hold on, dude. What about George Watanabe? You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of, you know, that was kind of the struggle back in the day is to the old guard letting go. You know, that was a huge part of the struggle is for a lot of us pros. You know what I mean? It was like it was that factor of even if the old pro wasn't on the team, they still wanted to be all up in everything. You know what I'm saying? Like they want to get their little witty words in the ads and shit. It's like, bitch, just shut up and put my skate in there. You know what I mean? Like I don't care that you don't like Rocco and shit, but at Rocco, we didn't have to worry about that.
And there was a perceived shorter lifespan as being a pro.
Absolutely. You know, because those guys didn't see nothing in us.
You only had
a
limited amount of time.
Yep. Because that's the way
you thought.
Yeah, because that's the way they were doing. That's how business runs. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like they looked at us as a business. Like so like anything else, it's like Taco Bell's got to change out the burrito every 2 years. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they looked at us. Like you're expendable. You know, we'll find like skateboarding's going to keep turning. We're going to be here, and it's like, good luck. Like look at us now. You know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much what happened, man. And a lot of the guys like Natas, thank God they did stick around, you know, and Natas did open the doors for us, you know, like I'm super thankful for that because there was a lot of guys his stature that weren't that cool with that, you know, and the guys like Tommy Guerrero and Jim Thiebaud, you know, it's great that those guys open the doors, you know, those guys are legends, man. Yeah, man. And for those guys to look back and be like, yo, we're going to usher in the new thing of talent, that means a lot, you know, to us as kids, you know, because we weren't seeing that, man. You know, those guys want to keep their names around and keep the boards around. It's like, that's fine and dandy if you want to fucking skate. You know what I mean? Like I'm not doing all your work. You know what I'm saying? Like this ain't 1846.
For sure.
So yeah, man, it was you know, being back on 101 at that time, man, it was different. You know, I remember first meeting Gino and he came up, he had this like really nice red car, you know, it's a Fiero or something ridiculous. Shit look like Knight Rider to me though. You know what I'm saying? I was like,
it's probably just a Honda Civic.
Yeah, I know, right? I was like, it had 2 doors. I was like, that shit's a sports car. So it was like a really nice car, and I just remember being like, man, I'm about to get me a nice car like this. Like, yeah, right. You know what I mean? It wasn't because we weren't getting paid right. I just had poor money management skills and stuff like that, you know. So I mean, but it was really cool, you know. It didn't matter back then, and we weren't thinking about making a ton of money. We were getting taken care of, and I was in a much better situation than I was in, and you know, I was around the best guys, doing the best tours and the best skating, and we couldn't ask for much more. You know, those guys took me in, and that was awesome, man. When I first got on 101, and we were out filming for 20 Shot and stuff, I was actually staying with Fabian Alomar.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
At his house?
At his house in Rampart, dude. A lot of people don't know. I saw Fabian on the show. Yeah. And I was like, it was good to see him again, man. But
he's doing great.
A lot of people don't know that, man. Like, so I remember staying in this place, and it was in Rampart, but I didn't know what Rampart was. So I would just go walking around. You know what I mean? Like
he didn't say like, no, just chill.
At one point I was like, I want to go buy some weed, and so he's like, cool. He's like, just go to this place, something, and so I walk around the corner and I give my money to some dude. He whistles. It was like a whole thing, like in Training Day. Little did I know, years later, that's the same neighborhood where Training Day was. You know what I mean?
Echo
and so
Park
I used to walk around that area like doo, like had no idea it was one of the most dangerous places in the world.
Crazy.
You know what I mean? But I was good though.
Weed, you could get DMV.
Dude, I was just chilling, you know, and Fabian was good over there. Right. So I was you know, I was good doing anything, but I was staying a lot with Fabian, Socrates, I was staying with him a lot, obviously Kareem, and then you know, Deerdick. That was like that was my thing. You know, I was in good hands.
Here's the thing too, back then, listen, obviously the progression in skateboarding is going crazy back then, from 91 to 98 or what, you know, I mean, it's just flying. It's going crazy. But companies weren't lasting too long at the time. Everything seemed like it was that must have been 10 years, but it was a year or 2 years.
Absolute, dude. It's
so like 20 Shot comes out, then Trilogy comes out.
Yes.
That's just a year apart from each other.
And it seemed like it was like 2 years, right?
For sure.
You know.
But 101, how long did that last? It wasn't even but a couple years, though.
Well, no, 101 was around 91, 92. Because Markovich wrote for them.
No, from the time that you got on. Though.
Oh, from the time I got on, I was 94, 5 to 97.
Okay.
Yeah, around. Yeah, I think it was 97. We started 23. Yeah.
So 2 years.
2 years. Yeah.
That was it.
That was a good 2 years.
Did 101 end and then you went to 23 or?
No, what happened with, I didn't know it was going down. Like, I guess Gino quit. And they were kind of figuring out some things they wanted to do anyways. I guess not.
Gino went to chocolate.
I didn't know this. I just went up there to get boards when they were like, Gino's not on the team. I'm like, oh, cool. I'm getting a box. You know what I mean? And so I didn't know anything. And so Rodney's like, yeah, I talked to you. And during this time, there was like, we'd all known he'd quit, but I don't think they really announced. It wasn't like a big thing yet. And so I was at World one day, and I'm in the back, and obviously taking a bunch of things that I had no business taking. I was, we used to go in there and take multiple boxes of things.
Sure.
And so I'm in the back, and Sal Barbier comes walking around the corner, and I'm like, dude, I was shitting bricks. I was like, dude, this guy just caught me. Like, I had boxes of KCKs, all kinds of shit, dude. I came up. Like, we used to stuff Kareem's car with boxes, like 12 boxes. I think the max was 15 at one point.
Days.
Yeah, we would stuff it.
Turning that thing into a lowrider.
It turned that thing into a bunch of weed. Like, so we would. So he comes in, man, and I'm just like, oh shit, and he's like, Clyde, he's like Clyde Singleton. And I'm like, oh shit,
that sounds
dude.
about right.
Yeah, dude. I'm like, he's like, yeah, man, my name's Sal Barbier. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm like, he's like, got a minute to talk? I'm like, yeah, man. It's fucking Sal Barbier. I'm like, I got the rest of my life to talk to you. So he's like, yeah, man, I'm thinking about starting this thing, and I don't want to get too into it, and I just want to ask you on the side. I've always been a fan, and Teddy's like, and I'm just like, holy shit, like, this is crazy, because he was someone I idolized growing up, and so he's like, take my number, and I was just kind of like, holy shit. So then everything went down with 101, and then Rodney calls me in one day, and he's like, yeah, we're thinking about where to place you, and he's like, what do you think of Menace? And I was just like, it's not really, I was like, it's not really my thing, that's those guys, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to be the extra guy on the team. You know what I'm saying? And it was no disrespect to them. I just felt that they had their thing, like that was like their clique. Like they were clicked up.
Yeah.
But it's also Kareem Campbell's company too.
Yeah,
But Kareem wasn't even riding for it at that point.
Exactly. So and then
there were plans for maybe him to ride for it.
Exactly. So then this is where everything was getting weird, because they wanted me to ride for World. And I was like, absolutely not. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't in this round.
That's a weird one. That's weirder than Menace.
Exactly. So I was like, so I went and talked to Kareem a couple days later, and I'd spoken to Sal, and Sal just gave me an absurd offer. And
for 23?
Yeah, dude, it was.
Wait a minute. How much were you getting paid from 101? Like $1,500 a month? $2,000? You're pro.
I was not making $1,500 a month.
500.
Right. Yes.
Wow.
I think towards the end I was making around $1,000. Towards the end, but when I first got on, obviously I wasn't pro.
Sure.
So I was getting like $500 a month, just to ride for them, which is to me was better than my pro contract at Acme.
We all know what that was.
Yeah, we all know how that went. Yeah. So it was.
So what's Sal offering you then?
Sal offered me a couple grand.
Okay.
And I was like, I'd never seen a couple grand.
For a new company too.
And mind you, I'd never seen a couple grand at this point, and like, I'm like, this is how illiterate financially illiterate I was. I took my first check when Natas gave me the check. I didn't know what to do with it. So I went over to, like, I walked out of World like, thanks. I fucking get in the parking lot. I turn around and I was like, Rodney, I don't know what to do with this. I'd never cash a check. So Rodney took me to Bank of America and helped me open a bank account. Swear to God, dude. Wow. I had no idea what I was doing. It made sense back then, you know, like I wasn't making much money, but at the same time, like I think it's kind of on me at the same time too, you know, like I'm sure if I would have asked Natas, like, yo, man, like, you know, like I want to move into an apartment or something, but I was fairly cool with sleeping on my friends' floors and, you know what I mean? Like having tons of world stuff and, you know, like I was okay with that. You know, it didn't really hit me until I was like 20 something, like maybe you should get an apartment. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it was different back then, man. Sure. You know, it was like money wasn't, it didn't make or break anything. You know, that wasn't part of the deal for me riding for 101. Mm-hmm. You know, like I wanted to be a part of Natas Coppice's thing. I want to be down with Kareem and all those guys. And
it's the best companies in the
and that opportunity, you know, those opportunities don't present themselves all the time in life. And, you know, I wasn't going to go back to Jacksonville and work with my mom at Popeyes. I know that's damn sure. So that, you know, that 500 that turned into almost $1,000, like I was cool with that. And plus I was on the road most of the time and, you know, and I was getting tons of product and it made sense. You know, I was probably getting a couple $1,000 of product a month.
And I was going to say that's what was probably paying a lot of the food and everything.
Absolutely.
You guys are really going in.
Yeah,
We've
man.
all heard the world.
Yeah, you know, we were and
cases of wheels.
They didn't care. They were them dudes were making money. You know what I mean? They probably had a camera on us the whole time. Like, just go ahead and order another box of wheels. You know what I mean?
Like, Clyde's here.
Yeah, exactly.
Put another order.
Yeah, I would walk straight to the back. I'd be like, "How's everybody doing?" I wouldn't even go. I wouldn't waste no time. Everybody be in there giggling, and I'm like, "No, I'm here to get my free shit."
So when 23 comes around and you're having this conversation with Rodney about, okay, they want to put you on World, which is very bizarre. Like, Menace, I can see that. I can see that making sense. But you weren't feeling it.
Yeah, and I wasn't feeling Menace. I just felt like they had their own thing.
They had their squad.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And like I didn't want to. I just kind of felt like I kind of had something else to offer as far as, you know, being on a team and stuff like that. And I didn't want to disrupt what they had. That's what my mind was thinking. It wasn't like, you know, thinking back, it was probably kind of stupid, and it probably been cool to ride for them.
Well, I think you could have made it. Here's my take on Menace. Menace was Fabian Alomar, Joey Surreal, Billy Valdez, and
Pupecki. Yep.
That was their team. 4. Yep. Later on, they started adding more people to them.
Yep.
I'm not even hearing that because all I'm thinking about is that 4.
Yep.
I think that you could have been that 5th though. You know what I mean? Like that made more sense to me than the other people they were putting on. No disrespect to them.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean? Though?
At the time, it probably would have.
You could have made more of an impact on that team.
Yeah, at the time, it kind of would have, but also, you know, in the back of my mind, you know, I knew that I had the Sal thing, you know, and I was just like, but I didn't know what he was talking about, and so Dill called me, and what was funny, it's so funny because when Dill and I were on 101, I slammed his head in a car door one day.
Jesus.
Yeah, dude, we were on tour, and he had gotten out of the front seat, and we all know how valuable the front seat is. Uh-huh. So, no. I'd gotten out of the front seat, and so he jumped in the front seat. And I was like, dude, get out of the front seat. And, you know what I mean? And and fucking Natas is driving, by the way. You know, and Natas is just like looking at us like,
I love that the Natases and the Rodney Mullins are team managers driving the vans
driving us around.
Yeah.
And they're just like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, dude, get out of the fucking car. And he wouldn't get out, and I started jerking his arm, and Natas was like, get in the fucking car, everyone. And I got so pissed that I slammed the door, and I forgot that I pulled Dill halfway out, and his head was like in between the door and the thing. You just hear, and I was like, oh boy, this is gonna be a long tour. But yeah, me and Dill, you know, like we would just argue. He was Dill. He was a young dude, you know, and like I was from the South. I just wasn't taking no shit, you know. So us two together were like, woo, oil and vinegar. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, woo. You know, I mean, but we started getting along a lot better towards the end. Sure. And so when he ended up being on 23 first. Yeah. And so when I talked to Sal, and then after I spoke to Sal, it was more like Dill was kind of talking me more into it. And then I remember getting the boards and being like, and mind you, this is all shit Sal's into. And I remember getting the boards and being like, what is this hot rod shit? Dude, I was so bummed. You know what I mean? I didn't know what it was going to look like, but then, like, I knew he was into hot rods and shit, but I was thinking more like 101 looking shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, or like old Plan B shit. But I didn't know Sal's art taste and aesthetics and shit, you know? And also, you know, I was probably kind of feeling myself too. I'm just like, this dude wants me on the team. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, you know, and then I see that, oh, he's like, I want you to ride for this. I'm not wearing them cowboy ass jeans. Like, you know what I mean? I was too big for the program. And then so he ended up like switching up all the stuff on 23. You know what I mean? Like, which is really cool of him. You know, he ended up doing a bunch of really cool boards and stuff, and you know, asking for our input, and and then
you had a board on 23 that my best friend back in the day had. I always thought was so cool. It was just like a picture of a face.
It was supposed to be me as a baby.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes.
I just remember seeing that because I had seen Trilogy, and then I saw you were on 23, and I was like, oh, that's so sick. That's what I found out what 23 was, is seeing my friend having your board.
Wow.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, my buddy Ryan Coleman I grew up with, he did that skateboard. As a matter of fact, remember I told you the guy that used his Delta points to get me out here?
Oh, yeah.
That's my buddy Ryan Coleman right there.
No way.
He did that board, dude. He's like my child. I've known him. He's one of the first guys I met, you know, like in skating when I was like 15, 16, and he's been my friend, my best friend ever since. And yeah, man, I love Ryan, dude. And he did that, and Sal put out a couple of those with like felt around it, and you know, it's all starting to look, and it was getting really. We got Drake Jones on, and we went on a tour, and that was pretty. We had Ronnie Bertino on the time too. Legend. So it's like it was me, Drake, Dill, Ronnie Bertino, and Sal.
Sick line.
That was a team, dude. And like Ronnie was just kind of getting back into skate, and so was Drake. And I remember they flew Drake in, and at first I was kind of apprehensive about Drake because I was just like, he hadn't skated in a while, and I was just like, you know, back then it wasn't cool to be like Drake, like, you know what I mean? Like people now can kind of lax off and like have a board, you know what I mean? And like back then it wasn't cool. You had to like film every month or like there's so much shit coming out like 4-on-1 and stuff, and Drake was never a guy like that, so he kind of just walked off on his own terms, but he could always sell product, and so Sal always, you know, saw everything in Drake, and so Drake gets on the team, and we flew him out, I believe it was San Antonio, and Drake hadn't skated in probably a couple years. Drake gets off, and Drake looks a little heavier, you know. Drake's a little bigger. I was just like, this might be bad. Yeah. I was like, this might be bad. No. So he first gets off, and like it was this indoor park. I never forget this dude, and like everyone's skating, like doing tricks over this pyramid. And
is this a demo?
It's a demo.
Okay.
And Drake goes to eye the pyramid, and dude, he was just parallel with the earth. Like, dude,
Wreck, roll up the windows type stuff.
It was bad. Dude. It looked like he was straight up laying down. Like he went to ollie, and his feet went up higher than the nose of his board instantly, and he was just on his back. And that was the end of Drake skating on the tour. And so the whole tour. This tour was great, dude. The whole tour, it was when Missy Elliott album just came out. So we had it on cassette. And Ronnie, mind you, Ronnie Bertino was just not the biggest hip hop fan. And Sal knew this. So Sal would not take the Missy Elliott tape out of the whole trip, dude. This is like, I think it was like 23 days too. Whole trip, we listened to Missy, and then one of the last days we went
to... What song? Hold up real quick.
It was a whole...
Can't stand
yes, it was a whole... Dude, it was a whole album. So by the end of the tour, we had Ronnie Bertino wearing Jordans. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. And he bought some for his brother to take home. And so we were in New Orleans. I think it was the last day of tour. And and so I'm not sure what happened. And I don't fucking care. I'm telling the story. So I'm not sure what happened, but we all went to sleep. And I'm not sure, but it wasn't me and Sal, and it wasn't Drake. So you guys just piece together who you think it was. Called some hookers or strippers in the middle of the night. We'll just say workers. Okay. They called some workers in the middle of the night. And I guess they passed out. We were already asleep, and we had adjoining hotel rooms. So I guess when they called the girls, they passed out too. The girls somehow made their way in the room and fucking stole everything from us. Everything.
From you guys too?
Everything, dude. Wiped us out. I remember getting up in the morning, going to take a shower, and I was like, where's all my shit? And you hear Ronnie Bertino in the other room. He's like, they got my brother's Jordans.
Oh my God.
Dude, these car girls have wiped us out, and like, and I guess someone tried to call the place like, these girls came and robbed us. Like the car girl place is gonna be like, okay, well, bring your shit back, you guys, because I guess they fell asleep or something.
Wow.
And that wasn't kind of the end of 23, but I remember we came home, and that was when Dill moved to LA, and Anthony Van Engelen was on, but he wasn't. He got on the team after. He was on a little bit, but he got on. Do you remember his old 401 rookie? I think it's his old 401 AM thing.
Yeah, Wheels of Fortune.
I don't know how they did this, but I was the guy that was talking at the beginning of his original one. I'm not sure what happened to it. I think they reformatted it. I'm not joking, but if you find the cassette of it, it's like this is Anthony Van Engelen. Like I'm talking, like I'm standing next to him and I'm talking, like I introduce him and shit.
He's skating over a bench and like
he's doing all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what they did with. But I was, like we were very heavy in getting Anthony Van Engelen out there. And like when he was a kid, dude, I remember his parents were missionaries, and he stayed at my house for Thanksgiving. I cooked for him and like a bunch of Japanese kids. Like that was like my guy for a long time. And then when Jason Dill moved to LA, I remember it like it was yesterday. Anthony was starting to hang out with him a bit, and then I guess Dill was getting on Alien Workshop, and he had already quit 23, and then he got Anthony on, and we were like, motherfucker, you know what I mean? Because we were gonna do aesthetics, and so. It kind of worked out better because we ended up with Rob Welsh. But that was like that space was that reserved parking spot was for Anthony Van Engelen, and then Welsh pulled up in his with his Newports and his Camaro and stole the show.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know what happened with 23? Like, was 23 just backed by Sal, or was it under distribution?
It was under Bounty Hunter, and I'm not sure what happened with that dude, but it was we've had some unfortunate dabbles with people outside of skating, but he's always been able to come out clean.
So basically, Bounty Hunter, it was under Bounty Hunter, and then you were like, okay, it's not going well here. Now we're going to create this other thing over here, aesthetics.
Yes.
We're going to bring everybody over.
Yes. Sal was like, you keep the fucking name, everything. You know what I mean? Because the dude was like, they were trying to be like that. Sure. And Sal was just like, fuck it, we'll start some other shit.
A lot of people, they don't understand that it's the skater that dictates the company.
Absolutely. And it was like whatever Sal wants, that's where I'm going. You know what I mean? Not
only from aesthetics, but to Zoo York after that.
I was very reluctant about that. Like I was very reluctant about that shit. But
let's continue with the aesthetics.
Okay.
So Anthony Van Engelen doesn't get on.
He goes to Alien with Dill, and then so we're doing aesthetics. And then so it's just me and Sal.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
aesthetics was dope.
Aesthetics was really dope. And so right before aesthetics started, I've only told so many people this story. I didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. So I was like, man, this, I was kind of nervous, dude, because I was like, fucking Anthony's gone. You know what I mean? I didn't really care about Dill at that point because me and Dill have been fighting so much over the years. I was like, it's probably best we split up at this point. You know what I mean? Okay. So, and I love Dill too, man. I'm not gonna shit on him or nothing like that. I'm happy for all his success and all that stuff. But it was just us two, and so I was like, dude, and I was living in Costa Mesa, so I called and talked to Rodney from Zoo York back in like '99.
Really?
Yeah, dude. And he told me, he was like, I don't think I can afford you. And I'm like, dude, I was fucking pro for like $500. You know what I mean? Like, if there's anyone you can afford, it's probably me.
But it went up.
Yeah. The price it went up. But at this time, I'm just like, dude, am I gonna wait on Sal? I didn't know, because it's not that I didn't believe in him. I was just being very impatient. I was being very, very impatient.
This is the transition from 23 to aesthetics.
Yes, and it was like a very short window, and I was living in Costa Mesa.
You called Zoo York.
And my apartment, it cost a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, this shit don't work. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know, and like I didn't see what Sal sent. Yeah, I didn't see what just like with 23 and Elwood, I didn't see what he saw. I was still on the dub and the 101 and all that shit, and I'm just like, he was way ahead of his time doing all that shit. Cut and sew and the jeans, and no one was doing that shit back then. You know what I mean? Everyone was making like busted ass fuck jeans or like regular like New Deal jeans. Like everyone was making the same thing over and over and over and over. And he was willing to take risk and also put his name behind it, which is heavy. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people just get behind some bullshit and put their name behind it and be like, this sucks and get out of here. Like he believes in everything he does. And so that makes you believe in it too. You know, but with aesthetics, like I was like, man, fuck, because I didn't see it. You know, I was like, well, what if we get some more guys? And to me, I'm just like, who else are we going to get? You know, and so I called Zoo. And then he was like, man, I don't think I can afford you. And then so Sal called me one day. He's like, man, who do you want on the team? And I was like, dude, this guy from Pittsburgh. His name's Kevin Taylor. I was like, you got to get him. Like he was like, who? And I was like, dude, I was like, he's like the Black Gons. Like I sold Kevin Taylor. I was like, dude, he's like the Black Gons. You got to see this guy. He could skate everything. He could skate vert, skate everything. And I was like, no one knows who he is. He's like, can you get him? I was like, hold on real quick. I'll call Rodney Johnson. Rodney Johnson was doing Ezekiel at the time. And Kevin happened to be in town with Jesse Paez. Wow. So I was like, I get Kevin on the phone. I'm like, hey dude, I was like, you want to come up and start a company with Sal Barbier? And he's like, yeah. So Jesse Paez drives him to my house in like a Trans Am or something. I forgot what it was. Literally dropped Kevin off at my house and like a something. And from that day, me and Kevin have been best friends. Wow. We went out and filmed all that stuff that was in 411 where we both skate the rail. That was like the second day. That was like the second day he came out. Damn. And like, yeah, man, we went right to work. And it was just a match made in heaven. You know what I mean? I was like, dude, I found my guy. And then Sal was like, I got this guy, Rob Welsh. And like, we were like, who? And Kevin knew who he was, you know what I mean? Because at this time, like, I didn't know who he was. Like, I wasn't really up on the Mad Circle video like that, you know, because Mad Circle was another company that was just very short window, you know. So I had to go do my homework on, and I was like, oh hell yeah. So we got him on, and you know, and it was just gravy, man. And I remember when we first got, like, me and Kevin were on so long when they went to ASR and they had the booth set up. Kevin and I had to go get the boards from Paul Schmidt and take them. Like the trade show was already going on, and so here me and Kevin like hungover as hell, like 4 hours late with all the boards. You know what I mean? Like we got all the shit, and like we're just like we'll make it there. Sal's like, dude, if you don't fucking get here right now, like we had like they had all the clothes, they had everything, and we were just like taking our sweet old time. You know what I mean? Like well, we'll be there in a little bit, so we finally get there and like. And it all just took off, man. And
how did you come? Were you a part of naming it or anything? Was it all just Sal?
No, that was Sal and Alfred Hawkins. That was like their whole thing. You know, I didn't even know what the aesthetics meant. I'd never heard that word in my life. I was like antiseptic. I didn't know what the hell. I didn't know what it meant. You know what I mean? Like I had to look it up. Literally, I was like, oh, this is cool. So. And it all ended up working out, man. You know, it was rad. It was, man. I remember being downtown and like we had this little tiny warehouse, and they had a little cut and sew thing on the other side, and just to see what it came to, and it was really awesome, man. And just to have someone like Kevin there, you know, it was like he was such a skate rat and skate nerd, and it was just like. It was like, why didn't I meet this dude when I was 13? You know what I mean? Like, but it happened when I was older. I was just like, man, it's someone that, you know, it's like, we had a lot alike, man. We looked alike, we skated alike, and like, we liked the same music. And it was just, I finally found that person, you know, and
how did you find out who Kevin was? Like, how did you see him skate?
I saw him at Tampa Am, and I remember he did a backside nose blunt in his run, and I was like, I would never forget that dude. You know what I mean? Like, he did it on a tall quarter pipe, and I was like, what the hell? Because dudes weren't skating like that back then. You know, this is like the backside tailslide era. You know what I mean? Where it was like 90% of the magazine was like a backside tailslide with some weird flashes and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, he was a completely different guy, and, you know, he had always caught my eye.
This is in 2007. I don't know if this is a.
Oh no, this is.
But here he is at Tampa.
Look at that.
This is Tampa Pro, actually.
Yeah, this dude he's still good.
Oh, he's still skating and everything, man.
Dude, he's so good, man.
Fun to watch, dude.
Look at that. It is probably like 42 right there. What the hell? Too old to be jumping down that.
How long was the aesthetics? How long was it?
We were around 99 till what, 04, I want to say.
It's a pretty good 5-year run.
Yeah, you know.
Well, like I said, like everything seems longer. Yeah. Like to me, aesthetics was around for 10 years.
I mean, because because it just kept kind of leveling up, you know, and it kept getting better and better. And I feel it was personally, it was like one of the last good companies. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like as far as everything, you know, they had good clothes. We had the riders. Yep. We had everything. You know, we had Sal Barbier at the head, and it was like, you know, we weren't the last company. We didn't sell out. We didn't sell out our morals or our standards for skating or what we wanted. And, you know, it was always like, that's why it's good to have a guy like Sal. You know, he'll tell you, like, he'll be straight up with you, like, no. You know what I mean? Like, dude's like, I'm getting on the team, or like, I want to get some boards. And Sal's like, it's not being mean. It's just like, he's like, why would I put the dude on the team if I'm not going to do nothing with it?
True.
Yeah, you know, and like, and I think that's something very important that a lot of people should know. You know, it's like, for sure. It's like, dude, you could end up wasting your time and the company owner's time. So he knew what he wanted to work with. He knew what he wanted to do. And we just had to skate. And, you know, I just skated and drove him crazy a lot. Like, you know, like I would literally like I was his little brother he never wanted. You know what I mean? Like, but he always stuck by me, man. You know, awesome. Like, no matter what, he's a good dude, man. He's just such a good guy, man. And he's just always remained solid guy. And, you know, he kept his word to everybody.
And then, so when the aesthetics was reaching its point,
it wasn't. It was
no, but I mean, like, where the Zoo York thing kind of came into play.
That was
because Sal had to abandon ship.
Sal had to abandon. I don't know if he really wanted to, more or less than it was probably a good idea. You know what I mean? Because there was.
What was going on back then? Because it was aesthetics and Elwood, right?
It was aesthetics and Elwood, but, you know, there was a lot of the guys at the top. That was their thing, and like that wasn't our business. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not an owner, so I can't be like, what the fuck's going on here? You know what I'm saying? That's not my money. It's not my business. Like, I'm a rider, dude. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? And like, I need to play my position when it comes to shit like that. And I didn't really know what was going on. I just got a call one day and they wanted to go to Zoo, and I was like, absolutely not. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
And at that time too, a lot of people had left Zoo, right?
Yeah.
So Zoo was kind of in a rebuilding state as well.
It took a couple months for us to go there because I did not want to go. And
you were the catalyst for going.
Did they leave or get kicked off?
Did we leave? Or
I'm sorry, the Zoo York team.
I think a lot of them left.
I'm not sure what happened there. I'm not sure. I just know Mark Echo threw us a bunch of money, like more money than any of us would ever see in our life.
And you were like the catalyst for.
Yeah, like I didn't want to go.
Over.
Yeah, I didn't want to go. Like, and they were like, "Dude, like
you had just called them though, not too long ago."
Yeah. But by this time, I'd got my balls back. You know what I mean? It was like trying to date that girl, and then like you start looking good, you're like, "I don't need you no more." You know what I'm saying? Like, but I was always cool with Rodney, but and Rodney wasn't there anymore. That was an important thing too. Rodney wasn't there. It was
Seamus.
It was Shame. It was like a bunch of dudes I didn't really know, you know. And it was Mirko was over there, and I don't think Mirko really liked me much. I don't think, you know. I think the story's kind of told differently now, but you know, I knew the things that were being said and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I was very aware of everything that was going on, but just I knew there was a lot of guys or a guy that didn't want me there, you know. And
at Zoo,
yes, and it was becoming increasingly more hard for Sal to work under people trying to tell him about the guys that are coming over there and how to run his shit. So that's where that went, you know. And so when Sal was gone,
pretty quickly too.
When Sal was gone, they were like, my time is coming. You know what I'm saying?
And let's put this in perspective. Anybody listening that's kind of confused right now, like aesthetics was Sal had to leave aesthetics.
Yes,
he was taking the whole team with him over to Zoo York.
Yes, the entire team.
He was a mass exodus over to Zoo York. Then once you got in the Zoo York building, it didn't last that long, and then Sal was out in Zoo York.
And then we were there to fend for ourselves.
Yes. You know but you were getting a good check at that moment too.
At one point, see, this is what I'm telling you. Like, I knew a lot of things were going on because I didn't get a check for like 3 months.
Oh wow!
And we're talking like $7,000 a month. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I was getting five for Zoo and 2 for the shoes. Ooh. And so I wasn't seeing this for like 3 months. And then within that 3 months, I had found out that Sal left. And so
Sal's not telling you? Like,
I don't know. I didn't know what was going on. You know what I mean? So like, I think Sal was trying to get out of there. Like I couldn't tell the story because it's not, you know, like, I just know that he wanted out. I do know that he wanted out, and I didn't know it was going to be that quick. You know what I mean? And also didn't know that we were going to be there without him, you know, like, so, but he had to do what he had to do, and we're all grown men. And it's not like we were at the 19-year-old stage of our career, you know what I mean? And it's not like we were on our way out, but there's only so much he could have done, you know, and I think he was very frustrated as well. And I don't think he meant to leave us, quote unquote. Right. I just think he was just done with it, you know, as he should have been. And it just wasn't what he envisioned, you know what I'm saying? And so he's not the type of dude to compromise his values, which is I think it's awesome.
Stand up.
Yeah, he's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm good. I'm Sal Barbier. You know what I mean? I ain't Clyde Singleton with a sock full of quarters. Like,
I think you guys would have been fucked either way. Either way, if you stayed at Aesthetics or at Zoo York.
There was too many people on Zoo. I think if we would have stayed at Aesthetics, it would have worked out a little better because there was way too many people on Zoo. Yeah. You had to think like Donnie Barley came over, Kenny Hughes came over, Zaret was still there, Harold was still there. Dude, we went on a tour. We had to take a fucking tour bus like Shania Twain or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why is there like all of us coming out of a tour bus? Like,
and here you have the whole, you have the whole Aesthetics team. You got Gorecki and you.
Look at that. We barely even fit in a picture. They didn't even make panoramic back then. That's a big ass team, dude.
It's crazy.
That's crazy. You know, I think a couple people missing there.
Was that Akil?
Yeah, Akil was on there too.
Joey Pepper,
Harold
Joey
Hunter.
is
Johnny Gay.
Yeah, everybody's on there, man. Gorecki, fucking who else?
Was Forrest on there at that time? Forrest Kirby?
Yes. Forrest Kirby was on. Who was the dude on the right?
I don't know.
That's Welsh.
That is Welsh,
yeah.
Isn't it?
No, it ain't. Is it?
On the far right, that's Welsh.
Wow.
He's a tall dude.
Yeah.
Jesus. He looks like that dude that does what's the dude that skates at Barracks, does the weird tricks, just like a pirate?
Richie Jackson.
He looks like Richie Jackson right there.
Good guess right there.
Wait, who's the dude in that white hat?
That's Zared. Wait, which one?
No, that's Robert Lopez.
That's Robert Lopez.
Oh, yeah. Robert Lopez.
He was sick, dude. He was really sick.
Rest in peace.
Wow.
Yeah, man. So it was that was a very, very that was a weird time. That was I don't know, man.
Outside looking in, it was weird.
It was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was just.
Well, that's the first time that it ever really happened. I felt like in my generation of skating, I was like, "What? The whole team's gone?"
Mass
I mean, that's kind of what happens when you. I don't know, man. When you base your decisions and shit around money. You know what I mean? Like that's all we went there for. We didn't go there because we were like, fuck yeah, we love Mark Echo. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure Sal thought he could do something though.
You know, I think
it wasn't just money for Sal. I'm sure he's got integrity, and he was like, I can do something here. And when he got there, he was proven wrong. He couldn't do. His hands were tied.
Also too, it was like they were kind of listening to a lot more of the sales guys and shit than anything. You know what I mean? It was like they were more about sales and. You know, and if the sales guys don't like guys like me, you know, and it had nothing to do with my skateboarding ability or anything like that. You know, it was like, and Sal just wasn't with that. Sal's like, he's always said, like, I don't put a dude on a team to kick him off. You know what I mean? And a lot of people take pride in that kind of shit. Like, I'm going to kick him off. And it's like, for what? Like, you're not paying me. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't coming out of your pocket. Like, why does it matter to you? Like, why I'm on the team? Like, but I think also is like, a lot of people wanted Sal's position. You know what I mean? Like, and with that position, with power, people get drunk with power.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
True.
That's kind of what happened. And my thing, like I know exactly what was going on. It's water under the bridge now. I ain't tripping, but you know, I've talked to Mirko, and he's like, I think you heard wrong. It's like, I agree with you, but I know what I know. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna act stupid. So that's kind of where that went. And then after that, I was chilling, man. Like I didn't, you know, I tried to get a job at a restaurant back home, and I was like, fuck this.
Did you try to get on any other companies?
Yeah, at one point I'd come out.
What year was this, by the way?
This is probably 05.
The Mass Exodus was 05.
No, the Mass Exodus was probably 03.
And then
around 05, I was around 04. I was probably done. Okay. You know, like I was there maybe a little over a year. And
who'd you try to get on? What team?
I came back out and I talked to John Lucero.
Really?
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Black Label.
I always liked Black Label. And I saw him downtown at a bar in San Diego, and I was wasted.
Okay.
And he was wasted, and I was like, dude, I I should be the black guy on Black Label. I'll put the black and Black Label. I was like, yo. And he was just like, I think he was just like, what is this dude talking to me for? You know what I mean? And so we sat in the bar and we talked for a while. And he's like, man, I think about it. And I just ended up doing I forgot, me and Carney were working on some TV show that never came. We did some pilots for some MTV shit. And I ended up just kind of milling around for a couple of years, made Minority Report and all that stuff after that. And, I didn't really have a direction. I talked to KO about doing a company called Purple way back then. And,
Interesting.
And Troy was into it. I just don't know what happened to it. And I just kind of threw it to the side.
Yeah, sometimes this trade show talk.
No, I was in Florida at the time. And I was like, yeah, man, I got a really good idea. I want to do this company called Purple. And everything was going to be purple. And I had this whole thing, and he was super into it, but then
didn't go anywhere.
I'm not sure what happened there.
So you said you tried to get a job after that.
I tried to get a job at a restaurant. I was back in Florida, and then I flew back out here. That's when I saw Lucero, and I stayed with Shelton for a very long. I was just kind of bouncing around. I had no direction. I was working in Brooklyn Projects for a bit.
Okay.
That's when I was making Minority Report. I was living on Jason Shelton's
How old
couch.
Were you?
I'm 48 now. At this time?
Yeah.
This is 2006, so I'd be 34, 30. Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
No, 2006 is.
No,
fuck. No.
Way
No.
2000.
So I was probably still in my 20s, man. I'm 48. Okay. I'm 48 now.
So there's still at this point in time there's
17
still a window, and I'd still been filming. I still had a bunch of footage from the Zoo York days, because this is what's funny about the Zoo York days. Although everyone was skating and shit, like I was working. Like I was getting a bunch of footage, and like I had a broken foot at one time too. I came right out the broken foot, I was charging. I shot a whole interview with Skateboard Mag. I had great idea to shoot a whole interview without video in it, because I'd seen Guy had done that before. And I was just like, this would be a great idea. Thinking back, I'm like, what a moron.
You can just go pose a bunch of photos.
Dude, no, it was like a bunch of, I had a bunch of sequences and stuff, and I'm like, dude, I should have filmed most of this stuff. And but it's still cool to think back on, but I had all that stuff, and I ended up still getting kicked off Zoo York. Actually, they kicked me off. This is why they kicked me off, or they say. They had a tour. They had a Southern tour, and they had me on one stop. And I was like, what the
What, fly in, fly out?
One stop. I'm from the South. I'm like, I could understand if you had a northern dude on one stop or a dude from Cali on one stop. I'm like, this is my shit. If anyone wants to see anyone down here, it's me, motherfucker. You know what I mean? So they had me on one stop, and I was like, I'm not going at one stop. So they called me and were like, oh, you know what? You breached your contract, something. And I was just like,
they were looking for anything.
Yeah. And it was Mirko. And I was just like, hey man, it's cool. I was like, I already know how you feel. And like he sounded kind of happy about it. You know what I mean? Which is like, I wasn't really tripping at the time. It took a couple months for me to like kind of realize like, well shit, we got new checks coming in, because you get really used to that stuff.
100%.
You get really used to that
stuff. Start living
a
certain lifestyle.
Yeah, and I was making good money, and like I said, I wasn't getting checks for a while, and I'd found out it was right when Sal left, and I'd ended up going to New York. Somehow they were going out there to do something, and everyone was like, where's Clyde? Yeah, everyone was like, why isn't Clyde here?
They didn't tell anybody.
They scrambled and got me out there.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm telling you, there was some shit going on. You know what I'm saying? They scrambled and got me out there, and then when I got out there, I was sitting in the offices, and I had mentioned it to like someone. I was like, hey, does anyone know what's up with my check? And like, they give me a check for like a lot of fucking money. Like they were like, oh, they're like, you never got paid? And I was like, no. I'm like, yeah, dude, swear to God, dude. They gave me a check for like a lot of money.
They gave you a check.
Yep.
At least you got your money.
Because they felt bad. They were like, you never got it. And I was like, no.
So how much was it?
I mean,
after taxes, it was probably.
Oh, we're paying taxes now. Is that
yes, we were.
We involved in paying taxes.
I was doing big boy shit. They were taking my shit out. They were like, we ain't playing with you no more. We ain't doing this World Industries deal with you no more. Yeah. So yeah, they it was a little over 10 grand.
okay?
It was pretty. It was pretty good. And yeah, I don't know, man. I just, it left a sour taste in my mouth because I was all my teammates are there. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like fuck all them other dudes. Fuck all them industry. I don't care about them shit. Like, I care about my dudes. You know what I mean? Like, that shit's important to me. Those guys are very important to me. And, we built something together. And to see us be split apart by money and fuckboy shit is, that's not cool. You know what I mean? And, but we came out of it clean. We're all still cool. We're all still friends. And that's the most important part, like all those guys, we're still all best of friends. We still all talk all the time. And that's what's up, man. That's where I don't really trip on a lot of that kind of shit. It's like we all get the last laugh in the end. You know what I mean? It's like you can say whatever you want to about me, but I had a better career than that dude. You know what I'm saying? You can kick me off all day, but we talking night and day right here, dog.
Yeah, you look back and you're like, the companies that you were a part of, the videos that you were a part of, like, man, like, so good.
It's a blessing, dude.
It's a blessing.
It's a huge blessing. It's truly. Like, it took me a long time to make it make sense that, like, holy shit, like, I first dude in, like, 20 shot in Trilogy. Like, I'd just be like, I think I cut it on one day when I was sober, and I was like, holy shit, that's me first. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't make sense to me. Register. Like, but at the time, I was just like, everyone's liking these videos and stuff, and I was just in a party haze forever. It was and it became so acceptable that it didn't even register. You know what I mean? Like, everything was okay. Like, I could be like a drunk obnoxious asshole, and people are like, yeah, and like, you don't see the downside of it. You don't see later on, like, how you could kind of ruin things, and I don't think I ruined things. I always kept things. There's that line, and I would touch that line and step right back. I knew exactly what I was doing. Like, I would always tell my mom, like, I'm crazy, but I'm not insane. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, there's a complete difference there. So I always knew that line. And also, too, like, what was really funny, I think I told Sal, I was like, I knew I could get in a little bit of trouble, and, like, Sal would bail me out. You know what I mean? Like he would be like, I was like, this is going to get old soon, though, dude. Like, there's going to come a point in time, he's going to be like, you're on your own, man. But like, I just knew exactly that line to kind of tiptoe out and be like, all right, I'm back. So it was, I just did a lot of partying, man. And like, a lot of stuff didn't make sense until, obviously until I quit drinking. But,
were you ever, sorry to cut you off, no, were you ever receptive to people that were to try to approach you and try to say, hey, like, Clyde, like, bro, you need to, like, really figure this shit out, bro?
No, because those guys weren't my friends. My friends were the ones that were egging me on. And so I thought those guys were my friends. You know what I mean? Like, people would do that, and I'd be like, who the fuck's this guy? You know what I mean? Like, who's this guy talking to? It'd
have to be coming from your inner circle.
Yeah, and that was not coming from my inner circle, because my inner circle was an inner circle of damage. Right. You know what I mean? Like, we were all partying and drinking, and, and I think that's what made me leave Cali, because I saw an end to it. I didn't want to be that dude going to the parties and, that dude that used to be pro that's still hanging out with a fucking diamond jacket and shit. Like, I wasn't trying to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't trying to be that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was not my goal in life. Like, I saw the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm like, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't, it didn't, I didn't want to be that dude, like, I just never wanted to be that guy. You know how you see those guys at skate parties and shit, and you're like, damn, dog, like, it's okay, dog. You can go home. You know what I mean? Party's over. Yeah, party's over. It's okay, dude. It's over. Yeah, party's over. Bro. Nobody remembers your part of the A1 Meets video. It's over. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is, man. It's like, and I just never wanted to be that guy. Like, right. And I just saw it, man. I was partying a lot, and I was hanging out, and just like, I was excited to be in. I knew when I was excited to be in Hollywood a lot, it was time to go home. I was like, man, it's time. I thought Orange County was bad. And then I got up here, and it was like, it was just acceptable to be a party animal. You know what I mean? Like, because you could do it, and then you can creep back away you could be a creep on the weekend, and then on the week you're like, you can go on the low. But health wise and shit like that, I just started feeling bad. And then also, I just wasn't going anywhere, dude. You know what I mean? I was sleeping on Shelton's couch. I had a skate video out, and I'm sleeping on my friend's couch. Because I had poor money management. When I get money, I'd party it away.
This is Minority Report you're talking about? Yes. That video? Who distributed that?
As a matter of fact, a bunch of people. I called Mirko back and had him buy. I had everyone buy 1,000 copies before the video was even made.
Really? You pre-ordered it?
Yes. So I had 12. I think I had 12 sponsors. I had at least 12,000 videos sold before the fucking ad even hit Skateboard Mag.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. So the way I had to negotiate it is if you guys put your logo on this ad, which I knew I was getting the ad for free. So I'm like, this is the best.
In Transworld?
No, it's the Skateboard Mag.
Skateboard Mag.
So I went to Skateboard Mag because Mike Mahaley was a good buddy of mine from Jacksonville, Florida. So that's what also made our transition when we came to Cali easier, because Mike was working for Transworld at the time. Mm-hmm. And so Mike would, it would be easier for guys like myself. I mean, Kane was the first one. You see him all over Transworld, and we were like, what the hell? I come out, and the next thing I know, they're getting us all in Transworld, and it was Mike Mahaley. Okay. Mike Mahaley was the guy. He was the guy at Transworld. He also grew up in Jacksonville. He grew up in Jacksonville Beach. So we all skated for a surf shop called Sunrise. And Mike Mahaley and Rodney Johnson surfed for them. So we all knew, no one knew this. So we all came out kind of together. And those guys worked in the industry. So it was easy for you know what I mean? Make it into the mags and stuff like that. I mean, obviously we were talented, but it wasn't that hard to get I remember going down and shooting with Grant and those guys, and you never think that shit. Going from shooting with Theo Hand to Grant Britton is night and fucking day. You know what I'm saying? And ain't nothing against Theo, but you're like, dog, I remember reading photo annuals as a kid, so you're just like, man, and to have those doors open from your friends is something else. So Mike, I'd known him since I was 16, and we get out and we're doing Skateboard Mag. I was doing Clyde's Corner there. Yep. And I knew I was doing that. I went into the office one day and I was like, hey, I want to make a skateboard video. It's going to be the opposite of all skateboard videos. I was like, it's going to have a token white guy in it.
Minority Report.
Yeah. I was like, it's going to have a token white guy in it. And I was like, it's going to have all rap music and one rock and roll song. I had it all figured out. It was going to look like the opposite of an old Santa Cruz video. You know what I'm saying? I had it all figured out. And so Mike was cool with it. He's like, all right. He's like, what can I do? I was like, you want to just be the co-producer on it and put your name on it? He's like, absolutely. So he came to me and asked me, he's like, you want to run ads? He's like, we'll give you 3 free ads. Wow. So I was like, hold that thought. So I figured out the art direction. I did the masthead, and I was like, I want to put the logos under here. And so Kellen James, Anthony Williams, Jeremy, what's Jeremy's name from Texas? Jeremy Holmes. Jeremy Holmes. Yeah, Jeremy Holmes, Akil, German. So many people were in the video, and I had Kevin and all these other guys. Nigel was supposed to be in it too. So we had all these other guys, and it was literally I went to all the people that they were sponsored by. They were, for some reason, too good to put these guys on the team. And these guys are obviously extremely talented. As you could see when the video came out, these guys are extremely talented. And so I went back to all the people that were giving them free products, and I was like, hey man, look, I'm going to put these guys out there, and I just need your logo. You can help promote these guys, and it won't cost you nothing. You can throw these videos in free with whoever orders stuff, and, just think of it as an expenditure. So they all ordered 1,000 copies each. Okay. Some people ordered 500, and that's how I had them all sold, and that paid for the production.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, I had it all figured out. The whole time I was sitting on my friend's couch. You know what I mean? And I'd never worked Final Cut or nothing. So one of my buddies I'd met when I was working at Brooklyn Projects, he knew how to make videos. He'd come over and show me some stuff. So I just sat I literally learned how to make a video making this video.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sick.
And all the money's just going into your pocket?
Basically, yeah. So right when I first got paid, dude, this is amazing. Right when I first got paid, my buddy Brandon, who does Clearweather, he had this sick 89 Bronco, dude. And it was the OJ one, and he cut off the back, and I was like, I'll fucking buy that thing right now. I swear to God, dude. And I fucking bought it and drove it. I used to drive around with had no tag on it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I swear to God, dude. I was balling. You crazy? I was fucking balling, dude. I was that was so. I remember the time I had some stereo, and I remember I thought I was balling. I had Sirius or something. Oh, yeah. And it was when you had the little box in the car too. Sure. And I was like, you couldn't tell me nothing, dude. I had the O.J. Simpson car with Sirius system in it. I had a bunch of videos in the trunk. It had no roof. I was killing the game.
You're probably slanging videos out the back of that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. And then what had happened with that? Unfortunately, I was working with Listen for distribution, and I don't know what happened, but
are we talking about Listen, like Danny Montoya, Rob G?
Yes, okay. And it was Shimmery, because Shimmery had the history from 411. So I was like, she's like, I help you distribute the video, da 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 da. So I left a bunch of videos up there to distribute, and then one day, mind you, this is like everyone was paying for everything. You know, it was like I went back up there and like she had taken a huge percentage of like literally I got nothing out of that. So I went back home, dude. Yeah, dude. I ended up going back home fucking broke.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Went back home with like, fuck, I was pissed, dude. I was fucking pissed. And I left a bunch of my shit up there in their warehouse, you know, because Vern and I, we were all friends. I left a bunch of stuff in my warehouse, and while I was gone, I guess Listen went out of business, and they put a bunch of stuff in some mini storage, and mini storage didn't get paid for. And so that was like all of my personal belongings, except for the stuff that I've been posting. Damn. I ended up having like all of my personal, so like 89 up, dude, like everything, like pictures, like pictures from trips in Europe, all that shit was gone. Like they didn't pay for the storage, and someone came and bought the whole storage. So all my, I was sitting in Florida, all my shit's gone. Like I was just like, I didn't know what to do. You know what I mean? Like I was just like, so I really didn't know what to do, man. I started driving a cab. Yeah, your head was like,
it's like, wait, like, okay.
We're back in Florida?
Yeah, dude, I drove a cab, dude. I drove a cab for like 2 years at Jacksonville Beach. Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it was crazy. Like, people get in the cab, they're like,
Clyde
are you?
Singleton.
They'd be like, are you? And I'm like, dude, just shut up. Where you going? Yeah, straight up. Dude. I wouldn't even let him ask me. I just shut up, dude. But also with that, what was crazy about that is at the time, like Jacksonville Beach is kind of a different place. So the cops, it's like this area, it's like a party area. So if you're going across the bridge or whatever, you always get pulled over. So cabs make tons of money. But at the time too, I was still partying a lot. So I would go in the bars with people and get wasted. Fucking come out and take them home, dude, and just drive around. Dude, wow. Dude, thinking back now, I'm just like, what a fucking maniac. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I was literally like living the craziest life in the entire world, dude. And one day I just snapped out. At one point, I thought I was going to be like a drug dealer. Like after I got fired from the cab, I thought I was going to move back to Riverside area and be a drug dealer. I used to ride a bike around and fucking try to be a little drug dealer. Then one day, my friend came and visited, my friend Rebecca, and I was dating her right when I'd come out for 101. I was dating her, and like I was like, you know, we got pretty serious, and I was like, shit, I'm going to peace out on her, dude. Ended up getting in contact with her like 20 years later. We became friends, and she came down. She's like, you should come to Asheville. You would really like this. Yeah, and I nothing about Asheville, not Asheville, North Carolina. Never been there. She's like, you really like it. It's got a cool like art scene, skate scene. And I was like, you know what? Anything's better than this. So I moved to Asheville. I asked my brother for some cash, and I got on a bus and went up to Asheville, stayed up there, started going to college. Yeah, dude, around 2012, I went back to college. Wow. Yeah, dude, I went to college in the first semester. You know, I did really well. I got A's and B's. And second semester, I decided I was going to take culinary. And when I got the job, when I was working culinary, and one day my buddy Mitch is like, he's like, hey, I'm going to a concert. Do you want to make some extra cash? I was like, sure, why not, man? And he's like, call this guy. He's like, you can go wash dishes, like $15 an hour. And I was like, sure, I'm not doing it. You know, I was drinking a lot. And I was like, that's like 8 or 9 rounds. You know what I mean? Like I was counting the hours like for drinks. You know what I mean? And I'm like, this sounds great. So I got a job with a really good chef. His name's Mike Moore. And he kind of taught me everything. I used to wash dishes back there, and one day they had a bunch of oysters, and I was fine washing dishes. You know, I was like, all the servers were like these really hot girls. They'd always be nice to me, and like I didn't have to do shit to me. I'm like, dude, I'm great at this. Like they'd always bring me food, and I'm just like, I just have to sit back here and wash dishes and like get tipped out, and at the same time, I don't, you know, thinking back, I probably should have aimed a little higher, but I'm very grateful for the job. Mm-hmm. But one day they came like. There was like 4 chefs in there, and they were having trouble popping oysters. And like, I'm like, you guys can't pop oysters? I'm from Florida. So I'm like, yeah, I can't pop a fucking oyster? And I grab them, like, pop, 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 pop. And like, they were like, can you do these too? I'm like, yeah, dude. Next thing I know, I'm a fucking chef like 12 years later. Wow. That was the worst decision I ever made.
What are you talking about?
Like, they say that everyone that works in the kitchen, they're like, you know, the dish pit is like paradise. You know what I mean? Like that's like That's your zone. You don't gotta worry about shit. Once you start stepping up and shit, all the responsibilities and shit that come with it, it's just like, I've always been like, man, I should have never popped that oyster. I mean, I'm grateful to be a chef, but it's kind of a joy. It's kind of a joke because if I would have never popped that oyster, like, it's just really funny.
But who knows? You could have still been there.
Exactly. You know, because there was a lot of guys there, and they were very... They were very like there was a one guy, he was a dishwasher at this place downtown Asheville, and like they were like, they sent him home to Jamaica every year. He's been here 32 years. And I'm like, 32 years? I'm like, that's the most you could do is send him home? Like, you don't want to, like, he don't want to work nowhere else. It's like, he don't want to work nowhere else because you send him home every year. You know what I mean? Like that's his bonus. Like, you're not even like, that's kind of sad. There's a lot of people that don't think like that. You know what I mean? And I always knew that, like, I wanted to do something extra. I knew I liked food. But once I got into a kitchen, you know, once I got around Mike Moore and those guys, I saw how those guys worked. And I was like, this is pretty serious stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, it isn't what I think it is. You know what I mean? I'm watching the Fry Guy. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, that looks easy. I can dunk some chicken. You know what I mean? Like, you start seeing all the cutting and all that stuff and the work that goes into it. That's a whole nother thing, you know, and being very meticulous, and you learn a lot. And I was around the best guys. I was around the best. It was like skating again, you know. I just slid in there with the best guys, and it was some of the best chefs in Asheville, James Beard winners and shit. Wow. And they took me in. You know, a lot of them used to be skaters, and that's one time my name did work in my benefit. Okay. You know what I mean? I'm like, thank you, God. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, you know me? Please know me. And so that was, and one of my first chefs outside of Mike, I was very nervous. I don't know if you guys heard of Wicked Weed beer. It's like a pretty big beer brand. I'm sorry. And so Wicked Weed is, they started in Asheville, and the guys that started, they used to do like Clearasil or some shit. Like, yeah, the family, they used to do, one of those weird face things. Okay. But they did that for a long time, and then they started a brewery there, and they make so much money. And I worked over there with those guys. I was a bar back, and I worked in the back. I remember the chef, and I was like very nervous, man. It was like when I was first really getting in the kitchens, and he's like, man, I used to skate, and like I never forget this. He's like, being in the kitchen's like skating. It's a lot of muscle memory. You know, he's like, you remember where you put your foot at? He's like, think about it like a kickflip. He's like, you know how to kickflip, right? Obviously, you're like, yeah. He's like, well, think about it. He's like, you know where to put your kickflip when you ride. He's like, you know where to put your foot when you kickflip when you ride up a bank. You know where to put your foot to kickflip when you ride up a ramp. And he's like, that's all it is. It's just a lot of muscle memory and remembering where your things are and like temperatures. And he's like, it's just like skating, you know. And like, first I was like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And like now when I train guys, I'm like, dude, it's just like skateboarding.
They don't even skate. They're like,
I was just like, dude, it's just like an ollie. Dude, that's like my little pitch line. But it was really easy to slide in there, man. You know, it was a lot easier when I thought about it like that. And then looking at food, it was more or less like looking at, you know, like us looking at a curb. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to look at a curb differently. You know what I mean? So I look at food differently than a chef would, you know, like, and having a skateboarding background, it helps me be creative with food. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I took culinary maybe 4 months, and I remember working at the restaurant. I was working at both the restaurant and the brewery. And then Chef Mike's like, he's like, I'll teach you more in here than they will in school. And
of course, right.
I quit school like the next day.
Damn.
I'm not even joking, man. And like, I'm glad I did, because you have a lot of those guys, and like, it's aching to like guys that go to skate camp. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you would be a good pro, but would you look good pushing up the street? You know what I'm saying? There's like a difference there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like levels to, you know, you can be trained in something, but that doesn't make you okay in those situations. You know what I mean? Like, you can go to a skate camp per se and take a 60-second run.
Let's learn the basics.
You learn the basics, you know what I mean? But like,
there's an etiquette to what you're doing, right?
Yeah, there's an etiquette, but when you get in there, you're like, oh, that shit's out the window. All of that shit's out the window. You know, it's like head down, work, and no one cares what kind of knife and shit you got or like what school you went to. I don't care. You know, it's like walking up like, man, look, I got the new Muska. You're like, I don't fucking care. Like, can you skate? You know what I mean? Like, that's all I care about. Like, and you know, culinary schools can do that stuff to you. They can make you believe you're something you're not. And then when you get in that situation, you're just. I've seen a lot of people like, they're like, man, this sucks. You know, this ain't what I think. I don't know if the kitchen's for me. It's like, yeah, dude, like the classroom's for you. There's a whole difference there, dude. You know, so
learn more in the trenches, man.
You do. Sure. It's like skating. You know, it's like I grew up skating like Kona and shit like that. You know, I didn't skate it a lot, but you learn a lot from skating places like that. You gotta keep your head on a swivel. You gotta know where you have to skate at skate park of Tampa and shit. You know, it's like you have to. Those kind of places are perfect for skateboarders, dude. You know, like they're if you're not thin skinned and you know you're willing to learn. It's like skateboarding. You know what I mean? 100%, man. So. And
then how long have you been sober now?
3 years, a little bit over 3 years and 5 months.
Amazing.
Congrats,
dude.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, man.
So, is it different being sober now, looking back at all this stuff that we've like talked about today, and like, I'm sure you've reminisced a lot.
Absolutely. Like, you remember a lot of stuff, you know, and like, I was telling a good friend of mine. Actually, I was talking to Jason Carney about this today. You know, I was like, man, it's you're grateful for it. You know, like before I don't think I was really grateful for a lot of things. You know, I was just like kind of in the moment, kind of full of myself, you know, and like your ego can get in the way of a lot of things. And you know, you don't think about that kind of stuff when you're younger. Sure. You know what I mean? Or even when you can be old and dumb too, don't get me wrong. And so it was just it's very different to see like your boards, you know, like, and like magazines and like people, and it's very different. You know what I mean? It's a good different. At first I was kind of nervous to see a lot of people because you don't, you know, and it's people are happy to see you're good instead of drowning on the bad. Yeah. You know, and that's one thing I'm very happy for. You know, a lot of people are, you know, it's good to like people like, man, you look good, and you know, that's a good feeling. You know what I mean? It's like you could be down in the dumps, you know, you could, you know, there's a lot of dudes my age that fucking look shaped like Mr. Burns and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like look old as hell, and so it's good, man. You know, I feel like it's given me some youth back. You know, it's cleared my face up, and it's a good thing. You know,
look great, man.
And I can go. Thank you, man. I can, you know, I can go home and look my mom in the face. You know, not like I gotta go get a drink. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, and the things that I used to do are not important anymore. You know, the things I used to see is very important. They're not. It's not, man. It's just it's not even important. You know,
not having something that's controlling you.
Yeah, you know, because right before I quit, I was taking handles to work, man.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Like I was taking handles to work, and I was like 4 or 5 shots deep before we'd even open. We opened at 11:30. You know what I mean? So
how did this? I mean, we're talking about the restaurant, right?
Yeah. So this is.
Were you hiding it from them, or were you?
I mean, like, being my low boy, the service industry, you know, the service industry for the most part, and like a lot of people just aren't honest about this. It's a, you know, it thrives off degenerates, you know. So me being in that stage of my life, it benefits them, you know, because you need them to support your habit.
Oh, interesting.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. So like. They feed off of people like me that can go to work and get something to drink, and then you don't make much money, and they know you're not going to ask for a raise. They know they know you're going to be there no matter what. You know what I'm saying? And like you need the money, and as long as you do a good job, you're cool. You can be a fuck up, and that's dangerous, dude. That's highly dangerous. You know, like as long as you're good at your job, you can be whatever you want to, and. You know, you're not used to that with skating. Right. You know, like not so much. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people were getting away with a lot of shit for a long time. And you know, in service industry it's just a given. You know what I mean? It's cool. Like I still see a lot of people, you know, where place I work now, you know, you see them, they're getting drunk at work, and you're just like, y'all don't want to go home? You know what I mean? Like, y'all think this shit's that fun? Like, you know what I mean? Like, y'all don't want to.
After the fact, after they should be going home, like just chilling.
I mean, there's no fun in it, you know, because it's just like you're just abiding time by then. You know, it's weird. You know what I mean? Like, now it's different. I go to work, I'm like, dude, I just want to be here and do a good job and get out. You know what I mean? That's it. Like, and I don't want to hang out after work and have a soda, much less a beer. Yeah. You know, it's like I want to go do my job and get home, because a lot of people there. That's why I said, man, that industry has those people. You know, a lot of those people are very miserable. You know what I mean? They're drowning a lot of their problems in alcohol, and they're dealing with a lot of people and not coping with their problems. And
sure,
that's a very easy way to, and like misery loves company. You know what I'm saying? So you're around those kind of people. And that's I didn't learn that for a long time. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see that. You're like, damn, you guys are miserable as shit. You're sitting in this dark ass place, listening to terrible music, and you're like, what the hell am I? Like, I go into bars now, I'm like, this place stinks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, before I'd be in bars, like, man, this place is the greatest place in the world. You know what I mean? Being there dancing with some like strong 3 girl, and I'm like, dude, it's just bad, man. And
it's different when you have structure. Like, you're like, bro, I need to go home. Like, I've had my little time here. I'm out.
You get your taste back. You're like, whoa, hey.
Get your smell back.
Yeah. You're like, hey, this is a little weird. Like, I walk in now, I'm like, damn, it's dark up in here. You know what I mean?
You're
like,
noticing.
Yeah, you notice, man. Like, you just smell things, and you know, I've been in a couple bars like with friends, like not to drink, but I would meet them there and. Like, you want a drink? I could take a drink out of the cup. I'm like, this cup smells like shit. You know what I mean? And like you just notice different things, you know, and you kind of notice binge drinking a lot out of people, and it's sad, but people are gonna do what they're gonna do. You know what I mean? All you gotta and like me, man, like I had a lot of people that still supported me, no matter how bad I was, and so I'd never give up on people. I get away from you, but I won't give up on you.
Well, you got a lot of love, man. You know what I mean? Like, in the industry, a lot of respect, a lot of love. You know?
Yeah, man, and I'm very appreciative of it.
Well, congrats on everything.
Thank you.
Amazing,
yes,
amazing.
Thank you very much.
Just a couple more things. One question I had: I heard a story.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I heard a story that you were one of the first people on DC.
Yes.
You went in there wearing Adidas.
Yeah.
And they didn't like that.
Whatsoever.
What happened?
Dude. All right. This is such a crazy story.
I love it. You hear things though.
This is absolutely. First of all, let me tell you how I met Ken Block. This is, and rest in peace. I love Ken Block, man, and Damon Wade, both great guys. Ken walks up. Kareem flew me and him to Vegas. He's like, hey, you want to go to Vegas? I'm like, sure. He's like, cool. We leave the car World, fly to Vegas. Wow. Literally like that. Not even joking. We go to Vegas, and it's a big drawers party and a bunch of other stuff coming out, and I forgot what was going on, but we went to some big party.
And like a magic show out there or something?
It was magic. Exactly. That's what it was. And I remember we were at some party, and Ken Block walks up, and he's like talking to me about, man, I'm starting this. He's like, I want you to ride for this company, Dub. And you know, I'm doing shoes. He was doing drawer shoes at the time. He's like, I pay you, da-da-da. And, you know, at the time, like, I think I just got on 101. You know, I was making a little bit of money. And so I'm acting like I'm LeBron. I'm like, I'll get back to you. You know what I'm saying? I'll get back to you. So, and the best part about it, so he's like, Ken's probably looking at me like, who the fuck's this guy? You know what I mean? And like, because he approached me. And, you know, usually there's people rushing those guys or sending them stuff. And so after he walks away, Kareem's like, yo, what's up? You talk to him? What do you say? And before I could understand what Kareem said, I was like, who's that weird white dude with a gold tooth? And he was like, wow. He's like, what's up? What do you say to him? I was like, he's talking about a shoe company or something. He was like, and Kareem starts laughing. He's like, you don't know who that is? And I was like, no. I was like, only white dudes I know with gold teeth back home are like drug dealers. I didn't know who he was. And so Kareem's like, yo, you got to do that. And so I ended up getting on that. And that, you know, that helped. Obviously, I was making a little more money. And at the time, I knew about drawers. I didn't know about Dub. So they put me on Dub.
Oh, okay.
And that shit, I made me some money. Like, yeah, dude, them jackets were money. You know what I mean? I didn't know. Like, I'm just like wearing these big ass reflective jackets. And all these dudes are like, I knew nothing about snowboarding. I grew up in Florida. These dudes like, everyone's buying jackets for me, $200 a pop, and I'm like, I love Dub. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is the greatest company ever. Like I'm wearing them big snowboard pants and stuff, and everyone was, you know, and it worked out for a very long time. So I come out, and what were we filming? It was right around when DC came out, and so I went to go shoot a Dub ad, and at the time, like the shoes, I think they were the boxers and something else, and This is a lesson in patience. And so I get the boxers and I'm like, I can't skate in these, you know what I mean? So I go to Pacific Drive and get some high top Adidas, like shell toe high top Adidas. Mind you, I'm like I have some of the first DCs too. You know what I mean? Like there was everyone else had them and shit, but like I'm got some first DCs, and so he given them to me for a reason. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, I can't wear these things. I look like big leather bread loaves. I just couldn't wear them, dude. And so I went in. I think I traded one pair for some Adidas at Pacific Drive, and the other pair I think I just had at the house so I could kind of, when they were around, I would wear them.
Okay.
So I go shoot photos, and I shoot 2 photos. One's like a 50-50 on some pretty high bar. It was like, and then the other was a ollie over fence. It was like some crazy looking fence. And I'm super psyched on the photo, and I'm just like, and someone, I forgot who shot it. Was it Swift? Someone shot the photos. I can't remember at the time. But they're like, hey, we go to take the photos up to Drawers. What was the name of distribution? It wasn't Syndrome. I forgot the name.
Drawers distribution.
Circus.
Okay.
Yeah. We go up to Circus distribution, and I remember being on site. You know, I got the photos. You know, Ali, Asha, everyone's there. Take the photos, and it's like me and Ken, and like take the photo, lay him down. Ken just looks at him and walks away, and I'm like, what, dude? Like, I had no idea. I'm just like, what the fuck was that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, dude, these shots are
You don't
hit.
even like my ad.
I'm just like, this shit is hitting. Like, I went out, I was broke my neck 50-50 that bar. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't 50-50 anything at this time. And so this is right when Jamie and everyone was, you know, it was like kind of something different for me too. And it was like a bar that had 2 knobs on the end that screwed, you know what I'm saying? It was like 2 where you could screw the bar in. Okay. So you had the ollie over one and 50-50 and ollie over another.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying? And it was like a pretty high bar. And so I was super stoked to have these photos. And he just looks at him and walks away. And I'm like, and I think it was Ali Asha walks over and he's like, dude, why did you do that? And I'm like, what? I had no idea. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? And he's like, dude, you're wearing Adidas. And I'm like,
in the photos?
Yeah.
Yes. In the Dove photo that I was supposed to be wearing the DCs in. But I didn't, I'm like, he gives me a whole kit. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, I'm going to switch out this part. That was the end of my tour with DC.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude. Like, it was never even mentioned from that day again.
But
ever.
wow. They're giving you the DCs. Was there any talk of like, hey, this is or was it a trial?
I knew exactly what was going on because I was getting shoes since they were doing drawer shoes.
Who are you getting shoes from before this?
Airwalk.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Airwalk, because I used to wear the Jims and something else, and like the Jason Lees. Okay. Those were my things.
Okay.
So like, yeah, and then in between that somewhere, Etnies was just kind of coming out of nowhere because I was staying with Mike Santa Rosa at one point. Remember the Mike Santa Rosa Etnies ad where they dump all the shoes on his head? Mm-hmm. Remember that? Mm-hmm. That was me dumping the shoes on his head.
Oh, wow.
Yes. That was like one of the first Etnies ads. Like, not the first, but like when they started doing.
Early on.
Yeah, it was very early on. Like, I remember, like, Don, like, we stood at the top of Don had, it was like a really small kind of warehouse in Costa Mesa. And Don had all these shoes, and he's like, we're just going to dump them on his head. And I was like, oh, I definitely will. I definitely will. So, yeah, man. So I was getting the Etnies for a little bit. Okay. And, you know, I had nothing solid set in stone. You know, I was just kind of that dude, like the kind of dark horse. But I was also like, I also thought I was like, you know, I don't know, I thought it was maybe Nas or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll let you guys know. Like, I had some other shit going on. You know what I'm saying?
At the time, it was kind of interesting because other people were skating, you know, even if you skated for a company, you would maybe wear somebody else's shirt to support them absolutely. Or another board or whatever. So
yes.
Maybe it wasn't really a thought in your head of, hey, I'm wearing these Adidas. I'm just doing me. I was doing a bunch of reckless shit back then. When we started 23, you ever seen that picture of the Fakey Crooks and I'm riding the Kane Gale board?
It's like a prime board or something.
Yeah, it's like a crazy pinch photo. I can't believe I said that word, but it's like a crazy. It's
a Florida. It's a Florida.
It is. I need to stay off the internet clearly, but it was like a crazy pinch photo or whatever, and it's and I'm riding a Kane Gale board.
But people were doing stuff like that.
But I rode for 23.
Oh yeah, that wasn't a part of. That was 101, and like that.
No. 23 was already in business. Yeah, I remember I told you I didn't really like the board, so I was like, I'm gonna skate a Kangol board. And my dumb ass goes out and shoots a photo and it ends up full page in Transworld, and Sal's like, "What's this?" I'm like, "Oh, that." Like, "Oh, that photo of me riding a Kangol board."
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah, dude.
It's
yeah.
the best.
I mean, if you were writing for 101 at that point, it would have been okay, more or less, because it was out.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
yeah. We used to all ride I used to ride everyone's stuff. Like, I don't think. Well, I'm trying to think of a board company I didn't ride back then. Like within that camp. I mean, we rode all of it. We rode World. You get a box. It's all the same wood. You know what I mean? So it was like we were more concerned about the top color than anything. You know, like most boards had the same shape. I think towards the end I had a bigger board. And but everything was pretty much the same shape. And if it was anything other than yellow and red, it was like, give that shit to somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't even up for debate if somebody's gonna skate that shit in the van. It was like, you might as well sell that.
Right.
But we were abusing it so hard, like as far as getting like just boards every day type shit, that then they just started making blanks, and they're like, "Nah, you got to take these blanks now."
Yeah. They got smart on us real quick. They're like, we ain't even printing this shit. Like,
we gonna give you
but
these
the blanks fucked everything up though.
Oh yeah, they did. Because stickers weren't cool. You know what I mean? Like if it was very minimal. You know what I mean? So it was like, it kind of took away from the business aspect of it. But
for sure.
But for us, we were like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, well, I don't want to. Who fucking cares? I don't own the business. Like, you weren't thinking like that. Like I need to be riding something that says the business that I work for. You know what I mean? It's like going into Burger King with a blank shirt.
But everybody, everybody was following suit. Even I was. I wanted the blank board. I wanted the crispy white wheels. I wanted everything.
Oh, they did blank wheels, everything. They did everything.
Yep. That was a thing, and it was like, yep, that's a photo right there. That was I think Mike Ballard shot that, not playback. Yeah.
Hey, you're wearing the DCs though, even if you can't see the logo.
Yeah, that was I wasn't on the team.
Yeah. So I actually had that board. I actually had that board.
I love that board, man. And Kane's my boy. You know what I mean? Like now, if I'd have been caught riding like a Josh Casper or some shit, that'd be a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like Kane's my boy. So it's like that's how I got to smooth that one out. But that was very disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? That was to 23 and Sal. That was very, very disrespectful. And
no doubt.
And luckily, everything passed under, and we ended up doing a lot more cooler shit.
For sure.
While we were on 23, it's really funny. I did the Stedham graphic. Remember that board? Mm-hmm. I did the Stedham graphic, and Stedham hit us up and was like, "Yo," he's like asking about like riding for 23, and I was like, and I was just like, dude, I was like, why would you do that? I was like, why? I was like, that's like, what did I say? I was like, that's like Cool Mo D being in Black Moon. You know what I'm saying? I was like, it's just like such a random thing. You know what I mean? I was like, he's solidified in his own thing. Like there's like, we can't make him cool. You know what I mean? It's not saying he's not cool, but there's no, like, we can't. It's Steve Stedham. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I just wasn't into it because I didn't think it would help Steve Stedham. You know what I mean? It's like, you want to be on a team with a dude with 3 names, Anthony Van England? Like, he didn't know. You know what I mean? He just didn't know. Like, he saw it as like, and he saw the tribute, but he just kind of wanted to like be a part of it. And I don't think he really understood what we were doing. You know what I'm saying? But he also
felt the homage. He was like, "That was great, man." But like, I want to ride with y'all.
He's like, "That's cool as shit," but I'm on the team.
Still can't get over Cool Mo D on Black Moon.
Yeah, dude, it was seriously just so random, and I don't know, it just didn't really work out like that, unfortunately, and luckily we're cool now. But it's funny, man. You got to think, because I was talking to Stedham about this, and I was talking to him about, how it's there's a discrepancy between being, say, like owning a company and riding for a company too. Like there's always that, it's a conflict. It's it's a conflict of interest, and I've always felt it was. And the most successful companies, look at Stacy Peralta. Oh yeah, Stacy Peralta was like, I'm getting the fuck out of the way. You dudes, you know what I mean? Like, and that works. That is a proven thing to work. Chris Miller, like, I'm out. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Like, but when you get the dynamic of having your board still on there and shit like that, it's like, no matter how you look at it, dude, like, your teammate is your competition. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're looking at his ad like, I want a better ad than it's the nature of competition. That's why you turn pro. You know what I mean? Like, you wanna do your best, and you wanna you want to actually, you want to shine with your peers too. But if you actually have a little bit of leeway over them, it's like, look, man, if they call and ask about like 5 people want to come to Japan, you own the company and you skate, you're going to Japan first. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just end all be all. You know what I'm saying? So I've always, I just always felt that was kind of a weird thing with a lot of companies. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it just didn't, it never sat right with me, to be honest. But with Sal, it was cool because Sal, people would ask for his board sometimes, and like he just, he knew, he was just like, dude, this is these guys. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like he was always very adamant about that. And Natas was very good. Natas was cool too. Natas was just like, these are the guys. You know what I'm saying? And
I think some companies do it pretty well though, where they'll release boards
absolutely
once in a while.
Absolutely.
Because I think that those people still deserve that.
And you know what too? And on the same token too, it's like, it's hard to replicate. It's like when you do take yourself out of that position and say you do own a skateboarding company or something, it's like, it's hard to find, I would never use girl as an example, but it's like, you're going to have a fucking hard time finding the next Rick Howard or Mike Carroll. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, like, you might as well keep them dudes right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't going to find them dudes again. You know what I'm saying? That's like get rid of Brady and them. Hey, them dudes won many championships. You know what I mean? So, but like the other, it's just really weird to see. I just really feel like it's even with skate shops too. It's like a weird dynamic. Skateboarding was a lot better when everyone knew their place.
Interesting.
I feel like it was when like the skaters were the skaters and we supported the pros and we supported the shops and the shops played the background. You know what I'm saying? Like when I grew up, you didn't know who the shop owner was. The shop owner was looked like the lady that sold Avon. You know what I mean? She wasn't trying to design her own shirts and come out with her own line of shit and have when you start doing that shit, you're competing. You're competing with other skateboard companies. You know what I'm saying? Like you're 100% competing with them. So we didn't have those kind of things growing up. You know what I mean? Like we had the guys that even the ladies, they just loved skating. They wanted it. And they made sure that the money was funneled to the pros, and like it wasn't about the shop. It was about skateboarding. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's a huge thing I see now too, man. I just really feel I see everybody wants to be all up in the video. Everybody wants to be, everyone doesn't know their position. It's okay to own a skate shop and just own a skate shop and support skateboarding. You know what I'm saying?
I think there's still a lot of skateboard shops out there like that.
Absolutely.
But
absolutely.
I understand what you're saying as well.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I love skate shops. Plus skate shop, that's my shit. Like Push, like what's the guys down in Tupelo, Change, like all those guys. Those are my guys. It's like they're skaters. They're skaters. They back out. You know what I mean? They do a lot of cool shit, but a lot of that is just, I think skateboarding is just in a weird spot right now because of that. Everyone wants to be the star of the show. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to decipher who to support and who's like, we had the guys, we had the Tony Hawks, we had the Santa Cruz, we had all that shit. You know what I mean? It was like, those are the guys. Now it's like a sea of shit to compete. You don't even really know who's pro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard. You're like, I walk in a skate shop, I'm like, I'll just take that board. Like, you don't know who's who, it's like, because they're not even really trying to mold things. Everyone's trying to compete.
I think what happened too, skateboarding turned into a Me Too business. Meaning,
yes.
Me Too. I'm going to start a company. Everybody's starting a company.
Oversaturated.
It's oversaturated. The wood shops definitely are a part of that because you're saying, I can make 20 boards.
Yep.
We could sit at this table right now, create a company, and call up all of our skate shops that we know and fill orders.
Yep.
And it was never like that. It was a certain amount of companies that existed that all the money was being funneled to, which led to skateboarders making decent livings. Yeah. Nowadays, skateboarders,
for those brands,
100%. Now, skateboarders nowadays have to have 2 jobs to survive in the skateboard industry.
Yes.
So I do agree with you. There is it's weird right now.
Also, I'd also like to add to that too. It's really weird too, and I think this is just my personal opinion.
Sure.
When we were kids, when we were younger, it was easier for the pros to have a career, somewhat successful career, and you didn't have to be the best guy. you had a skateboard graphic. You know what I mean? And skateboard graphics are a lost thing. They sell you everything as a set now. You know what I mean? So like the average pro does not have. I'm blessed to have that Sean Clyde, that little character, and that like I honestly feel like I'm the last person to have something like that.
The Calvin and Hobbes.
You know what I mean?
thing.
Or just like, you know how Roscop had the guy coming out of the bullseye, and like Lucero had the thing. Like that's my thing of that, and skateboarders don't have that anymore.
Well, these guys, I mean, these guys, the Roscops, the Cabs, they were making tens of thousands of dollars off of one board graphic that would last season after season after season after season after season. They're selling they're getting checks for $10,000.
That is a pro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you didn't see like Magic Johnson with like 13 different jerseys. You know what I'm saying? Like they had one thing and it's recognizable. You know what I mean? Like, and you work around that thing. Now it's like, it's product driven, you know, so the average pro doesn't, you know, the average pro, if he's not pushing that much product and there's too much product on the wall, you're assed out.
Good luck.
You know what I mean? Good
sure.
luck. It's so product driven. So it's almost like skaters have forgot that that's what it was. Dude, there was guys back in the 80s that like, these dudes weren't killing it. Dude, I had no idea who the hell I thought Klaus Grabke was in some weird European band. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know who he was, dude. And like he had one of the best selling skateboards. You know what I'm saying? Look at a dude like, dude, there's not one person in this room that knows what Keith Meek Slasher looks like. That dude could literally walk in this room right now and people be like, yo, you're in the wrong house.
Sounds like he's in Metallica.
Yeah, exactly, right? He had one of the greatest boards though, like the Slasher board, like the Santa Cruz Slasher, and like seriously, dude, like and I think it's that kind of stuff's missing. Guys like Spidey. Spidey had a dope board. You know, Lance Mountain did the Spidey graphic, and he didn't have to. Spidey wasn't the best skater, and he'll tell you he wasn't the best skater, but he was a smart businessman. Yeah. And skaters are not the smartest businessman. They just want to go pro and have a board, and then later on down the line, it's just like you have 12, 13 pro models, and they look like the other 12, 13 pro models from your fucking dude. You know what I'm saying? So that's just kind of a missing thing. You know, they don't have, they don't get a way to mold their career. It's just
there's nothing special.
Yeah, there's no blueprint anymore.
Yeah, you know, it's like
I don't think there ever was a blueprint.
There was a little bit of a guideline to go.
Okay, I agree with that. You know, there was a little bit.
Like if I was a kid coming up and I would talk to you guys, you'd be like, "Yo, this is what you should do," and I'd be like, "Oh, cool. Okay, make a sponsor me tape. Go like whatever." Now it's like, yeah, just go out there and skate and
put
your shit on Instagram.
Yeah, go social media,
right?
go do that. Like, there's so much more to add to that conversation. Whether it was just sponsor me tape, and let me get your tape.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about like company owners and stuff because it was the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, exactly.
With Rocco, with Powell probably. I mean, they had a handbook, but
you know, but the thing with those guys too, man, is like the thing that worked is their formula. It did work. You know, it really did work. And then also,
but they're making up these formulas as they go.
But you didn't have. Sure. But also, this is another thing too. We have to really think. Like even when in the days when we, your heyday as well, there wasn't. I'm not that kind of pro. You know what I mean? And nowadays, that's okay. It's okay to be like, I'm not that kind of pro. It's like, what does that even mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like. What does that even mean? Like, you don't have to be a Nija, you know what I'm saying? But you also don't have to like, I'm not that kind of pro. Like, what do you mean? Like you don't feel as if you can compete with those in any way whatsoever. You have nothing to give. Like, that's weird, and it's okay now. You know what I mean? It's literally okay. You can just have a board and be like, I'm not that type of pro. I just like pushing around and, kick flipping over potholes and doing weird wild rides. Like, that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a thing. It's literally a thing, man. And it's, it just has no it has no structure. Yeah. And
it's more open game now.
It's more open game, and opening the game up sometimes can be very dangerous. For sure. And it's just my perspective of things.
That's why I just say it's oversaturated to the point where all these things, not that it's acceptable, but it's skateboarding, and the extension of skateboarding has gone beyond. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because nobody's in control of it. That's the thing.
Yes, that is the number one thing. And the people that were in control couldn't couldn't quite get along. You know what I'm saying?
But also, I think it comes to a point where you can't control it.
You could never. They could. No one ever controlled it.
Once Instagram hit the world, and you could start posting videos and all this stuff, like a lot of everything in skateboarding changed like overnight.
No association first and foremost. This is like free game. We are able to go out and do what we do as skateboarders. But that's the thing that's special about skateboarding.
Yes.
You know, like we are able to do ourselves, and people recognize the talent that you're providing.
Exactly.
You know?
Well, it used to be the company being like, hey,
exactly.
Here we need an ad. Hey, we're doing a video.
Yes.
Wait, you're going out and doing a Trans World video?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay, here we're going to support you. Actually, you're going to turn pro after that.
Exactly.
You're going out and doing something beyond what we're doing over here. Nowadays, it's like the company's looking at you like, well, what do you got for us?
And it's funny
you
because
got an Instagram clip that we could repost.
You got followers.
Yeah. What do you?
You know what's funny now is the companies are now the middleman. Because if you got an IG,
right,
you probably can get more followers in your company.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So it's like your company's your middleman at the end of the day. So it's like they should be working for you.
I felt when Instagram came around, like, and this is my own personal feeling. I felt like majority of the companies were like, well, we don't need to go anywhere and do anything because anybody can now reach out to you personally. You know, you can go and create. You can go and people can reach out. Your fans can reach out to you. We don't need to take you to Australia because the people in Australia can now reach out to you, and you could talk to them, and you could reach them through your pics.
That's not the same.
You know what I mean, though?
It's
not the same.
Sure.
No.
But that's just how I felt that Instagram kind of changed the landscape.
They kind of it's kind of the they sell you the fantasy of like you're your own worker, but you're not your own worker because you're working for them still. You know what I mean? Like you're pumping. They're going to make sure you get your products on there. You're going to get your little hashtag and shit.
But they still got to sell your product.
Exactly. But it's like you might as well sell your own product.
A lot of people.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Seriously, you might as well sell your own product because you're already doing most of the work, and you all you got to do is put it on this. You got the same platform. You got the exact same platform. You know what I mean? So it's like, who was I saying this about? Steve Stedham. Because when Steve Stedham was doing when he was doing POW. And then whatever happened with POW, which I know what happened there. Someone told me a crazy story about that. Yes, we'll get on that in 1 second. When he was on POW and he was kicked off or let go or something, quit something. It's something very weird happened. When he left, like I was a huge fan of him. You know, it was like that was my guy. 86, 85, 86, he quit. And then around 86, he started Sure Grip, and he had Stedham and all that. So I was following his companies. You know, I'd save my little money up, go get a Stedham board, and I was noticing that he wasn't getting the same type of love that he was on POW. You know, and that to me was very eye opening as a kid. You know what I mean? I was like, so do you like Stedham or do you like the house that Stedham helped build?
You think his value went down off of the company?
Which was weird because when he was on there, he sold more boards than Tony Hawk. He did, dude. He sold, straight up. He had the #1 selling board over there, dude. Like, that board is epic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, and he knew this. Like, he knew he had the leverage. And I don't, from what I understand, there was some trip to Hawaii. And it was like a team thing, and they didn't invite him. Yeah, and then things kind of went downhill from there. Like, Cookiehead was telling me the story, and I was like, yo, what?
That just set the motion right there.
You know what I mean? And so he already kind of had to fight his way to be pro, too, which was very weird. Like, they were just like, nah. And then, I mean, he's not pissed, but it's a crazy story if you think back on it. You know, he was clearly good enough to be pro, and they were just like, oh, you got to wait. And then he went and entered a contest and got like first and second in these two different contests. It was like bowl and something else, and then he was, I guess, State Peralta was like, shit, I guess we got to turn him pro now. You know what I mean? Like, because he was kind of like, yo, I show these dudes. And Stacey was like, yo, you want to enter, you got to pay for yourself, and he did and busted ass.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Crazy. And they were just, I mean, what are you gonna do? He forced his hand at that point.
I mean, that's how you turned pro back then too.
I mean,
pros would
all
pay
the
for
contests. No, I'm just saying, like the contest world. That's how you turn pro. I mean, Tony Hawk turned himself pro by entering in. It was Tony Hawk or somebody that entered a contest and rode down in the pro thing.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I think it was. I think Tony said that.
I think it.
He said it on his episode. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so check this out. On the remember I was telling you all these guys came for Kona Pro, the New Deal team. So at this time, Thomas Taylor, rest in peace, he was AM for New Deal, and so he comes down to Kona Pro. This is a huge contest back then. I think it was 90, 91. And so they all come down, and Thomas Taylor decides that he's going to turn himself pro. They kicked his ass off so quick.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, New Deal kicked his ass off so quick. They were like, yeah, I mean, because it was New Deal, and like I'm saying, like there was probably like a guideline to do, like not a guideline, but like you can't just, you know what I mean? Like
at the time when Tony Hawk turned himself pro by writing his name under there, I'm sure he had the credentials.
Yeah, and Thomas was an awesome skater too, but that's not his call to make. That's not his company. You know what I'm saying? And Thomas ain't Tony Hawk. Let's be real here. Like, you know what I mean?
I don't know if when Tony wrote his name down, it wasn't like you wrote your name down as your pro. Doesn't mean you have a pro board or anything like that.
He just wanted to enter a pro contest.
I don't know if that. Yeah, I don't think you have to have. Remember, there was a point like you were pro literally. I guess still. I don't know if you were naming a board now. Does that mean you're pro?
It's.
Back then, that's what it was.
I don't know about that question. I'm like,
things have
been changed. It depends. Things done changed.
It depends on the company as well.
Yeah, it's not like
it's like credibility.
1,000%.
Different companies have different credibility.
The company means everything.
Validation of a company that's relevant. If you just come up with a brand overnight and you think that like, okay, I'm turning myself pro.
We created Riding with Dubs.
Oh yeah,
and we turned Clyde pro.
I would like that to work. But it's not appropriate.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I don't know, man, because you see so many, you got artists with boards. You got like, it's bastardized now. You know what I mean? And but there's so many places to make the boards and like, you know what I mean? They're like, you don't even know what's the standard now. At least back then there was a standard. I feel like that's fair to say. It's like now if you go pro for Joe Schmo company, it doesn't matter because there's no standard. You know what I mean? Like it's like there was a level, and that bar was pretty fucking. It was a pretty fucking high bar.
Oh, dude,
you know what I mean? Like
sure.
you couldn't like, and I don't know when it dropped. There was even guys like Josh Casper that went pro, but but shit, the dude went pro for blind. You know what I'm saying? Like clearly he had something to offer them dudes, whether it been for a short time or whatever, they saw something in him, and clearly he couldn't really do much. He fit for that mold of skating. I think that's when that kind of shit started going downhill. When like you could find an era defining guy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and before that, there wasn't any era-defining skaters. They were like, all right, this guy's around, the Chad Votts and shit like that. But it wasn't so much like now. Like you see a bunch of guys, and you're like, man, these guys are good. And like I don't think a lot of people have the patience too. You know what I mean? They're just like they see their buddy or whoever pro on Instagram, and they're like, what the fuck, dude? That dude's like, what? I nollie heel that table. You know what I mean? It's just like, dude, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like it's okay. Don't let likes fool you into thinking that guy's a better skater than you.
Yeah. Right. I think there's a lot of companies out there that are still coveted. But like you were saying before, it was like if you got on blind back then, when Jerron skated for blind, or you got on 101, you were put on the pedestal.
Absolutely.
You got put on a girl chocolate. You got put on this pedestal.
Yes.
Everybody's looking at you, all eyes on you.
Yep.
I felt it when I got on chocolate.
Yep.
Like I felt eyeballs on me.
Pressure.
Pressure for sure. I think that still exists.
It does
for some companies.
For sure.
Yes, it does.
But I think that it is kind of becoming few and far between. If somebody leaves a company for something else, it's not like this big shakeup anymore.
Exactly.
It's not like, whoa, that was
cares.
a crazy move, And back then it was like,
we
were all like paying attention to, not paying attention, but.
If big moves are happening, I like to cut you off, Kelly.
No, you're good.
But when big moves are happening, like 7 dudes are leaving a company, go start another company, like that's a big deal.
That just leaves leaves a window open for like a 12-page slap. Like sassy message board, you know what I mean? I got something sassy to say about this, and you're like, dude, cool, like, you know what I mean? Like that's literally all it is now. Like everyone's just like, that's what I'm saying, man. No one knows. There's people don't know their place like that. You know, it's like there's the fans, there's the photographers, and there's everybody wants their shoe. Everyone wants a shoe. Everyone, you know, it's like, dude, just let it be. You know what I'm saying? Like you can still love skateboarding and be a part of it, and like, you know what I'm saying, like promote it, and you don't have to have your name and likeness or your face and everything. And you know, it's a lot of that, man. It really is. I feel like that space is reserved for what, you know, like when we were coming up. You know, some people left that space open for us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They really did. And now it's just that space not really there. And it's not has to do with IG and shit like that. You know, it's like magazines and stuff like that were around back in the day. You know what I mean? But you didn't care about the team manager. You're like, the fuck? The team manager, like, having that. Imagine seeing like a team manager checkout back in the day. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck is this? You know what I mean? Like, dude, if you go pack some fucking boxes, what do you think this is? like fucking weirdos, dude.
It's funny.
We've come a long way, man.
Yeah, it really has, man. It's just, you know, it's different now.
I think it's ever changing. I think you come back 2 years from now, or even a year from now, we could be having a completely different conversation of where we're
gonna be talking about them Japanese kids. That's what we're gonna be talking about. Yeah,
there you go.
We already talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good. You know, they're very, very good, man. And that's what I'm saying. You can't be like, I'm not that type of pro. It's like, I know you ain't. You know what I mean? Like, and they ain't worried about having their name. They ain't worried about the stupid shit we're worried about. You know what I mean? Like they don't even want to talk to y'all after they skate. Y'all dudes all up in the camera, like, yeah, man, like holding your board up. Dudes like, man, get this shit out of here. You know what I mean? They do not care. They do not want to have a conversation with you. They came to skate, get down. Yeah. They came to skate, get down, like wear some weird Nike suit, and they're out. Yeah.
That's very true, bro.
Yeah, dude, it is. And whoever dressed Yuto in that big ass jacket should seriously like go to hell. You see him, dude? He looked like a hip hop Barbie doll. Yeah, like a big ass Supreme jacket. You didn't see that thing? It was like you just a couple years ago. They put him in like a Yuto in like a big like jacket with an all over print. He looked weird, dude.
Was this for like an Olympic shit or something?
It was right before that. He had the clipper ledge footage. I want to say nollie heel, nose slit, clipper, and a bunch of shit. Dude, he had a big
spin out.
Dude, he had a big ridiculous jacket on. I'm just like, why is he wearing that, dude?
He said they put it on him.
They put it on him, dude. They did.
They did. I don't know. Raj is in back. Raj,
I love it. Yuto's very fashion forward, right?
Dude, no, that dude, Yuto cannot dress. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody should like be like, hey, dude, you know what? You just skate. You don't worry about that. You hold these jeans and this t-shirt and you just go skate. Don't ever wear that jacket again.
Oh, goodness.
There's a bit. Raj is looking for it. It's a big jacket that he was wearing.
Dude, it's a huge jacket, dude. It has like all over print.
Hey, man, I'm going to say something, though, man. He's could be one of the best skateboarders on the planet right now. Like
right now? Dude,
yeah.
Absolutely is.
Yeah, like it's him inventing, like, dude, he has tricks that no one's even seen it that he's just like holding on.
You know why he's better than the rest of them dudes? Because he can skate vert.
He's all terrain.
He's steps, and like even the dudes that can skate vert and shit like that, they can't fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm serious, dude. Like because there's a lot of dudes who are really good on that kind of shit, like a shot and all that. Like a shot is fucking awesome. You know what I'm saying? I think I love a shot. He's like one of my favorite dudes to watch. But it's like those are just different types of dudes. You know what I mean? Like Yuto is. You could do a fucking 540.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a real one. Not one of them weird spinning ones. Like you could do like a real ass McTwist. You know what I'm saying? And he did it paddless, dude.
Yeah.
Like most dudes can't even drop in ramps like that. And so it's good. Like those type of dudes are different. You know what I'm saying? Like those dudes like them SLS dudes, that shit is different. Oh, yeah. There's a reason dudes like, I don't skate like that. It's like, bitch, because you can't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You ain't hitting the 12 stair and then like doing a bunch of shit after that. You're hitting the 12 stair, you're sitting your ass down. You know what I mean? Like them dudes are a whole different beast. After that
took you like an hour and something.
Yeah, man. Them dudes are like a whole different beast, man. And it's, you know, watching it, you know, being older guys, you know, you watch it, you're like, I'm glad I ain't got to skate against some dudes.
Straight up.
It's a whole different time back then.
Yeah, like, woo. Yeah, like, I remember one time me and Keenan, we tied for last place at Kona. Not at Kona, at Skate Park in Tampa.
Oh, yeah?
We were hyped. We were
tied?
Like, yeah, we tied for last place. We did equally as bad. It was the greatest thing ever. We straight up tied for last place. This is the greatest moment of my life.
Oh, my God.
And I think we both tried too, which is even worse.
Oh, man.
Yeah, dude. Those are the times.
I trip out on this last week. I was at Street League and like everyone just skating the biggest stuff over and over and over. And then the next day they get ready and do it all again. And I'm like, man, when I would skate like a 10 stair, that next 3 days I was done.
Exactly. And even back in the day, man, you remember like the only one who's really hitting that shit, like Muska would show up and everybody be like, clear the course, here comes Muska. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody was hitting them big ass rails back then except for Muska.
Got his backpack and his boombox. Watch out.
I remember that shit in what was that, Vancouver? I was
Slam City.
That dude, he slammed. He fucking slammed. Yeah. That was a great year, dude. We got our ass beat that year too. No. Yeah, we check this out. So this is when Sheffey was Sheffey.
Oh, that's so yeah. I was talking about this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? All right, so we were in a club.
Yeah, I'm talking about that.
Yeah. This is great. Yeah. So that was the same concept. I think I ate shrooms and I was like, and like Kevin had to come out and be like, dude, stop. And I'm like, what, dude? Like I was like pissed. Like I didn't know it was like my turn to quit skating. And so that night we went to a bar and Dave Duncan comes running up. He's like, hey man, come outside. Chevy's getting beat up. And so my drunk ass is like, oh, let me go look into this. You know what I mean? So I go outside and Sheffey is getting beat up, which is like, I'm like, yeah, because Sheffey's a big dude and he can brawl, you know what I mean? And so he was getting beat up and he was handling it pretty well. And so I go to jump in and some dude just knocked me out. I don't know who the fuck it was, but one shot, bam. I remember getting up off the ground and Colin McKay and them dudes were looking at us like shaking their head like yo, because they knew what time it was. We didn't know these dudes were all like rugby players or something like that.
Bro, if I'm not tripping, the main security guard took off his shoes, bro, and wanted to fight Sheffey. Like, and this is before I think you probably came out after the fact.
I came
right
out
before it started. But once he took off his shoes, I was like, this is probably not gonna be.
That's some different shit right there.
Yeah.
Maybe take your shirt off, but your shoes.
We all went outside to help, and then we all ended up helping each other off the ground. It was crazy. It was like, it was me, Duncan, Sheffey, and someone else. I can't remember, man. I was so pissed. Dude. I was in the club having a good time. I watched this. I got beat up, and I was so fucking pissed. It was Sal too. Sal got punched in the eye too, because the next day Sal was wearing sunglasses. Dude's the greatest fucking thing. You could tell who got beat up the next day of the contest because most of them had sunglasses on. Dude's the greatest thing ever. And everyone went to go save the biggest dude. That should have been a sign. When the biggest dude is getting his ass beat, everyone stay inside. Everyone should have just stayed right there. We were like, oh, let's go help Sheffey. I was drunk as hell too. I'm like, man, I got this. And I think that was the same year. I don't know if it was 1 year. It's either that year or the next year. Stevie was somehow he had come in town a little late, and we all went to some club and we were out front, and some shit happened when someone was trying to talk shit to Stevie in front of a club, and Stevie wasn't like even really paying attention to him. But I decided I was gonna clear the air or something, so I ended up punching someone, and the next thing I woke up in jail. Yeah, dude. And had pissed all over the jail thing. It was like,
damn, dude.
Yeah, dude. And
so
so they let me out the next morning, and I fucking ran to the hotel and ran to the arena and skated my run.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Swear to God, dude. Like I was shitting bricks. I was like, dude. At this point, I was in so much trouble with Sal. I was like, dude, I can't do this again.
I got to at least do. I got to at least skate.
I was like, I at least got to go there, and like, I think I'd gotten some photos or something. But looking back on a lot of old photos and stuff, man, I noticed that I'd broken my hand a lot, and I forgot. Like there's probably a good 8-9 year span where I'd broken my hand at least once a year.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, dude, and I would just go get drunk. Like, fuck it, put a cast on it. You know what I mean? Like I remember once we were on the zoo tour and I'd broken my ankle. And they were like, oh man, you got it, because they were saying I had to get surgery or something, and I was like, they're like, oh, you got to go home, and I was like, shit. So I ripped off the fucking air cast thing and like stayed like a dumbass. Yeah, dude. Stayed on tour, dude. I was like, I ain't going home. That shit was fun, dude. We getting a bunch of money. I was like, this shit is great, and I was like hobbling around the tour and shit. So. Yeah, those are good times.
God damn it, man. Clyde Singleton.
This has been a wild ride.
I love every minute of it, dude. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude. It was a very wild time back then.
But I'm glad you're doing well, man, now, dude.
Thank you.
And congrats on everything, dude.
And thank you for everything.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the skateboarding and all the laughter. Bro. And it's
thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it, man. It's good to be welcome back.
Oh, dude.
You know what I mean?
Never,
it's,
man, you never left.
Ruined your
it was I mentally left.
Okay.
That's like, understandable.
Yeah, mentally I was like, we broke up. You know what I mean? But I was like, I can't go nowhere. I mean, I was still skating up in North Carolina a lot, but it wasn't. I was still skating a good bit. I actually learned inverts in a bowl in like 2013. I was still skating a lot, man.
Yeah,
I was really, really. I just didn't want to. I had a bad taste in my mouth about skating. And I just kind of had to let shit go, and just thinking back, it wasn't for me. A lot of things just weren't for me. New York clearly was not for me. Like, I'm kind of glad that happened the way it did. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't want to, unfortunately I did, but, well, not really. I didn't want to end everything there, because I didn't want to go there in the first place. You know what I mean? I was vehemently like, no, for months, dude. And then finally I was like, fuck it, dude, let's go. And then when we do go, I'm just like, damn it. I told y'all for the first time, y'all should have listened to me. Like, yeah. So, I mean, it's cool.
Hindsight's 20/20.
It is, man. But we're all cool. I mean, looking back on it, it's, I know Rob ended up going to Expedition, right? Mm-hmm. And then I'm not, Kevin ended up.
Rob and Joey.
Yeah, Joey was over there too. That's right. Yeah. Joey built a boat or something.
Joey Pepper?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I was talking to Sal about doing some
a boat builder?
Yeah, I was talking to Sal about doing some cutting boards.
Woodwork, right?
So rad.
Yeah, because I was talking to Sal about doing cutting boards. I'm trying to make some cutting boards, cooking with Clyde cutting boards.
Oh, shit.
It's like, man, I'm doing like cutting boards and like flight boards, cheese boards and shit. And he's like, you should call Joey. He built a boat. And I'm like, yeah, dude, like straight up, he's like, he built a boat, dude. And I'm like, okay. So I hit up Joey, I think it was last night. I was like, here, I heard you're Tool-Time Tim.
Tim the Tool-Man Taylor.
I called him Tool-Time Tim. He's like, what do you want, dude? Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was really good, man. And Rob's, I think Rob's up in SF, he's still doing Supreme.
Yep.
And as well as John is doing Supreme as well in New York, and Kevin's just skating.
Love that.
And obviously I think Jimmy's doing the podcast thing. Is Jimmy still doing the podcast thing?
He's doing JSP and Standard Issue.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, he got all that stuff going. So yeah, everyone's staying pretty busy for the most part,
And we got aesthetics to look forward to coming back.
Bro. Yeah, man. We were supposed to
video
do a
part also from Clyde.
Yeah, you get my footage on my phone. Yeah, it's he's been working on it a good bit, and right when I got out here, I was like, "Yo, man, can I?" Because I thought I was trying to get some gear. I was trying to look fresh. I was like, "Man, I would hit Sal up, get some off-white gear." I'm not Travis Scott. I probably look weird in that shit. You know what I mean? Like, so I was like, "Hey, man, you got some gear?" He's like, "Absolutely, I got some aesthetic stuff." And I wasn't expecting that, so I was like, "Sure, man." So we went and had lunch. Told me about what he's trying to do, and it was good, man. I'm kind of stoked. He wants to use. We're kind of having a problem with the boards because he wants to use just the best shit. You know what I mean? And not that like we were talking about trucks earlier. It's like, dude, just put the fucking board out. You know what I'm saying? Not like that. Not to lessen it, but we're kind of pushed back. He wants to use Schmidt wood. He wants to do what he wants to do. It's his shit. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's his money. Like if it was my money, I could talk more shit. But I'm just like, I got my own thing to worry about. You know what I mean? And I'm stoked to be a part of it. Obviously, it's Sal, and
he always does rad stuff.
Yeah,
he always does rad stuff.
He's still doing SLB stuff. He still wants to do the skate. He still wants to do the skate veteran, which is genius. That is. Have you seen that stuff?
The skate veteran.
Yeah, he has the. It looks like a Marine or like a veteran's hat.
Yes,
that's Sal stuff.
Yes.
And he owns S&C, which is an old bike company, which is S&E or S&C. He owns that, and Off-White, and he's got his hands full. He's got his hands full. You know what I mean? So
busy, bro.
He's got it in motion. He's got everything in motion. I think he said it'll be a couple months because obviously Paul Schmidt's backed up. And so I guess that's what we're gonna use and get some Schmidt boards put together, and I can complain that they suck because I can't ollie. I'm kidding.
It's never the board.
It's never the board.
It's never the board. It's always
it's never me. It's
never
the board.
you.
It's never me. It's the board. But I like those boards, man.
Yeah.
I was riding.
I mean, he's an OG, man. He's one of the best dudes.
You know what? You want to know something crazy though, Chris? Is like, and I love Paul Schmidt. Paul Schmidt's a great guy. He we did the aesthetic sports with him when we first started, and I worked with him and Mike Puss. That was super awesome. I didn't know much about boards, and they were super cool. But I did my first board with Rodney Mullen. Yeah, and that's me and Kane were talking about that. It's like And Rodney's a nerd. You know what I mean? And like, he was just like going over all these things. And I'm like, yeah, dude, cool. Like, I want this on the bottom. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even like, but it's cool to think back now, you know, it's like, because those are two different guys, you know what I mean? And like, it's cool to get it from Rodney because Rodney does, you know, he skates like us. So he would know what we would really want. You know what I mean? It's like knowing how to make it's one thing, but knowing how to tailor it to the person that's making it, you know, like I feel like Rodney is, he's great at that. That'd be dope if they worked together, but it's like,
I mean, Rodney's off doing his own thing.
Yeah.
He's out there saving the world, whatever he's doing.
Skating in some weird parking lot by himself.
At
like
3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Still learning new tricks.
Yeah. I taught Rodney how to do a heart flip. I'm not even kidding.
I love that.
Yeah, dude. He would always kind of trip out and be like, how do you make your board flip so slow? And I was like, it's fucking heavy. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know the trick to it. It's heavy. Like, and so that's when he really started hooking up like different boards and stuff. And, you know, I thought, thinking back, man, it's really cool that Natas and, you know, guys like Natas and fucking Kareem and Rodney, it's like, it's special to, you know, they saw a talent in me that, like, you know, I probably didn't even see in myself. You know what I mean? That's cool, man, from those guys too. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that shit hits a little different when it's from those dudes. And like, but back then it was just such a normal thing. You know, like you were saying, it's like Natas is driving the team van. You know, you're just driving down the street, smoking tons of weed, and Natas is driving. You know what I mean? You're like about to catch a felony charge with Natas. like it's so random, dude. And like the first time we went on tour, we there was so many of us. It was like World Plan B 101 Menace. So it's 2 vans of us, dude. 2 like 4 or 5 seater vans, and I had no idea what per diem was, you know, because clearly I was not getting per diem on Acme. So we get per diem, and I was like, really? We get money every day? And we stopped at a strip mall, and there was a sporting authority, I think it's called. And I was like, hey, can I possibly get like my per diem for the week? They're like, yeah. And so I get it, and I went into sports authority, and I was going to buy some camo. That was like always my thing. And I looked over, and I was like, pellet guns. Dude.
Oh, no.
So I did get camo, and I got like these crazy looking pellet gun. Looked like a 9. I get back in the van, and LeVar and everyone's like, yo, where'd you get that? I'm like, dude, right here. So everyone goes and gets pellet and paint guns. Everyone. No, like the gnarly, like. So we pretty much wiped out our per diem for like a week. We all go get like snacks, gun, and like all kinds of stupid shit. And we get to the hotel after the demo, and I forgot whose bright idea it was, probably me, to start running around the hotel and like shooting people with these realistic looking guns. And there's a 12-year-old kid running around. Dude, they call the cops on us so quick. We are lucky to be alive, man. If that shit would have happened like today,
man. Wow. They don't know if that shit's real or not.
Dude, like we would have definitely gotten smoked. You know what I'm saying? Like it was, and things like that, man. You don't really put in perspective. You know what I mean? Like a lot of tour stuff was insane, dude. It was insane, dude. Like, and you wouldn't really think about it like that, but thinking back, you're like, holy shit, dude. Like, there was, and we had kids with us. You know, like LeVar's like 14. You know what I mean? And LeVar can't go to the bar with us. Like, cool, let's stick around and just go shoot guns. Like, everyone was just doing whatever we really kind of wanted to, you know, and we weren't really thinking that there would or wouldn't be trouble behind it. You know what I mean? We were just like, we had seen the guys before us kind of do it. You know what I'm saying? So it was okay to a fault. You know, I remember the World guys coming to Jacksonville, and it was like Jordan Richter, and it was Carol, and I'd skipped school this day. I was so hyped, dude. I was like, fuck, dude. I remember seeing Sheffey, and like, dude, I was so psyched, dude. And just like, and I remember hearing about all the hijinks on tour, and we'd just be like, man, I can't wait to go on tour. So when we got that chance, woo, it was on, man. And it was a good time, though, dude.
Yeah.
That was, we were on tour. Some of you know, Kane was with us then. Me and Kane grew up together. And this when Dimitri was young. I remember when he first came out. I remember when him and Retta first came out. And like, I remember them. They were like kids. You know what I mean? And so it was just crazy. It was a different time, dude.
For sure.
It's completely different. It was like, what was weird is it was a different time from when you guys were all on too. So it was and when they were on, it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was it was awesome. You know, when like we would be like, man, I wonder what it was like when they were on.
Different iterations of the same company.
But I did make it to the World Park, like, at one point. Like, so I was super stoked on that. Like, and I think it was right when they were tearing it down. And I was like, dude, I was so hyped, dude. I was just like, man, I seen this place in the videos and da-da-da.
Graffitied out.
Yeah, dude. And then, like, it looked nothing like it did in the video. You know what I mean? Yeah. I thought that shit was like, it looked nothing like it did in the video, dude. I was like, this shit's kind of raggedy. You know what I mean? I was like, these dudes are killing this thing, man.
When it was a blank canvas, it was like amazing. But then they started painting and doing all this shit. It changed the look of it, obviously.
Yeah. It started falling apart, too.
And things started definitely falling apart, for sure. Fun times, though. That was a great time.
I'm telling you, Clyde, dude.
Was that around the time when Henry was throwing shit through the walls?
Yeah, because Henry was staying there. I remember one time when Henry was... I was staying over at Tim Gavin's and Chris Pastrus's place, and I lived in that area. And Henry happened to be staying at the park, and he was like, "You're staying here tonight." And I was like, "Bro, I'm going with Tim now. I don't know what you're talking about." And he tried to literally pull me like in the park and like,
oh shit,
like, this dude. Get out of here, fucking Henry, with this shit.
Yeah, that was a wild time. I remember when he walked up in World and flipped out, and like we were like, yo, you know what I mean? We all thought we were crazy. We were like, yo, he what? Like he walked up there and he flipped some shit around, but it was crazy. The next day was just like next day
normal.
Yeah, it was just like, oh,
that's just Henry.
Yeah, it was like, oh, like so Henry came in here and flipped a bunch of shit around. Like, what's going on today, guys? And it was like. And it was just always something there because the Big Brother guys were in there too, you know, and so it was always like, you know, it was kind of like a hangout, but they were cool. They like gave us a space to like kind of fuck around.
Wow,
yeah, you know, but everyone was very peaceful, and you know, I got to meet John Thomas there. That was cool. I don't know, that was before your day, so. John Thomas, I'm sure you know the name of the trick.
Yeah.
So John was really big Rastafarian. So, and when I came out, he always knew I was like really big into African American culture and history. And so he, my first board was Marcus Garvey. So he kind of planted the seed with like all the like the, you know, African American history and, you know, relevance and boards and my early boards, and Natas was very cool about that too. You know, like, and it was back when we were getting our own boards too. You know what I mean? And thinking back, that was very important to me because I didn't really have, you know, people that were doing things like that when I was little, you know, and thinking back now, it's not like a kid's going to get it, but it's very funny to see now, you know, like everyone's bliggity black now, you know what I'm saying? Like I was black when that shit wasn't cool, you know, and it was cool that they not let me, but they understood, you know, kind of, like the importance of it was, you know, and how they could incorporate it and not, you know, not make it look like you're trying to be a fucking Black Panther or something. You know what I'm saying? It was really cool. It was more like a tribute thing too. And you know, I learned a lot from a lot of those guys, man. You know, they were older, but they were legit OGs. You know what I'm saying? Like they were legit OGs. Like they wanted to see us make it. You know, they didn't want to be up there with us. You know, they were just like, yo, they wanted to be a part of us making it, and that's fucking dope, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like
support.
Yeah, dude. Like we had very good support, and it was the guys that we looked up to, you know, and that's something else. You know, maybe that's why I think with skating, a lot of skaters don't really look up to and respect a lot of skaters like how we used to growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like you look at Natas, like you're like, I thought Natas a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? Like you have respect for him. You know, you're not like, you ain't gonna run up on Natas like, let's get a picture. You know what I mean? That wasn't happening back then. You know what I'm saying? Like then write some sassy comment and like Thrasher, like you didn't take a picture with me. Like that wasn't happening. You know, so we just kind of had a different respect for those guys, and
because we knew our history. A lot of skaters these days don't know the history.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah.
They barely know what happened last week.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's a lot different.
Yeah, it's a lot different, man. It's just because it's the culture we live in. It's everything's just fast, and it's, you know, we were able to consume our meals. You know, and that's very important, you know, in any aspect of life, to be able to consume your meal and know what you're eating and know what's in the food, and you gotta think about skating like
chew
that.
your food thoroughly.
Exactly, and you gotta know what you. If you know, the more you grow, especially with skating. You start understanding things more. When I started understanding the history of skating, I understood it more. You know what I mean? It made more sense to me. Like, not the players in the game, but the history of it. It's like, it's starting to make a lot more sense, and I'm still learning a lot.
Well, listen, dude, we got to wrap this up, man. You can come back anytime, dude.
Thank you.
The door is always open. Can we give you some gifts real quick to take home if you
can I give you some gifts too?
Kelly, do you mind
what
doing
size? Do we have any?
Yeah, we got some stuff, I think.
Size large? XL?
Yes. I know we got some Yeti stuff for sure.
Okay, yeah.
For sure.
That'd be awesome.
You put it in your suitcase.
Also, can I possibly plug the podcast?
I was going to get to that. You already know. You already know.
Hey, who made this table for you, by the way?
Focused Woodworks. They are from Rotterdam. We had an old table in here that was really just horrible, shaky.
Okay.
And they said, hey, we'd love to build you a table. They do beautiful woodwork and stuff. And we said, yeah, we gave them the dimensions we wanted and what we wanted. They built it and shipped it over here.
What?
Spent more money on shipping than the actual
Exactly, right?
But again, they make beautiful stuff. Go if you follow them on Instagram.
Okay.
Focus Woodwork.
I really like this, though. This is
beautiful.
When I first moved into my apartment, I was like dumpster, found some shit for the house.
Yeah.
So I found a desk, and then I found like a nice oak TV stand. Like, I live in a pretty decent neighborhood, so all the rich people throw their stuff out. And I'm like, I'll take it. So I find this nice oak TV stand and this desk, and I'm like, dude, I don't got room in my place for this. So I took the TV stand and I chopped the top off to where it's like waist high. I took the legs off the table, made an island in my kitchen.
Really?
Boom.
Yes. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I wish I had an island in my kitchen. God damn.
I got an island in my kitchen.
Great for cooking.
I also have Tony Hawk's phone number.
You do?
Yes,
Let me get that.
Yep. I offered him Ray Barbie's number.
In exchange?
Yeah, no, he's like, man, I want Ray Barbie on the show. I was like, I'll give you his number right now. Like, I was straight up about to give it to you. I'll give you Tony Hawk's number.
I'm going to text him every day.
Yeah, tell him Sal gave it to you.
But we got to talk about, like you just said, WCRP podcast.
Hey.
Hold on. Before we got to talk about the podcast, dude.
Okay.
We're fellow podcasters.
Yes, we are.
And you've been doing it for how long now?
A little over 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Great, man.
Do
you like doing it? Do you like?
I like doing it. It's not as much work as I thought it was going to be. And I took it all on myself, which was, I tried to like have a guy to do, like editing and all that shit.
Okay.
And I think I got up to Mike York's episode, and I'm listening to it, and I heard something twice in it, and I was like, so I called the guy like, hey man, like, are you listening to this stuff before you send it back? And like, he got like offended. And I was like, actually, well, how about this? Fuck you. And I'll do it myself. So I just sat up all night one night and learned how to edit it myself.
Okay.
So I just started to, I already, the whole outline of it I already had going into it. I knew I wanted to sound like AM radio. I knew I wanted to do the history of skating. But the first problem was I wanted to do the history of black skateboarders. And I was like, this shit lasts like 12 months. You know what I mean? I was like, that window is kind of short. And then also a lot of people just didn't, a lot of people aren't cool. They don't want to talk. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want to talk, but once you get to talking to them, they want to talk.
100%. I mean, the podcasting, it's very personal too.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of people, they say, I don't want to sit there and talk about myself for hours, But
it's kind of,
once they sit down, it's more than happy to.
It's kind of therapeutic sometimes. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's like, it's better than holding it in. And a lot of those guys, a lot of guys that come on the show, they haven't had an outlet like that too. You know what I mean? A lot of them are very reserved, and it's cool. It's just different. You know what I mean? It's not like how people think it is. You were saying like, dude, if you could just show up and talk to people.
Yeah.
All day.
Beautiful.
All day, dude.
Beautiful.
But it's time differences and time constraints and
the editing and the back end of it.
The editing, it's like I can get into editing. The next thing I know, it's like my ADD kicks in and I'm like doing something else. You know what I mean? So it can get to those things, but when I get into it and I get into it, but when I've learned that too. When I don't want to do it, don't do it. You know what I mean? Don't fiddle with it. Don't just, when you're into it, do it. And that's
force it.
Yeah, that's what I really like to do, man. I feel like that's the least I could do for skateboarding, and I really like that era. Yeah. You know, it's not specific to that era, but I really like that era, and I feel like there's a lot of guys from that era that a lot of people would love to hear from. You know, and
totally.
You know, and I felt like that window was kind of open. You guys already have, you know, you have a lot of the guys from that era too. You have a lot of newer guys, and I was like, okay, and Schmidt has a lot of newer guys and guys from that era, and I was like, well, not specifically from this era. And I know there's a lot of guys from this era that I know personally, you know what I mean? And I was like, and it can be an introduction thing. Like I felt like Tom Knox was a dope one because a lot of people don't know about, you know, or like really respect what he's done, and, you know, and to use my platform or just to have those guys on platforms like that, I feel it's important for skating, you know, because kids do need to know that. Or it was important for me to know the history, you know, like guys before me and stuff like that.
You speaking on Tom Knox from Santa Cruz back in the day, or Tom Knox?
Tom Knox, the real Tom Knox. Yeah.
The real Tom.
Yeah, real Tom Knox. Not the great value Tom Knox. That was mean. I'm sorry. But yeah, man, I really enjoy doing the podcast. I've been doing a little over 2 years now. I originally almost started off with like kind of beefing with Ricky.
Okay.
And I'm glad I didn't. You know, I'm really glad that I kept it. I didn't want to have that kind of platform. You know what I mean? I didn't want to build anything like what's the kid's name? The YouTube kid.
Gifted Hater?
Yeah. I didn't want to build something like that where like you're always coming out, you come into the fight with a knife. You know, you got your knife out. You just, you know, I didn't want to build that. You know, I just wanted to have something where it's not about me too. You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like my story is important yet. You know what I mean? Like I feel like these guys have something to really say and give, and I want to hear from them too. And also, you know, I got, you know, having guys like Ray Barbie and shit on. Like I didn't even know that he didn't even do this yet, and like he's cool, you know. And I'm just like,
we've tried to get him on.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I got that complexion for protection.
What's his number? Give me his number. Give me his number.
777.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No, but yeah, man, it's really cool to work with a lot of guys, and I'm getting Brian Ridgway on. I feel like he's a very important figurehead in skating. For sure. He was Tony Hawk's first team manager, you know, and a lot of black folks that skate, they don't know about his history and his importance, and you don't always have to be a pro skater to make an impact in skating, and he's made a severe impact in skating. And so things like that, you know, I find that very, very interesting. And I've always been a nerd growing up, you know, like I like nerding out on shit. So that's my thing, man. I get in my house, I have my little mic, I have my little 4-track, and it's cool, man. You know, I don't need much. I don't need much to get down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it though. I love it. I think the more the merrier, you know, because I think skateboarding, there's a lot to tell. You know, you can go on our podcast, we could have a 4.5-hour conversation.
Oh shit! Did I beat Mike V?
No.
Thank you, God.
But
you are close.
You could go.
Oh shit! Oh no! Let's go! Shit!
But you could go on Tony Hawk's podcast, have a completely different conversation.
Absolutely.
Go on the Bunt, have a different conversation.
Absolutely.
So I think that there's plenty of room for all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, honestly, dude, if you think about it, that's why I wanted to do it like a radio station, because I look at these things almost like radio stations.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like we would all be the VJ or the DJs, or you know, the guy talking on the radio host, and there's different radio stations, and just because like there can be 3 different hip hop stations, you're not going to go to all 3 hip hop stations like you're saying and talk about the same thing. But that doesn't mean that those 3 hip hop stations, you see that a lot in like like music and shit too, you know, like Hot 97 and, you know, all that shit in New York. Those guys weren't even able to mingle together. They couldn't go to like, you know what I mean? And so I feel like this kind of stuff's cool, man. And going on Schmidt and going on all, you know, it's like, it's cool. I think it shows more diversity, because people will make up like stupid little animosities and shit between all, like, oh man, why don't you fuck with them, or why don't you? And it's like, dude, like,
do you get that a lot?
Dude, I get that.
Because we get that too. It's like, oh, the Bunt and the 9 Club. We're just like, What?
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm just like,
they're doing their thing. We're doing our.
Exactly. Like, I'm just like, dude, like everyone's too busy for that. You know, it's like, and a lot of guys too, man. Like I talk to Schmidt a lot. You know, I talk to a lot of guys that do podcasts. I talk to the guys at the Powell thing a lot. You know, and it's just important to keep those kind of things. And we're all into the same thing. It's like skating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it's just different. It's podcast and. There's room
and
for everybody.
We're all talking about the same shit, the shit that we love.
Exactly. And there's still a lot of guys who I still haven't heard. You know, I guess Jim Gray's got a podcast. Am I correct?
Okay. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Jim Gray? Yeah, Jim Gray has a podcast. He's probably not going to have me on. But yeah, there's a lot of guys that have podcasts and, you know, it's...
And there's smaller podcasts, there's bigger, you know, it's all over the board,
and,
for sure.
And how I've looked at mine too, man, to be honest, it's like 9 Club is, you guys are successful because you worked your way to that part of success. You know what I mean? And like, that's going to take a lot of work to get there. And I can't have an unrealistic expectation of like, I should be as big as a 9 Club. It's like, no, dude, like you get that big putting in work. It's just like anything else with skating or anything else. And as many people, you don't have to think it's work. No one has to think it's work. You know, the person that's going to hate on you doesn't think it's work, but the people that do what you do are going to respect it because they're like, that's a lot of shit. You know what I mean? Like the resume speaks for itself. You know, the work speaks for itself. So you can't be like, well, I don't know about that shit. You know, people just want us all to not like each other and shit. You know what I mean? Like
it's got to be some type of headbutting or some beef or something.
Like I see it with different like.
Should we start some beef? Should we just do some podcasts?
I got too much shit going on to be beefing with y'all. Like, but I honestly, man, you see it a lot with like Adam 22 and like all those. Like
for sure.
You guys ain't gonna see each other anyways. You know what I mean? Are you gonna make a sassy little post about each other? Like, yeah, you'll see each other. And like, why would you waste that time to put someone down with content? It's like you could be using that content or that time to build your own shit. You know, or like you have something else to offer and give. And that's kind of where I wanted to be. I didn't want to be stuck in a corner of like, I'm the beefy dude.
Right.
Or or I'm the dude that's always got something to fucking say about, you know, it's like, dude, like just let those guys do the talking. You know what I mean? And like these, like you guys do a great job of like doing this shit, and like everyone else, they do a good job of what they do. Like I'll stay in my lane and I will be okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I see it. I'm not going to try to make another 9 Club. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to try to make another Talking Schmidt. Like that is... Yeah. That's cool. You know, I figure I want to do something new and cool. I put together like AM radio through all the little sounds and stuff in there. And, you know, it's kind of my thing, man. That's what I wanted to do it like.
I love it, man. And keep doing it. Keep killing it. You know, I'll be a guest anytime you want, man. Trust me. We'll have a good conversation. Man, we'll do 5 hours.
Jerron first, all right? Jerron first.
Damn. Okay.
Jerron first. Maybe you can come on for Black History Month.
Oh, can I?
Learn a little something.
I said you can come on.
Listen, Clyde. Oh, go check it out, though. WCRP on skateboarding.
Yes, sir.
WKRP in Cincinnati. We are, you know, it's a good show. That was a great show. Dude, Clyde, first of all.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. I brought you guys some gifts really quick, too.
Okay.
Before we'll
do a gift exchange.
Want to do a gift exchange?
Okay. What do you got over there? Let's see. What do we got? I mean, I saw him bringing
Since Kelly was so nice to ask me to come on. Kelly, I have a skateboard for you.
What?
It's my last Alomar board. It's a
Do you know he's not we all talk about who we want on the show, and then
really? No, I was the only one here that wanted to
he said he did it himself.
Tell Kelly what to do. He said,
He said, don't tell you guys. He said, don't tell you guys, and he's doing this all himself. So that's what he said.
I didn't even know who was on the show tonight.
Yeah,
I just showed up.
Dude. He said it was Gershon, and I showed up. That's what happened, all right? So I got that.
No, we all wanted you on the show.
Dude, this is awesome, dude. I don't want to hold you guys up. I got some stuff for you. I got that for...
What else do we got?
Let's see what else we got here. So check this out, dude. I'm sorry. Check this out.
What is this little bag?
So, yeah, dude. Check it out, dude. I won Skater of the Year in Jacksonville for some huge magazine.
Okay.
That's a trophy.
Follow.
Remember everyone? Remember they had like the everyone was wearing masks then.
Yeah.
So that was like how they gave everyone their trophies was like
Best
mask.
of Jack's winner.
Yeah, dude, I was 46 and one skate.
Oh, you're
of the
giving
year.
this to us?
Yeah, it's for you, dude.
Okay.
And then also, dude,
Yeah,
look,
we don't wear masks anymore.
I gave you a Clyde Singleton pin. You're gonna put it up here on the thing.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
This
Okay.
is amazing.
We got
I gave you that, and then here's this. I gave you a slap one too, big dog.
Oh, slap.
Dang,
Look at that.
We're on there every week, man. You should check.
Oh, yeah.
We got threads. We got threads
every week.
galore.
I am not on there. How about that? Like I do not go to that kind of shit.
You should get on there.
No, I'm okay. All right, I'm a grown ass man. I do not need to be hanging out.
I'm
like
sure
that.
they love you over there.
I'm pretty sure that. Hopefully they do. I'm just not going in there. I'm not stepping in the Terror Dome. All right.
No doubt.
But yeah, man. I brought you guys a skateboard. And
Thank you.
Thank you
some
so
pins
much.
and stuff. I had some mushroom extract, but I forgot at the house. It's
goddamn.
yeah. I'll give it back to you guys. My buddy does Florida. He does Florida Mushroom King, and I had some lion's mane, some red reishi, and a couple extracts. So I'll send them back up here to you
Please
guys.
do.
Oh,
The plan was to have them right here,
Oh.
but clearly I did not bring them. So thank God I did.
We'll Photoshop one there the whole time.
Yeah. Just
for
put
you.
put it right there, and some Kool-Aid.
Oh yeah.
Don't do that.
What happened? You forgot every. Oh, Photoshop the Kool-Aid. There.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay. Well, first of all, here's a mug for you, dude. We had a little parting gift. And
Snaps.
get the little 9 Club. Hopefully, you can fit this stuff in your suitcase.
Hey, look, I can
Hopefully
keep my
it
Shirley
is.
Temple in this.
Hey, there you go.
Yes,
Non-alcoholic, huh?
Oh, snaps.
Got the little 9 Club hoodie. It's going to get cold out there.
Look, it's only 104
cold.
degrees in Orlando.
Trust
I
me,
can use
it's
that.
going to get cold. It's
when it
going to
cools
get
down.
cold.
Yeah.
Eventually.
We got
Yeah.
socks also. Stance 9 Club socks.
Look at
Come
that. You
on
guys
now.
got socks?
Come on now.
Yeah.
What?
And we got the Yeti. Got to stay hydrated out there, man. We got the Yeti.
What?
Thermos right here, dude. 32
What?
ounce, I think, like that.
No,
Go ahead,
24
man.
maybe?
24, whatever it is, man. It's a lot of
Damn,
ounces.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Damn, y'all got hooked up. I'm doing some hot sauce. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I'm doing. It's called Don Wapo, and I'm actually this Thursday down at I don't want to hold you guys up much longer. This Thursday at Slappy's Garage, Jason Carney's shop.
Yeah.
I'm doing a pop up there this Thursday. It's my birthday,
Okay.
so I'll be doing a
happy
pop
early
up there.
birthday, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Happy
man.
I just was. It's my birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy belated.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that, Leo.
Leo,
Hey,
baby.
that's what's up.
Yeah. Just
So-
turned 21.
Oh, I know,
Legal,
right? Hey,
finally.
look, dude, I'm 25 for the 24th time. So we're doing that Thursday in San Diego, and then I'm doing one Saturday at Brooklyn Project. So I'm doing those two, then I'm going home. But Thursday,
Ooh, Saturday, maybe I could show up because Thursday's our live show. So
Okay.
we can't, but maybe Saturday I'll come to Brooklyn Projects.
yeah, man, come on up. A bunch
Kick
of people
it.
be there,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
What time is that
That'd be
at?
sick.
It'll probably be early afternoon because I want to go to Mike Blayback's art show. He's having an art show that night.
Sick.
So I want to do it maybe 3, 4 to 7.
Okay.
It just depends on how it
Where's
is.
Mike's art show at?
Somewhere on Fairfax.
Okay.
Like I remember making a note of it, and before I was supposed to leave tomorrow. When I first talked to Kelly, I was like, I'm out of here tomorrow, and so I ended up getting the 2 pop-ups, and then the hot sauce guy's going to bring the hot sauce. So yeah,
It's on Fairfax, right? Yeah. It's at 433 North Fairfax.
yeah.
Well, this will be
Fairfax.
out Monday, so all this information.
Oh, this will be out Monday.
Yeah. So all this
Holy
information we're giving out
Coming
will be a
soon.
little too late.
Wow,
for
you guys
people to
were
show up.
quick.
We're a well-oiled machine.
Hey, dude, you
bro.
guys were quick. I'm
Yeah.
still sitting on a day one interview from a month ago.
Give it to us. Give it to us. We'll put it out.
Okay. I got a Jesse Paez interview you guys can have. I
Ooh,
forgot I had it, dude, from like 2 years ago.
Why are you
That's
giving
a
us
good
Jesse Paez in day one? Listen,
Because I have a bunch of, dude, I have an old Chris Markovich interview that is never going to see the light of day.
but wait a minute.
Wow.
You
Yeah.
put out a Chris Markovich interview.
Yeah, the good ones.
Oh, the other one's not good.
The other one ain't good. The other one's good. I think it's good, but it has everyone's Lord and Savior. It has a story about some stories about Bam, and you can't be honest about dudes like him because they were just that's why I told him I was like, look, man, I love you to death. I'm not going to put this out because they're going to attack you instead of attacking the message or what you're saying, and then come to find out a couple years later, like you see the remnants of what he was speaking on.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, dude, it was very interesting. But I'm glad I didn't put that out too because that would have, you know what I mean? Like them dudes would have formed like Voltron and been all over my page. You know what I'm saying? You can't say anything bad about Bam. You know what I'm saying? Like it's unfortunate. I wish him the best, but he definitely a little accountability to take someone a long ways in life.
No doubt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm stoked on this pin, man.
that's
Little
me.
Calvin. I know.
That's me, dude.
Little Calvin and Hobbes.
I look a little dark, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, pretty close.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying it's close. I love it though, man. One of my favorites. Well, this is the Strange Love. But
yeah. I love that board too, man. Like
So
I'm so stooed at Cliver. I'm just happy to work with that guy. You know what I mean?
To have a Cliver board, that's amazing.
I got 3. Oof. And I got some more graphics that he did. He's done the Cooking with Clyde shirt. Yeah. And so he's been, he kind of helped me out, man. He's really helping me out to like, you know what I mean? Like for what I want to do. I know I can't do everything, but what I do want to do, he wants to help me out with.
I love it.
Yeah, man. And that's, it's great to have friends like that in skateboarding. And he's just a good guy. He did my board and Ray Barbie's board. I won. Shit. Like,
there you go.
Yeah, dude, I won.
Man, Clyde, dude, thank you so much for
coming
on
you guys.
the show.
Thank
we
you
really
guys.
appreciate you, and thank you for everything you've done.
Thank
Truly,
you, man,
truly,
and thank you guys once
matters.
again for having me on, dude. I really appreciate this, dude. I come back and see you guys.
Come back and see it. Eddie, the door's always open for Clyde.
Thank you, and I will go to the right place this time.
Yes. Or hey, just go to that place and invite him over. We'll have a big party.
Yeah, I'm bringing my buddy Dan Kagi next. So I don't even know his name. It's probably the Dan dude from Birdhouse. I don't even know who it was. Thank you guys, man.
Clyde Singleton, everybody.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, bro.